What is it?
A good question.
Boy, this is the finest Irish tweed ever brung, ever imported out of Ireland. Close your eyes and smell that material, Junior. It's got the very fragrance of all Ireland.
Well, I don't know if
Can't you just picture those happy weavers singing Meet Me in the Garden where the praties grow? As the mist rises over the peat bogs and the wet smacks of tourists kissing the Blarney Stone come wafting across the River Shannon, and the little people picking shamrocks on the road to County Clare, and the pretty spalpeens lacing up their shillelaghs for a game of morning in the brightness.
Then Pat O'Brien jumps off the roof of Grauman's Chinese Theater.
Well, it just smells like cloth to me, pal. Where'd you get it?
He bought it from a man in a doorway.
Son, I'm in a position to let you have a few yards of this at the reduced rate of $10 a yard.
Oh, I don't think
Now, wait, boy. Don't give me your decision right off the bat. Think it over. Thought you were a little fanatic about quality merchandise.
Oh, I am.
After all, Mr. Wilcox, why is Johnson's wax so outstanding?
Why, because it's the finest product of its kind, of course.
Exactly. And what do you tell people when you sell it?
Why, simply say that Johnson's wax is the finest wax polish that money can buy. I tell them it's a delight to the proud housekeeper, that it keeps floors, furniture, and woodwork bright, spotless, and gleaming, that it protects, beautifies, and preserves, that it makes a house a home and makes every shining surface reflect hospitality.
That's what McGee means, Mr. Wilcox. Appearance is so important.
Certainly. First impressions are lasting impressions. You go into a home that uses Johnson's wax, and you immediately get the impression of healthful cleanliness.
Absolutely. Therefore, a coat made of this Irish tweed...
I always say that Johnson's wax is the coat of armor that guards against dust and dirt and dampness.
Yeah, but this tweed material is...
For all wood and enamel surfaces, Johnson's wax is a must. The best housekeepers have used it for generations. How many pounds do you want?
Better give us half a dozen, eh, Molly?
Hell, at least.
Okay, I'll have Kramer's drugstore send them over first thing tomorrow. Thanks very much.
Not at all, Waxy. Glad you told us about it. Come in again.
I will. So long.
Quite a salesman, that lad. He makes Johnson's wax sound so good. Hey, I was trying to sell him something.
Well, he out-talked you, dearie. You were up against a professional there.
Yeah.
Well, I've got to go upstairs and sort the laundry. Lunch will be ready in about a half an hour.
Okay, Tootsie. There goes a good kid. She thinks I got rooked with this Irish tweed, but who knows best about materials? Her or me? Don't answer that, McGee, because... Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hi, Teeny. Well, what you all dressed up for?
Well, I'm going to the circus, I bet you. My daddy's taking me.
He is, eh?
And you're...
I says he is, eh?
Is what?
Taking you to the circus?
Who?
Your daddy.
I know it. He's taking me and Willie, too.
Okay. You like circuses?
Sure I do, I bet you. I think circuses are more fun than anything.
Yeah.
See, they get lions and tigers and elephants and hippopotamuses and Kalamazoos and...
Woof. And what's this? What were those last animals?
Kalamazoos.
Oh.
That's kind of like a big rabbit with little bitty front feet and they carry their babies in their watch pockets.
You mean kangaroos, sis. Kalamazoo is a town in Michigan.
Why?
I don't know. That's just the name of it, that's all.
Is that where they get all the Kalamazoos for the circuses?
Where?
In Kangaroo, Michigan?
Look, sis, they don't get kangaroos in Kalamazoo. They get Kalamazoos in Australia. I mean, that's where they get kangaroos.
Well, why don't they get them in Michigan? That's closer, I bet you.
Because they come from Australia. That's the only place they have them.
Except Michigan, huh?
No, they don't have them in Michigan. That's Kalamazoo.
You ever see one, mister?
See what?
A Kalamazoo?
Certainly. When I was in vaudeville, they had boxing Kalamazoos. Had boxing gloves on their hind feet. I remember one time we were playing kangaroo in Michigan, and the count... Now, wait a minute. No. Look, you better run along, sis. You don't want to be late for the circus.
No, I don't. I want to have plenty of time to see a lion, an elephant, and a Kalamazoo and a giraffe.
There you go again. It isn't Gerard, it's Giraffe.
There you go again, mister. This is my cousin, Gerard. He's meeting us at the circus. So long.
The King's Men, and you can't tell a man by his hat.
Upon a time before the world had gone informal, things were normal, and the girl could figure out. I man's fedora or his top hat or his Panama, exactly what that man was all about.
Bankers were conservative in black or brown or blue or gray.
Actors were extravagant and green.
Or something distingué.
You could always recognize the carried straight from poolroom guys, but now just look what's happened to the scene. Low brows and high hats and high brows and no hats. So what is this world coming to? Zulus in earlaps and crooks in police hats. The day of discretion is through.
There was a time when you could tell a cowboy by his 10-gallon lid.
But every dude has got a headpiece now, boy, just like Billy the Kid. Now meanies wear beanies and Bing wears an old thing like something dragged in by the cat.
That distinguished beaver may be Jolson's mammy, or next year's version of Uncle Sammy.
You can't tell a man by his hat. Escorts and sailors and people in trailers are all wearing toppers and spats.
That man in the pink beret may be none other than Wallace Wimple, or Whistler's mother.
You can't tell a man by his hat. Can't tell a man, can't tell a man, can't tell a man by the style of his hat.
My, it was nice of you to drop in, Mr. Wimple.
Thank you, Mr. McGee.
Lucky, too, Wimp. For you, I mean. I'm going to do something for you.
No, thank you, Mr. McGee. People are always doing things for me, and I'm always getting into trouble.
Oh. How's that, Mr. Wimple?
Well, just this morning, Sweetie Face, that's my big old wife.
Yeah, we know.
Sweetie Face said, Wallace, she said, I'm going to do something for you. And I said, yes, dear. And she said, some of the girls are coming for luncheon, and I'm going to let you make the lemonade. And I did, too.
Well, what's so amusing about that, Mr. Wimple?
Well, I'm going back after lunch and walk right up to her and say, listen, you big moose. After this, you can mix your own lemonade.
Wow. What'll she say to that, Wimp?
Nothing. She'll be asleep. They'll all be asleep.
Heavenly days, you mean?
Yes. Mickey.
Well, look, Wimp, I got 3 bolts of genuine hand-woven Irish tweed here that I bought.
From a man in a doorway.
Yeah. You know anything about good Irish tweed, Wimp?
No, I don't, Mr. McGee. Sweetie Face buys all my clothes.
Really? Don't you ever buy any clothes for yourself?
I bought a pair of gloves once. I got so tired of wearing those mittens with a string running through my sleeve.
What happened when Sweetie Face found that out, Wimp?
Oh, she just had a tantrum, Mr. McGee. She snatched my bird book out of my hand and hit me on the head with it.
Your what, Mr. Wimple?
My bird book. You see, I have been reading about the silver-crested whickey of Pennsylvania, which builds plumbing into its nest with soda straws. And then when she... May I come in?
You are in, Wimp. That's somebody else.
Oh, excuse me.
Sure, Mr. Wimple. Come in.
My gosh, Latrivia. Hi, Latrivia.
Hello, Mr. Mayor.
Hello, Molly. Hello, McGee. And Wallace.
Good day, Your Honor.
Haven't seen you since you sneaked out one night and met me in the Chinese restaurant, Wallace. I hope there were no unfortunate repercussions to that event.
Well, there were, but they've healed up now.
Like Chinese food, Your Honor?
Very fond of it, Molly. In fact, I learned how to cook rice myself.
Well, you give me your recipe for rice, and I'll give you my recipe for hot chocolate, Latrivia.
What's your recipe for hot chocolate, Mr. McGee?
I take hot chocolate, and heat it. Put the cart before the horse. Now, you tell me your recipe for rice, Latrivia.
I hope it isn't quite that complicated.
Yes, I hope so, too.
Oh, it's very simple, Wimple. First, you boil the rice, then you put it in a colander and run cold water through it.
What month, Latrivia?
I beg your pardon? Oh, this was last month, April.
You punch holes in it, I suppose.
In what?
In the colander. I suppose for a large batch of rice, you use a long month out of the calendar, huh?
You run out of calendars, Mr. Mayor. I've got a lot of old ones. I don't suppose it matters what year.
I am not talking about calendars. I said colander.
Well, what's the difference how you pronounce it, boy? Molly says saucepan, and I always say saucepan, but it cooks the same stuff.
What I was trying to say was that a colander and a calendar are two different things.
I know they are, Mr. Mayor. I got one from the bank with a picture of a pretty girl on it, and I got one from the butcher with a cow on it. And Sweetie Face let me keep the one with the cow.
Look, when I said colander, I didn't mean I cooked the goose, cooked the rice in the calendar. A colander is a hole with bowls in it. A bowl with holes in it.
Come now, Mr. Mayor. Don't get so excited about it. Every cook has his own way of doing things. If you want to punch holes in the calendar, I'm sure.
I don't punch cows in a colander. I mean, when I cook rice, I run through some cold water. I run some cold calendars through the water through... No, I can't go through with this sort of thing today. I have too much on my mind.
What's cooking, Latrice, besides you?
Oh, we have a small crime wave going on in town, McGee. A series of robberies.
Heavenly days, robberies. Any very big ones, Mr. Mayor?
No. As a matter of fact, these burglars don't seem to have much judgment, Molly. Last night, they broke into the Wistful Vista Sack and Bag Company and took a truckload of burlap.
Burlap?
Yes. Yes, and they've been selling it to people around town as Irish tweed. For $2 a bolt.
$2 a bolt. Hey, the dirty crook. Where I get...
Tell me, how does your car look? Be honest now. Is it a good deal dirtier and gloomier looking than you'd like it to be? If it is, I think I know the reason. Whoever does the car polishing in your house is waiting for an easy way to do the job. Well, sir, you needn't wait a day longer. The easy way to polish your car is here, and it's called Johnson's Car New. Even if you search the whole country, you wouldn't find a car polish that's easier to use than Car New. You see, Johnson's Car New is a liquid that both cleans and polishes your car in one quick application. Here are the simple directions. You apply Car New, rubbing just enough to loosen the road grime, and let it dry to a white powder. Then you wipe this powder off. All the dirt and road grime disappear. And take it from me, the shine on your car does your heart good. Why not try easy to use Johnson's Car New? It's wonderful. One quick application, and you'll have a clean, sparkling car that's a joy to drive.
After I described the guy, the cops went right out and picked him up, Molly. Him and his pal.
Oh, wonderful. So you helped capture the burlap burglars,
Yep.
huh?
They got the whole truckload of loot back, too. And you know what I'm going to do with the reward?
Reward?
Yep. I'm going to give it all to you, kiddo. You've been a good kid. You've been wanting new drapes for the living room, and this reward will come in handy.
Oh, McGee, you darling. How much is it?
10 bolts.
Oh, good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax products for home and industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, B. Benaderet, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. Music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. You know, I doubt if anything adds so much rich beauty to a home as mellow, wax-polished floors. A wax floor is so beautifully smooth, so lustrous, and its shining cleanliness sets off your furnishings to such perfect advantage. Of course, for real wax-polished perfection, nothing can equal genuine Johnson's Wax. Most of the finest-looking floors in the world are polished regularly with Johnson's Wax. And this old favorite is waiting to go to work on your floors right now to give them that smooth, wax-polished sheen. That shining coat of Johnson's Wax will be wonderful protection for your floors, of course. It will guard against scuffing and scratching, help keep them beautiful without expensive refinishing. And with regular Johnson Wax care, your floors will need only an occasional dusting to keep them bright. Johnson's Wax will add the same rich, sparkling beauty and protection to your furniture and woodwork, not to mention 100 household accessories. Try it. Johnson's Wax, paste or liquid. You'll find both on your dealer shelves at pre-war prices. There are three sides to every question. The right side, the wrong side, and the side Fibber McGee is on. Listen to his interpretation of world events while he reads the evening paper to his wife, as we join Fibber McGee and Molly.
What was that again about the Greek situation, dearie?
I says if General Marshall would listen to me, it would be cleared up before he could say scat.
Oh?
All they got to do is give them $60 billion for new schools so they can learn English.
And why should the Greeks learn to speak English?
My gosh, who can understand Greek?
It's a good question. What's the local news?
Let me see. Here's a story about old man McDonald of the Third National Bank. Success story.
I understand Mr. McDonald started life as a simple country boy.
Simple country boy, my clavicle. If he ever milked anything besides a trust fund, I'd like to have a picture of it. 8 by 10. Glossy.
Well, he's a prominent citizen, McGee, and lots of people will be interested in that story.
There's prominent citizens with more interesting story than his. Those socks, sure darning, weren't worn out by any hobo, you know.
Well, now you may get a chance to tell yours, sweetheart. I understand the Gazette has a roving reporter going around town interviewing people.
Not me, kiddo. I'm not the type of guy that caters to society editors just to get my name in the papers. No, sir. I'm the type... However, if they do interview me... Uh-oh. You think that may be an interviewer? And me sitting here in my sweatshirt and sneakers?
Well, what of it, sweetheart? You're not the type guy that has all his personality in his wardrobe.
You said it. Come in.
Well, heavenly days, McGee, look who's here.
Hi, old-timer.
Come in, Mr. Oldtimer.
Hello, daughter. Hello there, Johnny.
My gosh. Where you been all this time, old-timer?
Oh, every place, Johnny. Sailing the 7 seas.
Yeah?
Shipped on a cattle boat to Valparaiso, first mate on a tanker to Sumatra, roused about in Singapore, docked Wallace in Liverpool, and done a little smuggling on the side.
Smuggling, my goodness.
Yep. Sneaked 3 O'Briens and a Finnegan into Palestine. Yes, sir. They wanted to go when there was some fighting, so I took them.
I didn't know you were a sailor, old-timer. Oh, yes, I did, too. Weren't you in the sea bees during the war?
Sure was, Johnny. I was chief of the bulldozers in the Solomons.
Oh, you mean you ran those big tractor things, huh?
Nope. They had some beef critters with insomnia, and I used to sing them to sleep. 3 horses, a melancholy baby, and them bulls was dozing like babies.
Is that true, or just one of your prime ribs?
Prime ribs, eh? That's pretty good, Johnny, but that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says, t'other feller says, I hear the United States is going to have a national lottery in 1948. That so, says t'other feller. What they going to call it? Same as usual, says the first feller. A presidential campaign. I just dropped in to pass the time of day, kids. It's 4:15. Goodbye.
He has an interesting face, hasn't he?
Yeah.
It looks lived in. How old do you suppose he is, McGee?
I don't know, but I got my suspicions.
What do you mean?
Remember that painting, The Spirit of 76?
Sure. 3 men with a flute, a drum, and a flag.
Well, I think he's the guy on the left with the flute. By the way, did you know that every guy going into politics studies that painting?
No, I didn't.
Yes, sir. The greatest political lesson ever painted.
Well,
If you're on the left, you make shrill noises. If you're on the right, you get ready to beat it. And if you get caught in the middle, you start waving the flag.
any more local news, dearie?
I haven't looked. I can't get over this yarn about old man McDonald. My gosh, if the Gazette wants to interview some really interesting people, I could name...
Come in.
How do you do? You're Mr. and Mrs. Fibber McGee, I presume. I'm Miss Cartwright.
How do you do, I'm sure.
Hi, sis. If you're from the finance company, you're not due till Thursday. Want to sit down and wait a couple of days?
Now, McGee, don't be rude.
Rude? You ought to hear how I talk to the men from the finance company. What you putting the sleeve on us for this time, sis? The car or the piano?
Neither one, Mr. McGee. I hope you don't mind answering a few questions.
Interview? Oh, my.
You mean you're on? Oh, I just, sis. Mighty glad to talk to you. Have a chair. Take that one over there. It's an antique. That's the very chair the village blacksmith sat on when he wrote Longfellow.
You're a little confused, dearie. It was Longfellow who wrote the village blacksmith.
I know that. I also know the village blacksmith wrote Longfellow to thank him. Well, it certainly was nice of you to think of me, Miss Pushcart.
Cartwright.
Cartwright.
We were bound to get around to you sooner or later, Mr. McGee. Would you mind raising that shade a trifle? I'd like to make a few notations.
Why, of course, Miss Cartwright. Raise the shade, dearie.
Just be patient. It's about due.
Well, I want a better look at that lovely hat Miss Cartwright's wearing anyway.
Oh, thank you, my dear.
Now, look, sis, about this interview. Maybe we better get going. I was born in a little white house on the top of Kickapoo Hill back in Florida.
Oh, good gracious, what was that?
Just the window shade going up.
Yeah. It does it itself. I guess I'll have to start over, sis. I was born in a little white house on the bottom of Kickapoo Hill back in Florida. An ordinary boy to all appearances. Studious and athletic. A favorite with both students and teachers.
Billy Mills in the orchestra and Smile Right Back at the Sun.
And then came the war. Well, sir, I'll never forget the day I was decorated by General Pershing.
General Pershing?
This was in the First World War, Miss Cartwright.
Yeah, the big war. Well, sir, the regiment was standing at attention. A hush fell over the battlefield. Suddenly Pershing says, "Captain McGee, 3 paces forward." "Captain," I says to myself, "my gosh," I says, "I've been promoted," I says. But I leap forward and salute. He pins the Croix de Guerre on my blouse. He salutes. I salute. The other officers salute. I salute. The company salutes. I salute back. Then I says, very respectful, "What am I being decorated for, General?" I says, "For shooting down those 5 German airplanes over Barley Duke," he says. "That's strange," I says. "I never been to Barley Duke." "Aren't you Captain George McGee?" he says. "No, sir," I says. "I'm Private Fibber McGee." Well, sir, later on in the guardhouse...
Excuse me, Mr. McGee.
Huh?
This is not exactly what I'm after. Not that it isn't interesting, because it isn't.
Thank you.
I'm much more interested in your home here, your possessions. For instance, that sofa. Isn't that an antique?
Oh, no, that's just an old horsehair sofa given to us by Aunt Sarah.
What do you mean, just an old horsehair sofa? Didn't Aunt Sarah tell you about that, Molly?
No.
Why, my gosh, kiddo. That hair was clipped off the very horse that Paul Revere rode when he roused the Minutemen at Tapioca. I mean, Concord. I wouldn't take $10,000 for that sofa.
I would. Then I'd throw in the house, the silverware, and a pound of butter.
She's just kidding, Miss Barnside.
Cartwright. This is intensely interesting, Mr. McGee. Have you any other priceless heirlooms?
This house is full of priceless heirlooms. Now you take that piece on the mantel there. That marble Venus with the clock in her stomach. What would you say that was worth?
Well, I might be a few dollars off one way or the other, but I'd say about 98 cents.
So,
98 cents. Sis, don't be deceived by the fact that one leg is busted and the hour hand is missing.
he keeps knocking it off the mantel because he's so modest. You know, he winds it with his eyes shut.
The point is, Miss Cartwheel.
Oh, dear, come in. Dr. Gamble, do come in, Doctor.
Thank you, my dear. Hello, Jughead. Ooh, Oh, excuse me, I didn't see you had guests.
You're slipping, butcher boy. Ordinarily, you could see a good-looking woman 6 miles away on a dark night with a diver's helmet on backwards.
Gentlemen, now, please, mind your manners. Miss Cartwright, may I present Dr. Gamble?
Hello, Doctor.
Hello, Miss Cartwright. Nice to see you again. May I ask if you and these people are old friends?
No, she just come in to interview me, Doc.
Mr. McGee seems to have some very valuable objects of art, Doctor. You know about that clock on the mantel?
Oh, yes, indeed. It was a wedding present from Molly's Aunt Sarah, who won it on a punch board.
Nobody said Aunt Sarah won that clock on no punch board.
Nobody had to. It's obvious. You don't think anybody sells junk like that, do you?
Yes, now, but Doctor...
That's probably for you, Medicine Ball. Those operators track you down like a Kentucky colonel hunting a mint bed.
Well, who'd invest a nickel to hear your voice, honey? Hello, Gamble speaking. Who? Oh, yes, Mrs. Clatterhatch.
Her again.
What was that, Mrs. Clatterhatch? Well, I've told your husband 50 times the only cure for his trouble is to get into some other line of business. That buzzing in his ears is an occupational hazard. All right, Mrs. Clatterhatch. Goodbye.
That's a silly hunk of advice. How can changing his occupation cure a buzzing in his ear?
He keeps bees. Well, it's a pleasure to meet again, Miss Cartwright. See you later, Molly.
A fine man, the doctor. Know him well, Miss Cartwright?
Not as well as he knows me, Mrs. McGee. I've never seen his x-rays. Now then, Mr. McGee, I don't want to take up too much of your time.
Well, I think nothing of it, sis. I got a lot of things to tell you about yet. Matter of fact, sis, I got a lot of interesting hobbies. Stamps, coins, carbon gifts and bottles.
Gifts and bottles. Now that is interesting, Mr. McGee. How do you get those big boats in those little bottles?
I'm afraid that'll have to remain a secret, sis. At least till I finish one and find out how it's done. But now in your article about me,
folks, I hope Oh, am I intruding?
Not at all, Mr. Wilcox. Miss Cartwright, allow me to present Mr. Wilcox. Mr. Wilcox, Miss Cartwright.
How do you do, Mr. Wilcox?
Hello, Miss Cartwright.
Miss Cartwright is interviewing himself here, Mr. Wilcox.
Yeah.
You know, Mr. Wilcox, the McGees have a number of fascinating heirlooms. It's amazing what valuable property you find in a modest home like this.
Well, I just happen to like nice things, I guess.
Thank you, dear.
Now you take that spinet piano over there. Very valuable.
Spinet piano.
Isn't that a little large for a spinet piano, Mr. McGee?
Certainly. It's the only 6-foot-high upright spinet piano in existence. You couldn't buy that piano for $6,000, Sid.
A curious coincidence, I suppose, but you couldn't sell it for that either.
Well, it does have a beautiful finish at that, Sal. What do you use on it?
Oh, come out from behind that innocent expression, Mr. Wilcox. Mr. Wilcox sells Johnson's wax, Miss Cartwright.
Really? How splendid. You know, I don't believe I've ever interviewed people in a well-kept home who didn't use Johnson's wax on their floors, furniture, and woodwork.
You don't say.
Yes, indeed. The minute I walk into a home and see a clean, gleaming, hospitable interior, I just know they're Johnson's wax users.
You might as well sit down, Mr. Wilcox. You're not doing anything.
Tell him some more, sis. He can recognize a plug farther than Clem McCarthy. Only when Clem makes a mistake, it's news.
Well, I'm serious, Mr. McGee. I've talked to simply hundreds of people in my work, and regardless of their circumstances, the ones who have pride in their possessions use Johnson's wax. They say it not only beautifies, but protects and preserves as well.
I've said that myself.
I've heard you.
Well, you might as well finish, Miss Cardwell. I doubt if he gets paid this week anyway.
I don't know what you mean, Mr. McGee. I was just saying that Johnson's wax seems to be a must for good housekeepers, because dust and dirt can't cling to a Johnson wax surface, and it makes cleaning so much easier.
By the way, Miss Cartwright, where are you from?
Racine, Wisconsin. Why?
I just wondered. Great town, Racine. I was born there.
Why, Mr. Wilcox, you were born in Omaha, Nebraska.
Physically, yes. Spiritually, I was born in Racine.
Get him. He's about as spiritual as a barn dance. Look, Waxy, will you excuse me and Miss Wheelwright? Cartwright. We got to finish this interview.
Sure. Go right ahead.
I'd like to see some more of your heirlooms, Mr. McGee.
No sooner said than the monkey grabbed it, sis. Hey, Molly, let's show her that painting we got upstairs, that Rembrandt.
A Rembrandt? Pal, you never told me.
What painting are you referring to, McGee?
You know, the one hanging in the hall upstairs? The two kittens in the basket? You bought it a couple of years ago.
A Rembrandt, really?
You misunderstood me, McGee. I said it was a remnant. I got it at a rummage sale here.
What's the deal? That Rembrandt, he was a good painter, too. Fact is, we have several valuable Rembrandts.
Come in.
Hi, Miss McGee. Oh, people, huh?
Come on in, Teeny.
This is the little girl from across the street, Miss Cartwright.
Hello, Teeny.
I am very happy to make your acquaintance, Miss Cartwright.
Hey, that's a very fancy curtsy you do there, Teeny.
Sure. I used to curtsy better, I bet you, but I can't squat down so far now on account of because I fell off my tricycle and bumped my kneecap.
Kneecap, Teeny.
Caps are for men, ladies wear hats.
Oh.
Hmm?
I said, oh.
Oh, what?
Oh, all right, ladies wear hats.
That's what I said, I bet you. Oh, hi, Mr. Wilcox. I didn't see you standing there.
Hello, Teeny. How's everything in school?
Well, my teacher, Miss Wrigley's home with an antiseptic sore throat, and we got a substitute teacher.
You got a what, sis?
A substitute tutor?
Don't you mean a substitute teacher, little girl?
Sure. She's the best substitute tutor we ever had. She'd give me A+ and when did.
What was that?
She gave you A+ in what, Teeny?
When did. You know, like when did Columbus discover America? When did the Pilgrims step on the chicken?
Step on the chicken?
What are you talking about, sis?
Well, it's in our history book, I bet you.
Huh?
When the Pilgrims came over, they stepped on a chicken.
Oh, you mean Plymouth Rock, Teeny?
Sure. Our substitute tutor is Dandy with history. She teaches with poetry.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Like Columbus sailed the ocean blue in 1492. For a compass, he must have used a tube because he missed New York and landed in Cuba.
Look, Teeny, I don't like to be unhospitable, but we're kind of busy here today. Miss Cartwright here is doing an article about me, and she wants to finish her interview.
I think you're under a misapprehension, Mr. McGee. My purpose in this interview...
Well, look, whatever it is, I guess Teeny and I are intruders. Come on, Teeny, let's go down to Kramer's drugstore and get a soda.
Oh, boy, swell. Can we walk past Willie Toops' house, Mr. Wilcox, and you hold my hand, kind of, huh?
I've got my car outside, Teeny. We'll drive past Willie's house.
Oh, will that ever make him jealous, I bet you? Well, goodbye, everybody. My boyfriend and I have to go now.
Bye, Teeny.
Goodbye, Teeny.
Come, dear.
These men like their country style.
I ain't much for city ways, I ain't much for speed. Never learned the gift of gab, never had the need. And when it comes to politics, I always have a doubt. In fact, there's quite a lot of things that I can't talk about. But when it comes to fancy dancing or music with a smile, organized romancing, make mine country style. When it comes to arms that hold your eyes that shine about a mile, like I just not told ya, make mine country style. Hear that fiddle? I could listen all night, get that fiddle. Ain't that something? Learn right, dance, share a love cup with different partners for a while. But for hitching up with, make mine country style. They take them for an elbow swing, then go engine style. Cut right across and swing grandpa, he ain't been swung for a long while. When it comes to fancy dancing or the music with a smile, or the nice romancing, make my country style. When it comes to arms that hold you, I shine about a mile, like I just told you, make my country style. Hear him shout, I could listen all night, see them sipping lemonade. Ain't that peachy? You're right. Dance, share a lot of cup with different partners for a while. But for hitching up with, make my country style. You can keep your city straight. I'll take mine straight, country style.
More tea, Miss Cartwright?
No, thank you, my dear.
McGee?
No, thanks. No more tea.
Mr. Wimple?
Yes, please. And may I have another chocolate brownie?
Certainly, Mr. Wimple. Help yourself.
Thank you.
You seem to have a very good appetite, Mr. Wimple.
Well, I get a lot of exercise, Miss Cartwright. Walking through the woods every day with my bird book.
Your what, Mr. Wimple?
My bird book. Did you know, Miss Cartwright, that the golden Louisiana oriole carries a lightning bug in its bill when it flies at night?
No, but it's very interesting. Did you know that the fork-tailed whimsy of eastern Wyoming has retractable feet?
My goodness, have you got a bird book, too?
No, but I've seen some strange birds in my time. Now, about this valuable oriental rug you say you have, Mr. McGee.
My, this is a busy day, isn't it? Come in.
Hey, it's Mayor Latrivia. Hi, Latrivia.
Hello, McGee. Good day, Molly.
Hello, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Wimple. Oh, there, Miss Cartwright, on the job, I see.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. Yes, and I find Mr. McGee very cooperative.
Have a cup of tea, Your Honor?
No, thanks.
I will, and another brownie, please.
Why don't I run down to the corner and hide some brownies in the mailbox, Wimp? You might get hungry on the way home.
Oh, I'll just put a couple in my pocket, thank you.
I saw a sweetie face on the way over here, Wimple. She's looking very well.
Sweetie face?
Yes, it's my big old wife.
Keeping you busy at the City Hall, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, quite. Our fire department is short on the budget, and they need new hose rather badly.
You mean us taxpayers get stuck for a thing like that?
Certainly. Some of their hoses are 5 or 6 years old.
So what? I got 3 pairs of hoses I got for Christmas in 1939. They've been mended, but I don't expect the city to buy me new hoses.
I'm not discussing hosiery. I'm talking about hose.
Firemen don't wear hosiery, dearie. They wear short socks like you. Am I right, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, I see. Now, wait a minute. Let's get this straight.
While he's getting it straight, may I have another brownie?
Here you are, Mr. Wimple. Look, Your Honor, I'm all for giving our brave fire laddies anything they want within reason, but don't we pay them enough so they can buy their own socks?
Certainly. They do buy their own socks, I suppose. I'm talking about fire hose. The kind they attach to a hydrant and run water through.
Wouldn't it be simpler just to send them to the laundry, Latriv? My gosh, when I wash my hoses...
They don't attach them to washrooms to hydrant.
Huh?
I mean, they don't wash them to fireman hose. The hose I'm talking about is a higher hose. I mean, a beer heat. You said that... What was that?
That was the window shade.
Oh, does it itself. Sensitive to loud noises. You were saying, Latrivia?
skip it. If you're all through here, Miss Cartwright, may I offer you a lift back to City Hall?
I still have a few questions to ask Mr. McGee, Your Honor. He seems to have an amazing amount of valuable property.
You said it. You might say in your article that Mr. McGee has objects of art and heirlooms worth easy $500,000.
$500,000. More tea with lemon, please.
Did you say $500,000, McGee?
Rough estimate, of course.
As the floor walker said when he saw the shoplifter hide the frying pan under her coat, that figure's a trifle exaggerated.
Just a minute, please. Mr. McGee, several times you referred to some article I seem to be writing.
Yeah, like the one you done on Old Man McDonald of the Third National.
For the Wistful Vista Gazette.
Yeah, my story will make him look like a ragged hermit, sis. When he reads about the expensive stuff I got around here,
Are you under the impression that Miss Cartwright is a newspaper woman, McGee?
Aren't you, Miss Cartwright?
Why, no, Mrs. McGee. I'm the tax assessor.
What? The tax assessor.
Look out, he's going to blow up.
It probably isn't enough that your car just runs. You'd like to have it look clean and brightly polished any time you step into it. Am I right? Well, here's how you can fix that. Just pick up a package of Johnson's Car New from your dealer. Give it to your husband or one of the boys in your family. From then on, I'll wager you'll always have a car that's clean and bright. You see, men like to use Johnson's Car New because it's so easy. It's a liquid that both cleans and polishes in one application. You simply apply Car New, rubbing just enough to loosen dirt and grime. In a few minutes, Car New dries to a white powder. And when you wipe this powder off, your car looks really beautiful. All the dirt and dullness disappears, and the finish shines and sparkles like a new car. Believe me, there just isn't any other car polish that does such a wonderful polishing job with so little effort. Use Car New a couple of times a year, and road grime will never kill the luster of your finish. Remember to ask for Johnson's Car New, spelled C-A-R-N-U.
So you had a little talk with the mayor, did you, dearie? What happened?
Now, he straightened it out with the assessor.
Ah.
And he told her I was a silly old braggart and a four-flusher and the biggest flyer in Wistful Vista. There's a real friend, that's a good one.
Uh-huh.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Paula Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Bill Leslie. Music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Tell me, have you tried Johnson's Cream Wax on your furniture? Yes, I said Cream Wax. It's the very newest Johnson's Wax product, and believe me, it's something very special. Let me tell you about Cream Wax. In the first place, it has astonishing cleaning power. Rub a little Johnson's Cream Wax on a tabletop or some smudgy white woodwork, and you'll be amazed how quickly and easily the dirt comes off. That's because this creamy white liquid contains several cleansing ingredients. But that's only one of the nice things about Cream Wax. It also contains genuine wax. So it quickly polishes up to a bright, sparkling wax luster. This Cream Wax finish is hard and satiny smooth. It lasts and lasts. Needs repolishing only occasionally. It won't get dull and smeary as ordinary oil polishes do. And the Cream Wax finish is dry. Dust and dirt can't stick to it. So dusting is really easy. Why not try it? Johnson's Cream Wax is perfect for cleaning and wax polishing all your furniture, light woodwork, and your light kitchen equipment. Leaving a restless man like Mr. McGee alone in a house is like turning a child loose in a fireworks factory with a box of matches.
That's why Mrs. McGee is hurrying home from a shopping trip with her arms full of bundles and her heart full of apprehension as we join Fibber McGee and Molly.
Oh, I suppose it's silly worrying like this. He doesn't have to get into trouble every time I leave. But he always does. The last time I left him alone. Oh, McGee, dearie. I'm home. McGee, where are you? McGee?
Is that you, Molly? Come on out in the kitchen. I got a surprise for you.
Oh, no, not again. Heavenly days, my kitchen. What happened? Did the stove blow up?
What do you mean, did the stove blow up? Can a man do a little cooking without a lot of nasty comment?
Well, I hate to seem critical, dearie, but I haven't seen so many disgraceful-looking pots since the fat man's race at the Elks picnic. What are you making?
Shrimps McGee.
I beg your pardon?
Shrimps McGee. It's an old family recipe I found in the attic. My grandmother brung it east in a covered wagon in 1849.
The covered wagons went west, sweetheart.
Not with Grandma, they didn't. That old gal wasn't going to ride 2,000 miles with the sun in her eyes.
Ah, touche.
Huh?
I said touche.
Oh.
That's a French word meaning pull your dagger out of my biceps. I'm bowling tonight.
Well, let me see now. I better check this recipe again. Let's see now. Let's see. Hey, is there a spring house around here anyplace?
A what?
A spring house. The recipe says run down to the spring house and fetch a crock of butter and have Miller grind 5 ears of corn.
Well, I can't do it right away, Ted. I have to oil my spinning wheel. And then go shoot some squirrels for dinner. Look, would I be prying into the family secret, sweetheart, if I asked what this mess is boiling on the stove?
This mess? Why, that's the sauce. It's the sauce that's the main thing with Shrimps McGee.
Yeah?
Betcha, in 15 minutes, I add 2 tablespoons full of sorghum molasses, 5 drops of vinegar, a twist of an orange peel, and a pint of horseradish.
A what of horseradish?
A pint. It says right here that... Oh, it says a pinch of horseradish.
No.
Grandma's handwriting is a little wriggly. This is the trickiest recipe.
Now, fetch out of the Waldorf. I'll pretend I don't know you. Come in.
McGee?
Oh, we're out in the kitchen, Latriv.
Oh. Hello there. I was just going... Good heavens, what are you doing? Moving?
No, we're not moving.
It's a logical question, however, sweetheart. You've got dishes out that I'd forgotten we had.
I'm making Shrimps McGee, Latriv. Old family recipe. My grandmother was notorious for it.
I'll bet she was. Was she terribly lonesome, McGee, after the family ran away?
They didn't run away, Mr. Mayor. They were carried away.
Okay. Scoff if you want to deride. But by George, when you fling a lip over this... Uh-oh. Time to put in the potatoes. Hand me that bowl over there, Latriv.
Oh, yeah, here you are. Did you say potatoes?
That's what I says, potatoes.
What's the idea of cutting them into cubes and putting all those black spots on them?
Well, the recipe says dice 7 to 11 potatoes. Now stand back. I don't want to splash anybody. There we are. Well, I don't have to add the rhubarb and the coconuts for 12 minutes yet.
Did your grandmother live to a ripe old age, McGee?
103. Broke her neck breaking a Mustang in Wyoming.
Well, if Metro Goldwyn Mayer has any trouble with Mickey Rooney, McGee, they can send for you.
What do you mean?
You're from a Hardy family yourself.
Ah, that's cute. Well, if you're through with the egg beater, dearie, I'll wash it and put it away.
No, don't do that. I haven't whipped the sauerkraut juice yet.
Sauerkraut juice. I never... You know, that sauce actually smells delicious.
Well, Natch. Well, look, I got a few minutes here before I have to add any more ingredients, Latriv. So let's chat.
I'd love to, McGee. But I've got to get back to the city hall.
Yeah?
I've just gotten a report that Russia has recalled her consul for talking too much.
Talking too much? What'd he say?
Said yes. Good day.
My goodness, if there's one thing I don't understand, it's international politics.
Now, me either. Give me something simple like one of Grandma's recipes. Hey, hand me my razor there, will you, on the sink?
What's the razor for?
Well, the recipe says shave 3 carrots, and I got them all lathered up here ready to go.
Hey there, Johnny! Hey, daughter!
Oh, it's the old-timer, McGee.
Anybody home?
Not a soul, old-timer. We went out.
Oh, well, in that case, I'll come back later.
Well, for goodness sakes, McGee, he left.
Oh, my God, you should have known I was only kidding. Boy, oh, boy. Just get a whiff of that stuff, will you, Molly? Don't it smell good? I haven't hardly got it started yet, and it already seems to me...
Hello there, Johnny. Hello, daughter.
Oh, hi, old-timer. Come on in.
Yes, do, Mr. Old-timer. We thought you'd gone.
Nope, I was here a while ago, but you were out, so what's cooking, Johnny? On the front burner.
Well, himself here is making shrimps McGee, Mr. Old-timer. It's a recipe that's been handed down through his family for years. And personally, I'd hand it right back.
We had something like that in our family, daughter.
Yeah?
It was handed down from father to son, son to grandson, grandson to nephew, and nephew to me. None of us ever cared much for it, though.
You didn't, eh? What was it?
Whooping cough.
Well, McGee's pretty hard to please like that, too, Mr. Old-timer. I've seen him refuse to eat curried chicken because the curry comb had a broken tooth.
That's pretty good, daughter, but that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says to t'other feller, he says, see, one of them Eastern hotels has got a device now that makes the bed, sweeps the floor, and airs out the room all at the same time. Says so, says t'other feller. What is it? A vacuum cleaner gadget? No, says the first feller. 3 chambermaids. Well, I just dropped in to tell a joke. That was it. So long, kid.
Billy Mills, the orchestra, and my Adobe Hacienda.
You finish your grandmother's recipe, dearie.
Yeah?
My kitchen looks like an explosion in a dining car.
Well, shrimps McGee is a complicated concoction, Tootsie. The only dish I know of that takes more time is acorns bordelaise.
Acorns bordelaise? What's that?
That's a delicacy that really takes time.
Why?
Well, you soak an acorn in salt water and peanut oil for 5 weeks, then plant it in rich topsoil.
Yes?
When the oak tree is shoulder high, you rub the bark every 2 years with nutmeg and throw away the first 6 crops of acorns. The 7th crop you store 8 months in a dry room in a white muslin bag.
And then?
Then you throw away the acorns, make a chef's cap out of the muslin bag, and fry yourself a manhole cover, which by that time will taste like a crepe Suzette. And you know what? Oh, I forgot to order the shrimps. Hand me the phone.
Here.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me Jimmy Sales Market at 41150. Is that you, Mert? I haven't heard your voice for a long time, Mert. Where you been? Oh, working in the laundry while the union arbitrated, eh?
Very intelligent of her, too.
Yeah. Says she wanted to iron while the strike was hot. Hey, Mert, give me the market, will you? I forgot to order some shrimps tonight, huh? I says I forgot to order some... Oh, I did? Oh, thanks a lot, Mert. She says I called up and ordered them 3 hours ago.
Well, maybe we can deduct our phone bill as secretarial service.
Yeah.
You know something, dearie? It doesn't make any sense, but that sauce you're making smells simply marvelous.
Well, it should. I'm putting everything I have into it. Say, you know what?
Yeah?
I'm going to have so much of this stuff I should have asked Latriv to stay for dinner. I never thought of it.
Well, you go ahead and cook. I'll give him a ring at the city hall.
Oh, my gosh, look what I did. This pan came apart.
Well, that pan's supposed to come apart, dearie. That's a double boiler.
Isn't that wonderful? That's what the recipe says to use. Imagine my grandmother knowing about a thing like that. People always claim she could look into the future. I remember one time when...
Somebody's at the kitchen door, McGee.
Maybe the delivery boy with the shrimp.
Could be. Come in.
Good afternoon. I'm Mr. Wilcox, representing the Johnson Wax people of Racine, Wisconsin. I noticed that your car in the driveway is... Oh, it's you!
Who'd you expect to find in our kitchen, Junior? Al Jolson with his songs of yesterday and his bank account of tomorrow?
We live here, Mr. Wilcox, remember?
Oh, sure, but I usually come in the front door. Coming around the backyard like this over fences, I was a little confused.
Over fences?
A dog was chasing me.
Whose dog?
I don't know. Big brown one with red eyes and 3,000 teeth. I think it was an Afghan.
Well, it couldn't have been so vicious then, Mr. Wilcox. You know, my Aunt Sarah's crocheted several of them, and all they do is lie across the foot of the bed.
An Afghan is also a dog, Molly. That'd be old Will Conley's dog down the street, Junior. Very gentle animal until it takes a dislike to somebody, and he hasn't found anybody he likes yet.
Why was he after you, Mr. Wilcox?
Well, he thought I was trying to steal Mr. Conley's car, I guess.
Were you?
No, I was just polishing it up for him with car new.
Did old Conley ask you to polish his car, Junior?
Well, no, he didn't. Mrs. Conley did. She told me to show him how simple it was with car new because he was so lazy he wouldn't do anything unless it was easy. He was watching me out the window.
Yes, and then?
Well, I started applying car new, rubbing just hard enough to loosen the grime, and then let it dry to a white powder, you see.
Well, as long as you're wound up, schoolboy, finish the pit.
Well, that's really all there is to polishing a car with car new. After it dries, you just wipe it off. Cleans and polishes in one easy application. That's why it's the most popular car polish on the market. With car new, you get more pride with less perspiration. You see?
What's the matter, Waxy?
What do I smell? What's cooking? It's wonderful.
Why, it's the sauce McGee is cooking, Mr. Wilcox. He's making shrimps McGee for dinner.
Yeah. Makes your taste buds burst into bloom, don't it, Bud? You like shrimps? Stay and have dinner with us.
Can you, Mr. Wilcox?
Can I? Why, kids, you saved my life. My wife isn't cooking dinner for me tonight anyhow.
She isn't. Why not?
Why should she? I'm eating with you. Well, call me when the shrimps are ready. I'll be in the living room reading your book.
You know, this might turn out to be quite a party, dearie.
Well, we got plenty of stuff. See if you can get Doc Gamble and Winkle to come over, too.
All right, I will. And, dearie, when you fill all the pots and pans in the kitchen, there are 2 laundry tubs in the basement and a sprinkling can in the garage. Let me know if there's anything I can do for you.
Okay, Snooky. There goes the good kid. She thinks I'm making half of this recipe up as I go along. But she's so wrong. I'm making it all. If my grandmother ever had it... Come in.
Hi, Mr. Wilcox. Where's Mr. McGee?
He's out in the kitchen, Teeny.
Oh, thank you. Hi, Mr. McGee.
Oh, hello there, Teeny. Now, don't get in my way now, because I'm very busy.
Sure looks like it, I bet you. What you cooking, Mr.
Special recipe, sis. Shrimps McGee. Been in the family for 100 years.
Oh, and they're still good?
The recipe, sis, not the shrimps. Now, look, I'm a very busy man. Was there anything you wanted?
Sure.
Okay, let's have it.
I got a little problem in arithmetic, mister.
Yeah, eh?
Yes,
I says you have, eh?
You have what?
A little problem in arithmetic.
Oh.
You?
Me?
Yes.
I know it. Look, mister, how much is a scab? How much is it?
What's this?
No, not a what's this. A scab. Willie Troop says his uncle has scabs of money, and I can't argue with him because I don't know how much is a scab, I bet you.
Well, that's a very simple problem, sis. That's the craniform system of tabulation.
Well,
Well, you see, Teeny, the metrical system is based on units of 10, like tens, hundreds, thousands, millions, etc.
Sure. We got that in school, I bet you.
Certainly. Now then, the craniform system is based on units of several. See? You know what a oodle is.
No. No. But everybody says my dog has oodles of fleas.
Exactly. There are several scads in a oodle, plenty of oodles to a gob, lots of gobs to a heap, and batches of heaps to a load, and multifarious loads to a galore. Understand?
Well, no.
Well, let's put it this way. Suppose you had several oodles of peanuts. Somebody gives you a heap more. How many scads would you have?
Loads, I bet you.
Loads of scads or lots of gobs or a batch of heaps? And if you had heaps of loads, what would you have?
Peanuts galore.
That's wonderful. I never knew anybody to pick up the craniform system that fast before in all my life.
Oh, boy. Can I ever argue with Willie Toops now? Wait a minute now. How many is a galore again?
Well, don't worry about that, sis. That's such a big figure, you'll hardly ever use it. Galores are used in astronomy to count the stars with.
Oh, now I know.
You know what?
That's why they call the American flag Old Glory. Sure, because it's got so many stars. Oh, thanks ever so much, mister. Thanks, just scared.
You're welcome a heap, sis.
Goodbye, mister.
King's Band and the Possum Song.
Way down south of the Mason-Dixon, there's a man who's really fixin' to match those taters in his bin with possum meat. He's aiming his gun way up there in 6 tall, slim, slick sycamore sapling. Possum up a tree, somewhere up in one of them sapling. Possum laughing at me. Hound dog baying, nobody's saying. Possum on a limb, he done hid in one of them sapling. I'll get even with him. Get going, Pete, gotta run with my gun. Beat it over yonder to the hollow. Moon is shining bright on the treetops tonight. Possum ain't far, barnyard bar. 6 tall, slim, slick sycamore sapling. Possum on the loose. He's been stealing all of my chickens. Now I'll cook his goose.
Look at here now.
Possum knows he's in a jam. He go good with candy jam. Aim that rifle to the left, a trifle. Wham!
I got it. No, you didn't.
Never shot
Can't
him.
you see? Howdy, be.
Still up in that tree. Get it going, Pete. Gonna run with the gun. Take another beat on the critter. Moon is shining bright on the treetops tonight. Possum ain't far.
Why, there we are, bar.
Wow.
Far way up in them 6 tall SS sycamore sapling. Possum, show your skin. He's been stealing all of my chickens. To shoot him ain't no sin.
Moonlight shining in my eyes.
Miss that possum and I'll die. Doggone moonlight, doggone eyesight. Oh, I missed that possum, I missed that possum, I missed that possum again. That's right, the damn man.
Oh, I had a goat that ate 10 cans and then would eat the lids. He didn't care for people much, but loves his wife and kids. Oh, the monkey and the cocoa. Hey, Molly, is everybody here?
Everybody but Mr. Wimple, dearie. Mayor Trivia and Harlow are in the other room, and Dr. Gamma just arrived.
Yes, and say, if this concoction of yours is as good as it smells, McGee, you can sign me up as a regular boarder.
Does smell good, doesn't it, Doctor?
It certainly does. I can hardly... What are you doing now, Prudence?
I'm adding the final touch to this recipe, Nosy. It says squeeze 2 lemons, and I'm squeezing them.
But you didn't cut them in 2, dearie.
Didn't say anything about cutting them in 2. Just said to squeeze them. When I follow a recipe, I follow.
You may be following it, but you'll never catch up with it. By the way, my dear, what's the name of this dish the little twitch puss is whipping up? Shrimps Creole?
No, Doctor, Shrimps McGee.
I used to make shrimps Creole, Doc, but you can't get the real imported Creoles anymore. All domestic stuff. The war, you know.
Oh, yes, I know. I was going to make some lioness potatoes the other night, but lions have gone up, so I couldn't afford it. Well, let Let me know when you're ready for the customers. I'll be in the living room entertaining your other guests with my homespun humor.
Okay, boys.
Have the shrimps arrived yet, dearie?
No, but I checked with the market and the boys are on the way. It only takes 20 minutes to cook the shrimps in this sauce. Oh, hi, Wimp. Finally got here, eh?
Hello, Mr. Wimple.
Hello, folks.
I'll have this stuff ready as soon as the shrimps get here, Wimp. Just tighten your belt and loosen your teeth and stand by.
It certainly smells delicious, Mr. McGee.
It's an old family recipe, Wimp. Hey, hand me that clothespin, will you? Thanks.
Now, McGee, you're not going to put that clothespin in the sauce.
Oh, I'm going to put it on my nose. I got to chop an onion.
Better way to do it is underwater, Mr. McGee.
I know, but I can't hold my breath that long, Wimp.
You don't have to get into the pan with the onion, dearie, just your hands.
Huh? Oh, yeah, in the pan. Hey, that's a great idea. You must be a cook yourself, huh?
Well, yes, in a way, Mr. McGee. I do a lot of cooking on camping trips when I go out in the woods with my bird book.
Your what, Mr. Wimple?
My bird book. Do you know I saw a scarlet-tailed Pennsylvania swallow yesterday?
No.
You didn't.
Yes, I did. Did you ever hear a swallow sing?
No, how does it go, man?
It goes, dove, 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 like that. Oh, we have some really odd-feathered friends around here, folks. Like the ass-cap bird.
The ass-cap bird?
Yes, that perches on a telephone wire and sings, hit parade, hit parade, hit parade.
I think you just made that up, Mr. Wimple.
Maybe I did.
By the way, does Sweetie Face ever go on camping trips with you?
My big old wife.
Yes, her.
No, Sweetie Face doesn't like camping out anymore. Not since we went into Alaska and she got scolded by a game warden.
Why? What was she doing, Wimp?
Frightening the grizzly bears. And then she had a rather painful experience with some big game up there.
You mean she was followed by a mountain lion or something, Mr. Wimple?
No, she caught a bad cold one day when her canoe sank, and every time she blew her nose, a moose mistook it for a mating call.
Heavenly days. Well, how did her canoe happen to sink? Strike a snag or something?
No, somebody had deliberately punched a little hole in the bottom of it.
Well, how do you know somebody did it deliberately?
Oh, I know all right. Well, I'm afraid I'm a little in the way here. I'll go join the other fellows. Besides, I think I saw some stuffed dates on coffee.
You know, McGee, I used to feel sorry for Mr. Wimple, but I'm beginning to wonder.
Me too. When it comes to Sweetie Face, he has more dirty tricks than a bridge game in a coal mine. Hey, those shrimps ought to be here any minute.
How many did you order, sweetheart?
Oh, plenty. A whole pound.
A pound? Why, good heavens, McGee, that would barely be enough for you and me, to say nothing of all those hungry men.
What? Don't they swell up? Like bees?
No.
Oh, my gosh. Are you sure?
No.
Oh, it's too late to get any more. The market's closed by now, and I'm...
Come in.
I'll take it, son. Much obliged.
What are you going to do, McGee? You've got enough sauce there for 7,000 shrimp and enough shrimps for 3 ounces of sauce.
Don't worry, kiddo. I got out of worse jams than this. I remember one time... Well, I'll be... Why, these aren't shrimps. These are sardines. I told that market distinctly to send me shrimps, and look at this. Sardines.
Sardines?
What was that, sardines?
Sardines in that beautiful sauce. Sardines. That reminds me, I have a very important council meeting at Tuesday.
Sardines, my goodness, come to think of it, Sweetie Face doesn't know where I am. I'd better be going home and get out.
Mr. Wimple.
I'd love to stay myself, but I just got word from the hospital. Serious case, compound resumption of interior delostrum. I'll be back if I can make it. Thanks anyway.
But, Doctor,
Hey, Doc hasn't got his car here. I better drive him. Hey, Doc, wait a minute. I'll take you to the hospital.
Oh. Well, what do we do now, dearie?
Well, that's simple. We sit down and have ourselves a nice platter of shrimps McGee.
With those sardines?
I'm no fool, kiddo. These aren't sardines. These are shrimp. And you were right. There's just enough for the two of us. What would Madame like for an appetizer?
Isn't it strange how long it took most of us to realize the beauty of a fine wood surface? Why, only yesterday it was the style to have tablecloths over the dining room table, runners and doilies on the buffet, and needlepoint or old shawls over occasional tables and the piano. But how refreshing it is now to walk into a home where the tabletops and other wood surfaces are richly polished, with Johnson's wax, of course, to make beautiful settings for old china, candlesticks, and flowers. Look around your living room and see if you've made the most of your tabletops and other wood surfaces. You'll be amazed what a coat of Johnson's wax will do for them. Johnson's wax makes the finish glow and sparkle, and the grain of the wood shows up so clear and lovely. Johnson's wax floors have a smooth, mellow luster. They're protected against dirt, wear, and moisture. Chair arms, radios, Venetian blinds, leather goods gleam with wax protection, and they're so easy to keep shining clean. Believe me, the magic touch of Johnson's wax will do wonders for the beauty of every wood surface in your home. Try it, won't you? Johnson's wax, paste, liquid, or cream.
Yeah, that's the last of it, kiddo. Not bad, eh?
Best shrimp I ever ate.
Yeah.
I'd like to propose a toast, dearie.
Whom to?
To your grandmother.
Oh.
May she rest in peace and in the knowledge that the McGee tradition of culinary perfection is being carried on.
Thank you. May I ask one question?
Pray do.
Where do we keep the bicarbonate of soda?
I have it right here.
Oh, good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. Music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. In many magazines this month, you'll see another of those beautiful full-page color advertisements for Johnson's Glow Coat. You know the ones I mean. They show linoleum floors that are half dull and half shiny. Well, these photographs are our way of showing you what a wonderfully bright shine you can expect when you use Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. Glow Coat's easy to use. You simply apply it and let it dry. But that Glow Coat shines. Without rubbing or bubbling, Johnson's Glow Coat dries to a bright wax polish that makes linoleum and other floors look really beautiful. And Glow Coat is such a work saver. Dusting is easy, and still things wipe up from a shining, glow-coated floor with just a damp cloth. Linoleum keeps new looking years longer, too. Why not get some Johnson self-polishing Glow Coat the very next time you shop? Now, after we hear Fibber McGee and Molly, I'm going to announce a very special offer, so be sure to listen. When you come across one of those how much do you know quizzes in a magazine, there are three ways you can play it. One, the smart way, skip past and pretend you didn't see it. Two, the snide way, turn right to the answers. And three, the honest way, get a pencil, sit down, and make a bum of the editors. Like Mrs. McGee. Of Fibber McGee and Molly.
Number 7. What kind of fur is used to make felt?
Yeah, that's a trick question, kiddo. Don't let them fool you. Felt is made out of old hats. They grind them up.
I think it's rabbit fur. I'll put that down, rabbit fur.
Yeah, well, don't say I didn't warn you, Snooky.
Question 8. What is the chemical formula for water?
If they mean our city water, that's easy. 1 part mud, 3 part bubbles, and enough chlorine to calcimine Paul Whiteman.
Water is hydrogen, 2 parts oxygen. H2O.
That's part right. Bubbles is oxygen.
Question 9. What was Woodrow Wilson's first name?
Skip that one. It's too easy. Woodrow.
It was Thomas. Thomas Woodrow Wilson.
Oh, Tom. Yeah, sure.
And the last question, where does quinine come from?
The drugstore.
I think it's the bark of the cinchona tree. Let me see now. Answers on page 83. Here we are. Heavenly days, 100%. I answered them all right, dearie.
Oh, those questions were very simple, of course. You know what I did in this very room last Monday night?
Yes, you upset your root beer all over the floor.
I listened to Dr. IQ, and if I'd have been in his theater audience that night, I'd have won 23 boxes of Snickers.
That's what they give the losers, dearie.
You're not a loser if you win something. By George, one of these days I'll get on information, please, too. Then just wait till they ask me to finish that poem about the boy stood on the burning deck.
Can you finish it?
I'll say I can. The boy stood on the burning deck whence all but him had flew. 'Twas a cattle boat, and he set it afire 'cause he wanted to barbecue. You have to ask me anything about Shakespeare, I'll say...
Come in. Oh, it's mere lip trivia. Do come in, Your Honor.
Good day, Molly. Hello, McGee.
Hi, Politico. Don't tell us you come straight from the city hall, because nobody ever did.
That's one man's opinion, and I'll take it for what it's worth, which is practically nothing. Did you vote in the recent municipal elections, McGee?
He did not, Mr.
Well, I was too busy, Miss Viv. The hinge broke on my fishing tackle box, and I was all over town trying to find a welder.
I see. You're the type of citizen who'd rather cast aspersions than vote. But you can't dampen my spirits today. I just came from federal court where I had a very happy experience.
Acquitted, were you?
What were you up for, Latriz? Drawing P38 from 3-cent stamps and using them for airmail?
I wasn't up for anything. I was in court as a character witness in some citizenship proceedings. I never saw a happier group of people.
Oh, it must mean a lot to them to be citizens.
Good. It means a lot to me to be a citizen, too.
Can you prove you are a citizen, McGee?
I don't have to prove it. I was born in the United States.
May I see your birth certificate?
He hasn't any, Mr. Mayor. It was destroyed when the courthouse burned down in 1916.
Really? Well, don't come to me for help when they start deportation proceedings, McGee.
Deportation proceedings? I'm a United States citizen. They can't deportate me. Can they?
How about you, Molly? Have you anything to prove your citizenship?
Oh, yes, I have a passport. I was going to Europe once, but I found out how much it would cost, and I didn't go.
Well, the passport is proof enough. You're in the clear.
Hey, now, wait a minute. You mean the government can send me away simply because I got no papers to prove that I... You're kidding, aren't you, Latrice? He's kidding, isn't he, Molly?
For goodness sake, dearie, stop worrying. What if they do send you away? You can always come in again on the quota.
On the quota?
I'll meet you at Ellis Island with some sandwiches.
Gee whiz, Oh, this is all a joke. Isn't it?
It wasn't a joke to the people who got their papers this morning, McGee. They really studied to pass that examination.
I'll study. I'll study like everything. I'll run down there some morning and pass the test just to be safe. How about it, Miss Viv? You know the judge. Pass the word that I'm just doing it for fun, see? You'll go along with the gag and I'll have my papers.
I'll see what I can do. You'll be in Judge Krieger's court this afternoon at 5, McGee. I'll put in a word for you. Good day.
Well?
Is this on the level, kiddo? My gosh, if I flunk the test, what if they... Hey, wait a minute. How can they deport me? Where'll they deport me to?
That's a good question.
If I ain't a citizen, then I ain't from any place.
Well, in that case, dearie, I believe they just haul you around on a ship all the time.
Oh, boy, that's for me. Travel and see the world. Maybe we can get them to deport you with me, and we can just cruise till the cows come.
Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
I just thought of something. I can't let them deport me now. I got a cabin reserved at Dugan's Lake for 2 weeks in August.
Oh, dear.
I'll take the test. I'll go down to the library and get some books right now. I'll study. I'll be smartest immigrant they ever saw. I will. Don't go
Billy Mills and the orchestra and the Russian Rag.
better put down those books a while and rest your eyes, dear. You can't learn everything all at once, you know.
Well, maybe not, but I darn near have. If anything has happened in the United States in 1776 that I don't know about, they done it behind my back.
What kind of questions do you think the judge will ask you?
Oh, for instance, like who's the president of the United States, who's the vice president, who's the
Oh,
secretary?
wait a minute now. Hold it. Who is the vice president?
Now, let's come back to that later. Ask me something else.
Very well. What qualifications must a man have to become president of the U.S.?
Well, he's got to be over 21, native born, and not look too foolish when they take his picture holding the fly rod with a paper mache trout on it. Even if he don't know a crappie from a guppy, he's supposed to.
Come in. Oh, it's Mr. Wimple. Come in, Mr. Wimple.
Hello, folks.
Hi, Wimp, old man. If you can't find a vacant chair, sit on a pile of books. Give you a literary background.
My goodness, I never saw so many books. Are you taking a correspondence course in something, Mr. McGee?
No, he's studying up on American government, Mr. Wimple.
Going to take up citizenship papers, Wimp.
But that takes 2 years, Mr. McGee.
That's a lot of ma-ha-ha, Wimp. That 2-year stuff may be okay for immigrants, but not for a guy like me that knows a few answers. I got influence. I know the right people. I can pull more wires than a cut-rate piano tuner. I got drag.
My goodness. You talk like an American citizen already, Mr. McGee.
I am a citizen, Wimp, but I got no way to prove it, you see, so I'm going to play it safe. Pass the test for citizenship, take the oath of malfeasance, and get my papers. Been studying for it, too. Ask me something.
Go on, Mr. Wimple. Ask him something.
Anything?
Anything. Just ask me a question.
All right. May I have a drink of water?
Certainly, Mr. Wimple, but he needs a question about American history or government.
Yes.
Oh, all right. What public body is known as the 9 Old Men?
Oh, that's a cinch. The Chicago White Sox.
No, dearie, it's the United States Supreme Court.
Oh, yeah. Well, try me again, Wimp.
I'm afraid I haven't time for any more, Mr. McGee. I have to go home and finish some poems. I'm trying to make enough money to buy Sweetie Face a new fur coat.
Sweetie Face, you mean...
Yes, my big old wife. I'm writing some poems that resort hotels can pin up this summer.
Oh, you got any with you, Wimp?
Yes, I have. One of them is for a hotel bedroom wall. It goes, our guests are requested not to parade through the lobbies in scanty attire. New guests are quite frequently frightened away because it looks like the joint is on fire.
That's very good, Mr. Wimple.
Great, Wimp, great. You got one for the guy that's always tipping the canoe?
Yes, that's my best one, Mrs. McGee. They'll turn that one up in the boathouse.
Oh.
It goes, a muscular girl named Miss Hubble gave a boat-rocking joker some trouble. As she held his head under, he realized his blunder and sent up his regret in a bubble. Well, I've got to get back home, folks. Goodbye.
So long. Well, back to work. Now, let me see. Where was it? Oh, yeah. You know anything about the Bill of Rights, Molly?
Yes, don't worry about it, though, dearie. I told him we'd pay it by Thursday.
Who?
Mr. Rice, the hardware man, he sent us a bill.
No. I mean the first 10 amendments to the Constitution, the Bill of Rights. You see, the first 10 amendments were the...
Hello, Molly. Hello, Fibber. Hey, if you're going bowling tonight, Oh, you're reading, pal?
He's going to take out papers, Mr. Wilcox. He wants to be an American citizen.
Hell, you never told me. Are you really a foreigner?
Did you swallow that stuff about the good old days in Peoria, Junior? Why, that's camouflage. I was smuggled into this country from a tramp steamer in 1913. Come ashore one foggy night just north of San Pedro, California. 4 other Chinese fellows and myself.
4 other Chinese? You mean you're a...
Yes. I'm Chinese, Junior. Used to be a coolie on a melon plantation outside of Shanghai.
Come to me, my melon coolie baby.
But gee whiz, pal. Look, your face. You don't.
Plastic surgery, Junior. I often long for those mysterious Oriental nights, with the Samsons strumming their mandarins outside of old Fuyan, and the golden-throated Bohao Doi singing in the branches of the chow mein tree. And those sing-song girls serving my oolong in fragile little gin rickshaws as the Wang Fu rises over the snow-capped sandbank. Someday, but no. Now I become Delegate Millican citizen.
Look, pal, you told me once that in 1913 you had a vaudeville act in Chicago.
Sure. Did I tell you what theater?
No.
The Oriental. Right, dearie?
Right, my lotus blossom. Long Tack Sam, I was known as in them days.
Oh, now cut it out. I don't believe a word of this stuff, pal. You're about as oriental as bubblegum. What goes on here?
I haven't got a birth certificate, Junior. Want to be able to prove I'm a citizen. I'm getting ready to take the examination right now. Ask me a question. Go on. Anything about our history, our government.
Okay. Who is Pennsylvania named after?
Fred Waring in his Pennsylvania.
He's going to be on for Johnson's Wax again this summer, too. Isn't that a coincidence?
Yes, isn't it? Hey, by the way, I don't think I have a birth certificate either. The courthouse in Omaha burned down when I was just a little tight. I even remember the day.
No kidding.
Just like it was yesterday. I was sitting on the kitchen floor playing soldier.
You play soldier sitting down?
I was an officer.
Oh.
Anyway, I remember the kid next door running past hollering, "Courthouse is on fire! Courthouse is on fire!"
And I'll bet you trampled down 3 regiments getting out the door.
No, I just sat there. You see, my mother had just glow-coated the kitchen linoleum before she went shopping. And the glistening beauty of it had me spellbound. Couldn't take my eyes off it.
Yes, but if the courthouse burned down with your birth certificate...
Well, sir, for minute after minute, I sat staring at that glittering linoleum, admiring the bright colors intensified by the shining surface. 3 fire engines went by. I thought of my mother pouring out that glow coat, spreading it around with the long-handled plier. A hook and ladder tore past. I didn't move.
Dull, child, weren't you?
I remember how happy my mother was when she spread that Johnson's glow coat around and waited for it to dry, with no rubbing and no buffing. And how delighted she was when in 20 minutes or less it dried to a gorgeous, protective, shimmering surface. And I remember her telling me how easy it was to wipe things up with a damp cloth.
Waxy.
Yes.
You through?
Yes.
You through, huh?
Yes.
Well, then pick up your damp cloth and go on home.
Okay, alien.
Now, I guess I better finish my studies and get down to that federal building.
Well, you get with it, dearie. I've got to go upstairs and make the bed. Let me know now when you're ready to go.
Okay, baby. Ah, there goes a good kid. She deserves to have a well-informed, educated man for a husband. For the time being, I'll have to do. Now, let me see. Come in. Oh, hello there, Teeny. No, I can't stop to dilly-dally right now, sis. This is a crucial day in my life.
Well, I was just...
I'm taking my citizenship test today, Teeny. Get my papers. That's why I got all these history books to study.
It sure is a lot of books, I bet.
I'll say.
I never saw them.
I says I'll say.
Say what?
That's quite a pile of books.
That's what I said.
I know you did.
Okay.
Thanks. Do you know much about American history, sis? Personally, I never realized how fascinating it was.
Oh, I had quite a lot of it in school, mister. Like Captain John Smith and Pocahontas and...
Pocahontas, sis.
Yes, Captain John Smith and Pocahontas and Daniel Boone and the battle between the Monitor and that quartet.
Whoa. The Monitor and what?
That quartet, the Merrimack.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the Monitor and the Merrimack. There was another one between George Washington and the King's Men.
Yes. And we had all about George Washington, and his men were so poor they didn't have any shoes, and they went barefooted in the snow at Rudy Valley.
Valley Forge. You know, Jeannie, I ran across an interesting bit of Americana just a few minutes ago. Did you ever hear of Francis Scott Key?
Oh, sure I have, I bet you. He wrote the Star-Spangled Banner.
Right, but not many people know this angle about it. You see, Francis Scott Key and his brother Charlie got captured by the British and were held on a British gunboat while they bombarded Fort McKinley, see?
Oh, boy, exciting, huh?
Well, sir, it was such a thrilling sight to Francis and Charlie to see the flag still flying the next morning that Charlie says to Francis, "Frank," he said, "I think I'll write a song about this." "Well, that's funny," says Francis. "I was just thinking the same thing. Let's both write a song." So they did.
You mean they collaborated, huh?
Yes. Nobody knows for sure, sis. One of them wrote the Star-Spangled Banner, but they'd never tell anybody which one of them did it. Charlie Key says Francis did it, and Francis Key says Charlie did it. Isn't that interesting?
Why?
Because to this very day, When people sing the Star-Spangled Banner, they're never quite sure of the key.
The King's Men sing.
Linda, Linda, Linda. When I go to sleep, I never count sheep. I count all the charms about Linda. And lately it seems in all of my dreams, I walk with my arms about Linda. But what good does it do me? For Linda doesn't know I exist. Can't help feeling gloomy. Think of all the love and I've missed. We pass on the street, my heart skips a beat. I say to myself, hello, Linda. If only she'd smile and stop for a while, and then I would get to know Linda. But miracles still happen, and when my lucky star begins to shine, with one lucky break I'll make Linda smile. We pass on the street, my heart skips a beat. I say to myself, hello, Linda. If only she'd smile and stop for a while, and then I would get to know Linda. But miracles still happen, and when my lucky star begins to shine, with one lucky break, I'll make Linda, Linda mine. Linda will be mine.
Say McGee is coming down here to your office this afternoon to take out naturalization papers, Judge?
That's right, Doctor. Mail of trivia says the man was born in Peoria, but that he insists on being naturalized, so I'm going along with the mayor's gag.
Well, a bookmaker told me years ago that the one race he couldn't dope out was the human. Neither can I. And I've looked at it from all sides, believe me.
Uh-oh, this must be my pigeon now. Do I look stern enough?
You look frightening. Pour it on him now, Judge. I'll duck out the back door. See you at the elk.
Right. Come in.
Good morning, Judge. Good afternoon.
How do you do?
I'm Fibber McGee, Your Honor. This is Mrs. McGee.
How do you do, I'm sure.
Mrs. McGee, have a chair, please. Mail of trivia told me all about your case, Mr. McGee. Now, you realize I'll have to ask you a few questions to test your knowledge of our country and our government.
Fire away, Judge. Ask me anything. I'm loaded.
Now, McGee, what's your language?
I suppose you've read the Declaration of Independence, of course.
Read it? You want to hear it? Okay. When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another,
just a
and
minute,
to
please.
assume among the powers of the earth... Oh, did you say something, Judge?
He knows it all, Your Honor, forwards and backwards.
Yeah, you want to hear it backwards? And another with them connected which have bands political together.
Never mind that, McGee. I see you know the Declaration. Now tell me, what kind of government does the United States have?
Well, now, that's a matter of opinion, Your Honor. Some people holler and scream about the government, but I think it's the finest...
No, McGee. Huh? He means, is it a monarchy or a democratic form of government, or...
Oh, excuse me, Your Honor. I didn't understand the question. It's a democratic form of government.
Yes, that's right.
At least it is now. It might be Republican government next time, but you never can tell how these elections will go.
All right, that answer is correct. Now, you know, of course, that George Washington was our first president.
Oh, he knows that, Your Honor. We got that in school.
Yeah.
I see. Well, you must have gone to very fine school. Now, but maybe you didn't know who the second president was, McGee.
You mean John Adams? I suppose I'm loaded with information, Judge. John's boy, John Quincy, was the sixth president. You know, he got married while he was overseas.
No, I didn't know.
Oh, sure. Married his wife in London in 1797. They had 3 boys and a girl.
Now, McGee.
Huh?
Judge Krieger isn't interested in that. My goodness.
No, just answer the question, Mr. McGee, if you please.
Gee whiz, aren't you going to ask me some tough ones, Your Honor? Like, where was the center of the meat packing industry in 1818? Cincinnati. Or where did the majority of Americans live in 1490? T.T.
That is very interesting, but
Why, certainly it is. The whole history of this country is interesting. You take from the time Tom Jefferson and Ben Franklin and the boys sat down and wrote the Declaration.
Oh, now, McGee, Judge Krieger doesn't want to hear all about that.
Why, Ma, you mean to say that a judge like Judge Krieger isn't interested in the history of our own country?
Well, of course I'm interested, but
Like I say, there wasn't much money in the country in those days, but there was a lot of heart. The strong hearts of 3 men and 3 women who stuck together and worked together and cleared a wilderness to build their homes and plant their fields. And the colonies grew. That little bunch of colonies has grown through wars and depressions, and good times and bad. And all the time it's grown and gathered strength and power till it's the greatest nation on earth today, the United States of America.
Why, McGee, that's beautiful.
My boy, that was a very interesting thing. You've told me things about this country I'd long ago forgotten. What a tremendous knowledge you have.
Nothing any red-blooded American boy should not know.
I've never had a man before me who was more deserving to be called an American citizen. I'll have your papers made out right away.
Oh, that's wonderful, Your Honor. McGee, you can stay.
That's well, Judge. By the way, that little accent of yours, Judge. Harvard man, are you?
No, I was born in Canada, McGee. Came down here in 1927 and liked it so well, I'd stay.
Isn't that nice?
Yeah, adopted the country, eh? When did you take out your papers, Judge?
Why, back in my papers. Great Scott, I completely forgot it.
Sit down, Judge. I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Now, here's good news. How would you like to have your own personal car initials? Well, listen to this. You've heard me sing the praises of Johnson's Car New, the famous car polish that cleans and polishes in one easy application. Now, if you'll discover for yourself how wonderful Car New is, we'll send you 2 sets of your own personal initials for your car. These car initials are really something. They're half an inch high, tastefully designed in striking gold color. You put 1 set of 3 initials on each side of your car, and believe me, they really look smart. They take only a jiffy to apply, too. And here's all you do to get these handsome decal car initials. First, buy some Johnson's Car New. Then send a sales slip or the name of the dealer from whom you bought your car new, together with a stamped, self-addressed envelope, to Fibber McGee and Molly, Racine, Wisconsin. If you live in Canada, address your request for initials to Fibber McGee and Molly, Brantford, Ontario. Print clearly which initials you want, any 3, and get your request in the mail right away. Plan to buy some Johnson's Car New and send in tomorrow. Car New is spelled C-A-R-N-U.
The judge said he was taking out his papers right away. Then what did he say, dearie?
He says I was an inspiration to him. Says I was the finest example of a real American citizen he had ever seen.
Ah, my hero.
Yep. I wonder if him or Latrivia would fix this dad-ratted jury summons that come in the mail.
What?
Oh, my gosh, I'm not going to sit around in a stale courtroom all day. That stuff's for the yokels. The immigrants. That's what that stuff's for.
Citizen.
Huh? Oh. Good night.
Good night.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
This is WMAQ, NBC in Chicago.
What is it?
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Bill Leslie. Music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Say, tell me, have you sent in for your personal car initials? The makers of Johnson's Wax want you to try the famous car polish, Johnson's Car New. So to listeners who buy Car New, they're sending 2 sets of personal car initials, tastefully designed in striking gold color, half an inch high. They give your car a smart personal touch, only take a minute to apply. Let me tell you how to get your 2 sets of personal car initials. 1 set of 3 initials for each side of your car. First, buy some Johnson's car new. Then send a sales slip or the name of the dealer from whom you bought your car new, together with a stamped, self-addressed envelope to Fibber McGee and Molly, Racine, Wisconsin. If you live in Canada, address your request for initials to Fibber McGee and Molly, Brantford, Ontario. Print clearly which initials you want, any 3, and get your request in the mail right away for your 2 sets of handsome gold-colored decal car initials. Get some Johnson's car new tomorrow, sure. Car new is spelled C-A-R-N-U. Now, I'll repeat the instructions. Buy some Johnson's car new. Send the sales slip or the name of the dealer from whom you bought the car new, together with a stamped, self-addressed envelope, to Fibber McGee and Molly, Racine, Wisconsin. June, as the song has it, is bursting out all over. The rich are varnishing their yachts, the poor are laughing at the coal dealer, and the great middle classes are planning picnics, like Fibber McGee and Molly.
Now, let me see. I have the sandwiches, the pickles, the cake, and the bananas. Did you put the root beer in the car, McGee?
3 big fat cases of it, kiddo. Nothing like a big mug full of root beer to wash down a sandwich. And speaking of a big mug full of root beer, is Doc Gamble coming on the picnic?
Well, I haven't been able to get in touch with him.
If he puts on any more weight, he won't be able to get in touch with himself. You leave word at his office?
I left invitations at his office, at the hospital, at his home, and at the county jail.
Well, they ought to... At the county jail?
Yes, I thought they might call him in on a consultation.
Huh?
Yeah, there's an epidemic down there, you know.
In the jail? What kind of an epidemic?
Hacksaws, I believe.
Hacksaws are tools, not a disease.
Oh, I guess I misunderstood. The paper just said that 5 prisoners had broken out with hacksaws.
Must have been a dumb bunch of guys. You could kick your way out of that hoosgow with moccasins on.
Badly constructed, is it?
Badly constructed. Anytime you can't stick your finger through a wall, it's because the sheriff is on the other side leaning against it.
I always wondered why...
That building is so damp, the deputies made $3,000 last year trapping lobsters in the basement. Why, hey, you putting some of those oatmeal cookies in?
Yes, dearie. Now, let me see. I have salt and pepper, knives and forks and spoons.
How about oyster forks?
Oyster forks at a picnic?
Well, how else are we going to get the pickles out of the bottle? Last year I sprained both forefingers and couldn't use my typewriter for 10 days.
Oh, well.
Never could use it, as a matter of fact. By George, I've managed.
Come in.
Hello there, daughter. Hello, Johnny. What are you doing?
Packing stuff for a picnic, old-timer.
Picnic, eh?
Yeah.
I used to be in great demand for picnics when I was a youngster kid.
Yeah?
Only fella in town could build a campfire scientific.
How did you build a campfire scientific?
Well, sir. Well, sir, Johnny, an old Indian showed me the secret.
Oh.
You take and dig a little trench in the ground, see? And you get some dry hickory twigs, sassafras leaves, and gum off in a pine tree. You build a little pyramid out of the twigs, lay the gum on top, spread the leaves around, then lay a log onto it.
Yeah?
Then you drench it with kerosene and aim a blowtorch at it. Never fails.
Another good way is tie a lightning rod on a pile of dynamite and wait for a thunderstorm.
That's pretty good, Johnny. But that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says, t'other feller says, I see where England has finally decided what to do with India. That so, says t'other feller. What they gonna do with it? Just what everybody told them to, says the first feller. Give it back to the Indians. Well, may not be funny, kids, but it's topical.
Say, would you care to come on this picnic with us, Mr. Oldtimer?
No, you're sweet, daughter, but no, thanks. You know what I always say? Fresh air is all right if you don't inhale. Well, I just stopped in to say howdy. Howdy.
Howdy. Howdy.
Howdy.
Silly, wasn't it? sometimes... Mickey, what are you doing?
I'm looking for my two-headed $half. You seen my two-headed $half anyplace?
You mean that trick $half that's the same on both sides?
Yeah.
What do you want that for?
Well, I may want to flip a coin with Wilcox to see who collects the files. Doggone it, I had that two-headed $half around here someplace.
Come in. Oh, hello, Dr. Gamble.
Hello, Molly.
Hi, Splint Whittler.
Good day, short, dark, and repugnant.
Ooh.
Thanks for inviting me to the picnic.
Welcome.
Looks like a very happy lunch you have there, Molly.
Oh, I think there'll be plenty of everything, Doctor. And as long as you were going to be along, I tried to have a balanced meal. Deviled eggs and angel food cake.
Tell me, do they have picnic tables at Dugan's Lake, or do we just sit around on the broken glass?
Oh, they have tables, Doctor. Are you going to swim?
Yes, I think I might. Great exercise, swimming. Takes it off in the right places and puts it on in the right places.
You must have done most of your swimming at night when the best places were hard to find.
McGee, don't be so insulting.
That's all right, Molly. Did you ever notice that everybody at Dugan's Lake gets out the fishing tackle when McGee goes swimming? Hmm? They want to go after the fish while they're still laughing. What time is this picnic, by the way?
4 o'clock, Doc.
I'll be there. I have a financial as well as a sentimental interest in that lake. Yeah, I dropped 3 souvenir $20 gold pieces off the dock last year. Nobody was able to recover them. I'll see you out there.
3 $20 gold pieces, eh? Doc lost them off the end of the dock, eh? Well, anything that mug can lose, I can find. Where's my swimming trunk?
Now, you take it easy, dearie. You're not a very good diver, you know.
For $60, I'll bring up the Lusitania. Come on, let's be the first ones at Dugan's Lake. Oh, brother, I can use $60 like Brittle can use peanuts. Get your hat, kiddo. I got the basket. You grab the ant powder. Come on, let's go.
Billy Mills and the orchestra and Cecilia.
You'd have had time to buy a new bathing suit, McGee. Those swimming trunks of yours are pretty moth-eaten.
I know, but I got a sentimental attachment for them trunks. I saved a guy's life while I was wearing those.
Really? Who?
Mine. They fit so bad I didn't want to go buy any hamburger, so I swam on my empty stomach. Otherwise, I might have got cramps and drowned on them. Yes, sir, I was...
Oh, stop, McGee. There's Wallace Wimple. We told him we'd pick him up, you know.
Gotta get them brakes fixed. Hop in, Wimple, old man.
Hello, Mr. Wimple.
Hello, folks.
My, we're glad you could come on this picnic, Mr. Wimple.
Yeah, how'd you get away from Sweetie Face for the day, Wimp?
You mean my big old wife?
Yes, did she object to your going on the picnic, huh?
What could she do, Mrs. McGee? I just put my foot down.
My gosh. At last, eh?
You really put your foot down, Mr. Wimple.
Yes, I did. I put my foot down and waited. Nothing happened. And I put my other foot down and nothing happened. So I just dropped out of the tree and ran like everything.
What were you doing up in the tree in the first place, Wimp?
Reading my bird book.
Your what, Mr. Wimple?
My bird book. And the silliest thing happened while I was sitting up in that tree.
Yeah?
A little bird flew up and squatted down on my head like it was a big egg. It was so cute.
What kind of a bird was it, Wimp?
That was the silly part of it, Mr. McGee. I looked it up in my bird book, and it was an Arkansas nuthatch. Did I ever tell you about the feeding habits of the green-winged Montana twiddle?
Twiddle?
Yes. A twiddle is like the South Dakota duck-billed gillfinch, except it has wing flaps. Well, during the mating season, which is from February to January, the twiddle eats nothing but radishes, and when it sings, it sounds like, pardon me, pardon me, pardon me. The female twiddle has a great big...
Gotta get them brakes fixed.
Well, here we are, Mr. Wimple. I guess we're the first ones here.
You kids take the lunch over to the table. I'm going to slip my pants off in the car on account of I got my swimming trunks on underneath my pants on. You going to swim, Wimp?
No, I don't think so, Mr. McGee. Oh. But if somebody will keep an eye on me, I might wade a little.
I'll hang on to the end of your necktie, Mr. Wimple. Say, will you please help me with these baskets?
Certainly, Mrs. McGee. I'll take this one, and you take that one.
There's 3 cases of root beer in the back, Wimp. I'll be with you as soon as I take a quick plunge.
My, these baskets are heavy, aren't they, Mrs. McGee? Maybe if I ate a few sandwiches out of them.
Oh, no, Mr. Wimple. Not till everybody else gets here.
Here, let me help you with that stuff, Molly. Hello, Wally.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox. Glad you could come.
Me too. You can take this basket, Harlow. Just put it on the table over there.
Okay. You know, this picnic was a wonderful idea. I always think that... Where's Fibber?
Well, he's in the trunk of the car putting on his back seat. Oh, wasn't that silly of me? He's in the back seat putting on his trunk.
He wants to take a plunge before we eat.
That's peculiar. When did he start feeling so athletic? I've been on picnics with him before, and he usually just
Here I come. Watch this dive off the end of the dock. One side, everybody.
I didn't hear any splash.
That must be a very high dock.
Or maybe he didn't know there was a rowboat tied right under the end of it.
A rowboat, heavenly days, why, then poor man...
That ratted lame brain that tied this boat down here, I'd like to bust at my neck.
That's what it was, the rowboat.
Oh, my goodness. Isn't this a wonderful day for a picnic? Can you think of anything more beautiful, Mr. Wilcox, than a lunch in the open with the blue sky overhead and the green grass underfoot?
Yes.
What, Harlow?
Eating in an immaculate kitchen with a ceiling overhead and a gleaming Johnson's glow-coated linoleum underfoot. That's beauty to me.
Stuffy kitchen than out here at lovely Dugan's Lake, Mr. Wilcox?
Why, sure. A modern kitchen isn't stuffy anyway, and with glow coat brightening and beautifying the floor, it's the pleasantest room in the house.
To me, the nicest room in the house is the hollow space under the front porch. Sweetie Face can't reach me there.
Why, I often tell my customers, Wallace, that serving a meal in a kitchen that has a glow-coated linoleum is a picnic. Just as informal, just as cheerful. And if you spill something, you don't have to kick dirt over it or hide it under an empty carton. You just wipe it up with a damp cloth.
Yeah, but I always say that you can...
Hey, did you see that last dive? Clean's a hound's tooth, huh?
Let's say as clean as a glow-coated linoleum. Why, when a housewife pours a little Johnson's self-polishing glow coat out and spreads it around...
Hey. Waxy, please. Take a day off, will you?
This is a picnic, not a sales conference.
Well, I was just saying that...
Yes, Mr. Wilcox. I'm sure Racine won't mind if you relax a few minutes.
No.
After all, you'll have to get used to having Fred Waring and Bill Bivens handle it this summer anyway.
Ooh, goody. Fred Waring and Bill Bivens. I just love Fred's music. I wish he was on for Johnson's Wax right now. Did I say something wrong?
You just bit the hand that's going to feed you, that's all, Wayne. Hey, have I got time for a few more dice before we eat, Molly?
Well, Dr. Gamble and Mayor Latrivia aren't here yet, dearie.
Okay, I'll try a few more. Watch this one.
Hey, did you see that? He landed on his stomach and bounced.
He certainly stays underwater a long time, doesn't he?
Oh, yes, yes. He's learned to hold his breath for 13 weeks at a time, Mr. Wimple. Options, you know. Oh, here comes Mayor Latrivia. You, Mr. Mayor, over here.
Who's that with him? Oh, it's a little girl who lives across the street from you. Hello, Your Honor. Hello, Jeannie.
Well, now that everybody's here but Dr. Gamble, I guess I better go start the lunch.
I'll help you, Molly.
Stay and eat with us if you like, Teeny. There's plenty of everything.
I told you you'd be invited if you walk in here with me, Teeny. I'm the Elsa Maxwell of the picnic ground.
Well, gee, it does look like you need more women at this party. Oh. What's that, a big fish?
That's a matter of opinion, Teeny. Mr. McGee just dove off the end of the dock.
Oh, gee, this is gonna be fun, I bet you. I love picnics, Mr. Honor.
Not Mr. Honor, Teeny. Your Honor.
My honor?
No, my Honor. You say Your Honor when you address me.
Okay, my honor.
No, look, you don't understand. The chief executive of the city is called His Honor the Mayor.
Oh.
Personally, I just assumed to call Mr. Latrivia, but custom decrees that I be spoken to as Your Honor or Mr. Mayor. Understand?
Well, no.
All right, I'll try to make it a little clearer. Now then, suppose you were the mayor of Wistful Vista.
All right. Now, the first thing we gotta do is have longer recess in the schools, I betcha. And then we gotta give my teacher, Miss Yeagley, a raise on account of she's so nice to little children. And then
Now, just a minute, please, Dean. This was just a temporary appointment.
Oh.
Purely hypothetical, for the sake of argument.
Okay, Indian giver.
If you were the mayor, I'd come up to you and say, "Ah, there, good morning, Your Honor." As it is, you say the same thing to me.
I can't, I betcha.
Why not?
It isn't morning, it's afternoon.
That's besides the point. I was merely trying to...
Oh, boy. Listen to Mr. McGee dive. Did you hear that splash, Mr. Honor?
It is not Mr. Honor. It's Mr. Mayor.
It is not, I bet you. It's Mr. McGee. I saw him when he jumped in.
I didn't mean who I am. I mean, I didn't honor the man who jumped into the mayor.
Oh, no. Now, give it a chance, Mr. Honor.
You addressed me as Mr. Dye. Honor. And the man who McGee'd into the splash. Besides, I was... You said it. Teeny,
Yes, Mr. Honor?
when you grow up, if ever, you will be...
Oh, wait, here comes Mr. McGee, Mr. Honor. Oh, boy, are those ever funny-looking bathing trunks, I bet you. Hi, Mr. McGee.
Hi, Jeannie. Oh, hi, Alfred. When did you get here?
Just a few minutes ago, I took the liberty of bringing this little... this young lady.
Oh.
I hope you don't mind.
Oh, my gosh, no. Sis, you're as welcome as the flowers in June. June was the name of a goat I had once. She ate a dozen roses, and it was a great improvement.
Thanks, Mr. McGee. I just love picnics.
Now you do, eh?
Yes,
I says you do, eh?
Do what?
Love them.
Love what?
Picnics.
I know it. Hey, where'd you you get those bathing trunks, mister? Where'd you get them?
I was about to ask the same question, McGee. They seem to have a draped shape with a slack back and a drip hip.
Yeah.
These are my old track pants, Latrivia. I've clung to them like they're clinging to me right now. And just because I made the mistake of hanging them up for 20 years by the seat... Hey, is that safety pin still in there where I tore them a little bit?
Sure it is, mister. It hardly shows unless somebody notices it.
I was about to suggest that you...
All right, everybody, soup's on. Come and get it.
Well, I got a great appetite. Run and get the blanket out of the car, will you, Teeny? I don't want to catch cold in these wet trunks.
Okay, mister.
McGee, before you sit down, that safety pin, did you get congressional authority for that?
Congressional authority? What has Congress got to do with the safety pin in my swimming trunks?
Rent control. Coming, Molly. Move over. The King's Men and Oh, Eveline.
Oh, Eveline, my Eveline, oh, whisper to me, honey, you'll be mine. Way down yonder in the old cornfield for you I pine. Sweeter than the honey to the honeybee. I love you, say you love me. Meet me in the shade of the old evergreen. Heavy, heavy, heavy Eveline. Oh, Eveline, be mine. Oh, Eveline. My Eveline. My Eveline. Whisper to me, honey, you'll be mine. Oh, mine. Way down yonder in the old cornfield. For you, just for you, I pine. Sweeter than the honey to the honeybee. I love you, say you love me. Meet me in the shade of the old apple Eva, Iva, over, ever, Eva, Iva, over, ever, Eva, Iva, over, Eveline. Eveline, be mine, be mine, be mine, be mine, Eveline.
Molly, that was the best picnic supper these tired old teeth ever got together on.
Well, thank you, Doctor. I was afraid for a while you weren't going to come.
What delayed you, Fever Chart? Somebody tried to sneak out of the hospital without giving you his gold filling?
No, one of the nurses asked me to remove a small wart that was bothering her.
Oh, really? How'd you treat the wart, Doc?
With considerable respect. His father is our wealthiest patient. Have another piece of that cake, Molly?
Why, certainly, Doctor. As soon as Mr. Wilcox and Mr. Wimple and Teeny get back with some firewood, we'll make a fire and roast marshmallows, huh?
No, you go ahead, but I'm going in the lake again in a few minutes, as soon as I think it's safe after eating.
My boy, after what you stowed away, you are liable to get cramps in anything better than a heavy fog up until April of 1967. Furthermore,
Oh, here come the boys and Teeny with some firewood. Bring it right over here, everybody.
Here's mine, Molly. Dump it right here.
That's right, and thank you.
It's quite a hefty batch of kindling, Junior. What'd you tear down, a boathouse?
Oh, look how much I got, everybody.
Well, good for you, Teeny. That's wonderful. Just drop it on the pile there.
Okay.
Well, now, that's what I call firewood. And cut to just the right length, too. Where'd you find it, Teeny?
Oh, I was just lucky, I guess. There was a truck parked over there with a lot of this wood on it.
Oh, I see. You better start the fire quick. Hey, where's Wimple with his wood?
Here I come, Mr. McGee. Look out, everybody. I'm going to dump it.
Now, right on the pile there, Mr. Wimple.
Am I tired? Are there any more sandwiches?
Sandwiches? Great Scott. He's already eaten enough to see the Turkish army through 4 campaigns.
Well, if somebody will build a fire, we can roast the marshmallows.
Yeah. Somebody build a fire. I'm going to take a dip in the lake. Watch this dive, everybody. Here I go.
I never saw a man so enthusiastic about diving. What goes with him, Molly?
Well, I suppose he has his reasons, Mr. Wilcox.
I have a theory about it. People have been telling him to go soak his head for so many years, he finally caught on.
Oh, well, gee, maybe he just likes to swim, maybe, huh?
Nobody could like to swim the way he does, Teeny.
Oh?
He fancies he's doing the Australian crawl because he's down under so much.
Well, he works hard. After all, he's made 57 dives that I've counted. 4 of them good.
My goodness, he's awfully quiet.
Why, of course he is. He's underwater, looking around.
Looking for what?
Well, frankly, he's trying to find some gold pieces Dr. Gamble lost off the dock last year.
Oh, that's very amusing, Molly. He's got the right idea, but the wrong dock. I lost him off the one at the other end of the lake.
Well, my goodness, I'm going down and tell him he's wasting his time.
I'll go with you. I want to see his face. And it's the first time I ever said that.
Come on. Let's go down and break the news to him and ruin his day.
Ah, poor McGee, and he's been working so hard at it. McGee, dearie, where are you?
I'm down here under the dock. Why?
We've got news for you, Bluegill.
Doc lost his gold pieces at the other end of the lake.
So what? I quit looking for them gold pieces 15 minutes ago.
Well, then what are you looking for, McGee?
I'm looking for my swimming trunk.
I suppose a lot of you folks have seen the famous Broadway play, Life with Father. Well, next Saturday night, this hilarious stage comedy will break the world's record for long runs. Do you know how the property manager keeps the stage furniture and settings in Life with Father bright and shining? You guessed it. He uses our old friend Johnson's wax. The property man says, boy, is Life with Father ever hard on furniture. When we're on the road, it's just as if I moved my household every few days. The only reason our set looks so well is because we treat it well. We wax it regularly with Johnson's wax. Before the curtain goes up, we give the furniture a final quick dusting, and even in the glaring spotlights, the set always looks clean and shiny. Unquote. Well, there you are, another polished performance for genuine Johnson's wax. Everywhere you go, you find this grand product protecting and adding sparkling beauty to all kinds of floors, furniture, and woodwork. America's favorite, Johnson's wax, paste, liquid, or cream.
Well, I think it was very kind of the boys to take you out of the lake in a blanket, McGee.
No, I could have found my trunks if they'd left me alone. I'd barely got started.
You'd what got started?
Barely.
Mm-hmm.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
It's a pretty exciting prospect when a fellow you loaned money to years ago wants to come and pay you a visit. Particularly when the fellow you loaned the money to is now a millionaire. And you are still just Fibber McGee and Molly.
Who did you say this man was, dearie, that you got the letter from?
Homer Vickery. Ever hear of the Vickery Vacuum Cleaner Corporation?
Yes, any relation?
Any relation? Are you kidding? Homer owns it. Plug, nozzle, and bag.
Yeah.
He's got more dough than Senator Taft has got ambition.
Well, what does he want to see you about?
Oh, didn't I tell you?
No.
Well, years ago, I and Homer used to sell vacuum cleaners together, door to door together. And one day I loaned Homer some money. He made a down payment on the correspondence course and studied night and day, and now he owns the whole company.
Oh.
Hmm?
How much did you loan him?
$3.
$3.
Yep. Oh, it wasn't so much the $3 as it was my faith in him.
Yeah?
He figured if the tightest guy in Peoria had that much confidence in him, he had to justify it.
Well, you think he'll offer you a job?
I don't think so. Homer knows how I hate work. Probably want to hand me a few thousand shares of stock. It's worth about $90 a share, so 10,000 shares would be almost $1 million. Oh, boy, $1 million. Maybe that's Homer now. My gosh, $1 million. I hope he brought cash because
Now, relax, dearie.
Hmm?
Let's not count our chickens till we lay a few more eggs.
Just a few
Come in.
Hello there, kid.
Oh, it's the old-timer, McGee. Do come in, Mr. Old-Timer.
Hi, old timer. I thought you were somebody else.
Who?
Well, we were expecting an old friend of mine, old timer. He's at a hotel downtown right
I
now.
stayed at a hotel once, back east. Didn't like it. Can't tell me it's healthy sleeping in a building with 2,000 other people, all strangers. No hotels for me, kids. It's too disturbing.
Disturbing. What happened? Couldn't you blow out the lights?
I didn't try, daughter. Threw a boot at it. And I left a call for 6 a.m. so I could catch a train.
Well, did they call you at 6?
A.m. Yep, right on the nose, daughter. Well, sir, I leaped out from under the bed.
Out from under the bed? Why didn't you sleep on the bed?
Thing had a fancy cover onto it. I didn't want to muss it up.
Oh.
Well, sir, I rushed across the room to shave. They had a big picture of George Washington hanging on the wall. I thought it was a looking glass, took a look at it, and says to myself, "Criminy," I says, "they woke up the wrong man." Yep. Went back to sleep, and I missed my train.
Well, it's a good thing it wasn't a picture of General Grant. You'd have had a terrible time with those whiskers.
Pretty good, daughter, but that ain't the way I hear it. Well, I hear that one individual says to other individuals, "Hey," he says, "I see your brother got elected dog catcher. Congratulations." "What are you talking about?" interrogates the second individual. "My brother wasn't elected anything." "That's peculiar," ejaculates the first character. "He told me he had to get up early tomorrow and catch a greyhound." I just stopped in to do you kids a favor.
What are you going to do?
Leave. See you in October,
Rugged old character, isn't he?
Yeah, you got some rugged old jokes, too. Hey, I wonder if I got enough cigars around here in case old Homer wants to smoke.
Well, if you're referring to your regular brand, I think one will be enough for Homer. Unless he's using vacuum cleaner bags for long.
Main thing is I want to make a good impression on him, so if he feels like making me general manager of the vacuum cleaner company, I'll be...
Oh, heavenly days. You suppose that's your friend now, dearie?
Definitely. I never heard our doorbell sound so much like a cash register before. Come in. Homer!
McGee!
Well, if this isn't a treat, Homer. Long time no see.
Stop coining phrases, McGee, and introduce your friend.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Excuse me. Mrs. McGee, this is Homer Vickery.
How do you do, I'm sure.
Mrs. McGee, this is a great pleasure. A great pleasure indeed. It's quite obvious that you two are happily married. I have a little motto on the wall of my office that says, "Nothing improves a horse's neck like putting him in double harness."
Yeah. That's a very wise observation, Homer. By George, you haven't changed a bit, old man. Little grayer around the head and a little greener around the pockets, but the same old Homer.
Sit down, Mr. Vickery. I'm sure you and McGee have a lot to talk about.
Thank you. Rather a luxury for me to sit down. Always on the go, you know. It's the busy bee that gathers the honey. Yeah, that's one of my mottos. Another one is, if you want to know whether a man is going places, study his math.
Yeah, that's what I always say myself, Homer. I can see why you got to be a big shot. I never thought when I loaned you that $3 that got you started that you'd parlay it into a fortune. Not that I ever worried about that loan, not for 1 minute. No.
Well, I appreciate your confidence, McGee. I meant to get in touch with you for years, but somehow
Homer, I knew you'd remember it eventually. Never gave it a thought myself. Completely slipped my mind.
Well...
Why, on that rainy afternoon of May 17th, 1927, when you stood there in your shiny blue serge suit with the brown shoes and the maroon necktie in front of the vacuum cleaner office and put the sleeve on me at 3:16 p.m. for $3 so you could sign up for that correspondence course that you read about on page 125 of Property Mechanics. And I forked over a $1 bill and a $2 bill, serial number A346872. I just considered that a friendly gesture. Put it completely out of my mind. I knew I'd get it back with interest.
And that is from a man who can't even remember his own wedding anniversary. Did you boys really sell a lot of vacuum cleaners?
Well, we'd have sold more if I'd understood production and sales methods like I do now, Mrs. McGee. But the man has to start somewhere, you know. I have a motto on the wall of my office about that. It says, people don't look up to a balloon just because it's full of hot air.
You said it, Homer. Remember how we canvassed the town with them vacuum cleaners?
Yes, you took the flats and apartments, and I took the bungalows.
Yeah, and I'll bet I set foot in every flat in that town. Flatfoot McGee, I was known as in them days.
Oh, dear.
Flatfoot McGee, the foxiest fellow who ever forced his fearless floor shines in the front door of the 5th floor flat and flung a fistful of floor on a frozen-faced female's fancy 14-foot fluff rug, flattering, fluttering trails and fawning over their foolish families, feeling fine and full of fortitude, a salesman devoid of fraudulent trickery, founding a fortune for Homer Curry.
And then, of course, during the war, the Victory Vacuum Cleaner Corporation converted to war production. Our motto was, on to victory with Victory. What did you do during the war, McGee?
Who, me? I was an air raid warden, Homer. And I saved fats.
Yes, I see you did.
Show Homer my air raid warden's helmet, Molly.
It's on the back porch, dearie. I'm growing geraniums in it. You know what Dr. Gamble said? He said that helmet was finally holding something sensible.
Yeah. What did your plant make during the war, Homer? Machine guns?
No, we made corset stays for elderly admirals. Got the Navy for two with a citation. The citation said, without Victory corset stays, we could not have held the front.
Yes, that's when the Navy took a lacing and liked it.
Getting back to us, Homer, who'd ever have thought that when we were slugging vacuum cleaners in the old days that we'd be sitting here now, the two of us, rich and happy. You rich and me happy.
Yes, and I've often wondered how I could best repay you for that loan, McGee. I finally decided...
Oh, for the... What timing?
Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, it's you, Teeny.
Company, hi.
Hello, little girl.
Mr. Vickery, this is Teeny.
Hi, Mr. Dickory.
Vickery, little girl.
Oh, I thought it was Dickory like him. Hickory, dickory, dock the mouse ran up the clock. The clock was on the top, and the man that was wearing it was kind of tickled about it. I know another one, too. Mary had a little lamb, and then she had some more. The waiter charged her double, and that was Mary Shaw. All King Saul was Mary.
Hey. Never mind all that now, sis. I don't like to be rude, but Mrs. McGee and Mr. Vickery and I were talking.
Oh, well, that's okay, mister. You go right ahead. I like to hear people talk.
Oh, you do, eh?
Yes,
I said you do, eh?
Do what?
Like to hear people.
Like to hear people what?
Talk.
Okay. Mary, question Prairie. Mary, question Prairie, how does your garden look? The catalog sheets turned out to be weak, so I planted the darned old book. Another one. 4 and 20 blackbirds.
me, little girl.
Fixing a pie,
I find your rhymes quite amusing, but I do have business to discuss with Mr. McGee. Will you excuse us?
Oh, sure, Mr. Victory. You go right ahead. Fine, funny blackbird Victory.
Teeny. Look, sis, take a powder, will you? Scram. Here's 50 cents. Run down to Kramer's drugstore and buy a soda.
Okay. Here's 25 cents change. You're spoiling me.
Lovely, Dale.
Now, you were just saying you wondered how you could pay back that loan, Homer. Now, if I were you...
McGee, why don't you just let Mr. Victory handle this thing in his own way? I'm sure he's accustomed to making bigger decisions than that.
Absolutely. I never fumble for a decision. Right or wrong, I make one. Shoeshine boy came into my office one day. Light a Doc polish, Mr. Vickery. Yes, Doc, I said instantly, never even looking up my work. What if it did ruin a pair of white sports shoes? The fact remains that I was...
Hello, folks. Sorry. Didn't know you had company.
Hi, Junior.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox. Come in. This is Mr. Victory, Mr. Wilcox.
Hello, do you do, Mr. Wilcox?
Homer is president of the Victory Vacuum Cleaner Company, Junior, and we were just talking about a little...
Oh, wonderful. I know your product very well, Mr. Vickery. You may have heard of my company, too. Everyone has. C. Johnson and Son, makers of Johnson's self-polishing glow coat.
Oh, yes. You're with glow coat, I am.
You don't have to be here long to find that out.
You and I should know each other, Mr. Vickery. With your product keeping housewives' rugs nice and clean, and my product giving their linoleum floor coverings that bright gleaming shine that tells the world theirs is a well-kept house.
Yes, I have a motto on the wall of my office that says...
No coat shines as it dries without any rubbing or buffing at all.
Well, I didn't mean...
That's what makes it so easy for the housewife and so popular.
Yeah, but, Junior, don't you see...
You simply pour a little out, spread it around with the long-handled plier, Mr. Vickery, let it dry for 20 minutes or less to a handsome, glistening finish. That way you see...
Look, Waxy.
Yes, pal.
Can you take this matter up later?
Sure. How much later?
About October 7th.
I'll make a note of it. See you then.
Nice chap. I know his company quite well.
Yeah, great outfit. Wilcox is a little gabby, but the company's okay.
Yes, I know. By the way, McGee, I'm going to have to leave you pretty soon, but before I go, I've got an envelope in my pocket I want to give you.
You mean, I hope you... Well, I wouldn't want you to feel that you had to do anything big for me now, Homer.
Well, I think this envelope will make you very...
Come in.
Oh, it's his honor, the mayor. Do come in, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, come in, let's see.
Oh, thank you both.
Oh, am I in...
Not at all, Mr. Mayor. You're just in time for tea. This is Mr. Vickery, an old friend of McGee's, Your Honor. Mr. Vickery, his honor, Mayor LaTrivia.
It's a pleasure.
How do you do? Molly, did you say tea? I'd love it.
Good. I was just about to make some.
Fine. I've just come from a bit of squash at the athletic club, and I've got an appetite.
From what at the athletic club, Your Honor?
Squash. You know, I find a little squash in the afternoon gives me a great appetite for dinner.
Boy, that's as horrible a thought as I ever heard. A little squash in the afternoon. I can't even stand the stuff at dinner.
I don't know why. Squash is wonderful for the circulation, McGee. You ought to try it sometime. Either singles or doubles.
Oh, doubles. He never had a second helping in his life. Or a first either, if he could help it.
I think I'm a little bit...
How many fixed squash at your athletic club, Mr. Mayor? Is it some special way?
No, I think it's the same every place. Most of us have our own special racket for it, so.
You do, eh? I used to have a great little racket when I ate in cafeterias, I'll tell you. Used to butter a dill pickle and pass it off as a banana. Pays over 90 cents in 3 months. What's your racket?
There seems to be a slight misunderstanding here. I was referring to a squash racket.
Yes, we know. McGee had his banana and dill pickle racket, and you had your squash racket. How do you work it?
I don't work it. It's a game.
Only till they catch you at it, boy. The day they found me buttering a dill pickle was the most embarrassing half hour.
Please. Now, wait a minute. What is this, anyhow? I said...
Maybe I can help here, Mr. Mayor. There seems to be some mix-up.
Yes.
Maybe if you explain how they how they serve squash at the club, it might help.
Serve it? Why, it's served exactly like tennis. You throw it up in the air and smash it with a forehand drive.
That's for me, boy. Smash it right in the cook's foot. If there's any of it left, I'd rub it in his hair.
Oh, stop it. You go very well. I mean, you know very well I'm talking about gooses of square.
Huh?
Not rackets of food. A food is racket. When I mention the name of Garth, the game of squid.
Oh, no.
Mr. Mayor, don't get excited. Here, sit down here.
He does this all the time, Mr. Victory.
Yeah, take it easy, Latrell. We're not crowding you. Relax. Now, you were saying?
He was saying that squash is not a food, and while I disagree with him...
I didn't say anything of such. Huh? I mean, I didn't make any such ridiculous statement. What? Did you give a statement? When McGee said he pickled a banana, the blood of the squash is curious? No. Cast a squisher up? I mean, I never say the latest push, latest quick, squeeze,
McGee? Yes? Is it true that your broadcasting season is over until autumn?
Yes, it is, Mr. Mayor. Fred Waring comes on for Johnson's next week. Are you a music lover?
No, I'm a comedian hater. Good day.
Excitable chap, isn't it?
He didn't even stay for tea.
Oh, I'm afraid I can't stay either, Mrs. McGee. Thank you anyway.
Hey, now, don't rush away, Homer. My gosh, we got a lot of unfinished business.
Oh, yes, we have, haven't we? About that loan, you mean? Well, I'm not the man to leave the tails dangling in the air. I have a little memo on the wall of my office that says, see Mr. Kriegmeyer Thursday at 4. Know what that means?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Me either, Homer.
Me either. That memo's been there for 3 months, and I can't remember what was all about. Now then, McGee.
Yes, Homer, yes, Homer.
Here's an envelope. You'll find your $3 in there, of course, and a little something more.
Oh, Homer, I guess. Oh, he shouldn't have done it.
Oh, open this after I leave, McGee. I don't want to be embarrassed by gratitude. All I can say is that you helped me over a rough spot. I hope this will help you. Goodbye, my boy.
Goodbye, Homer. Old friend. Kind old friend.
Goodbye, Mr. Vickery.
Goodbye, Mrs. McGee.
So long, Homer. Oh, baby, call the bondsman and see how late you can buy him 8 coats.
McGee now.
Huh?
He said not to open the envelope till he left.
Oh, has he left?
A long time ago. Open it up quick.
Well, here's my $3 all right. And here's a...
A bond? A check? McGee, please, what is it?
It's a wall motto. Says, as you go along through life, no matter what your goal, keep your eye upon the donut and not upon the hole.
You were right, dearie. He shouldn't have done it.
No. Hey, Molly, did you put out the milk bottles and lock the window?
Yes, dearie. You seem to be pretty cheerful for a man who just lost a fortune a few hours ago.
I never really expected old Homer to do much for me. Any guy that would...
Oh, dear, who can that be? Come in. Oh, Dr. Gamble. Hello, Doctor.
Hello, my dear. Hello, McGee.
Hi, Doc.
Can I use your phone?
Sure, boy. Just take a nickel off our next bill. Or I'll drop in your office someday and use the X-ray machine.
A waste of time. A waste of time. You're very transparent as you are. Excuse me a minute. Hello, operator. Whistle Vista 8965, please.
Trouble some people go to for a free phone call.
Hello, Mrs. Clatterhatch.
Oh, her again.
Dr. Gamble, Mrs. Clatterhatch. What's the latest? He did, huh? Relapse? How much? 112? Why, that's wonderful, Mrs. Clatterhatch. I'm very happy about it. Good night, Mrs. Clatterhatch.
Well, that's a fine attitude for a doctor. Glad he had a relapse and very happy because the guy has a fever of 112.
Is Mr. Clatterhatch ill again, Doctor?
No, he had relapse in the third race at Belmont and paid $112 to play. Well, I don't don't suppose I'll be seeing so much of you two for a while. Isn't this the end of your season?
Yes, Doc. Next week, Fred Waring takes over. Drop in and listen with us some Tuesday night.
I'll do that, my boy. It'll be the first confidential conversation we've had in 40 weeks. Good night. So long, guys.
Lock the door, Snooky. I'm going to bed.
All right. I'm pretty sleepy myself. Let's go upstairs. It's been a strenuous day.
You said it. If I'd had to listen to one more of Homer's wall mottos, I'd have scratched a man worthwhile as a man who can smile on the back of his big fat neck.
Oh, well, he wasn't. McGee, do you have to sit on the edge of the bed to take off your shoes? There are 3 chairs in the room.
If I sit in a chair, I lean back. If I lean back, I go to sleep.
I wonder if people know they can hear Fibber McGee and Molly on phonograph records now.
You mean those top 10 albums sold every place? I don't know. Think we ought to mention it?
Maybe not.
Yeah, I guess not. Wonder if Jack Benny, Eddie Cantor, Amos Mandy, Archie and Bergen, and Burns and Allen mentioned there.
Yes, I think most of them did. Well, it's been a nice season, sweetheart.
Well, wonder if we sold much Johnson's wax this year.
Well, people still have floors, furniture, cars, and linoleum. We haven't exactly discouraged them from buying Johnson's wax.
I hope not. Well, I'll admit we've made a few mistakes, of course.
Everybody makes mistakes. That just proves we're human, in spite of what anybody says.
Sure. I may say the wrong thing once in a while.
Once in a while?
Well, and any time I do, somebody tells me about it.
McGee, you've dropped 3 shoes. And thank you for another pleasant year.
I did, yesterday.
Oh, I wish there was some way to thank all the people who sent us the nice letters and the people who listen every week. I don't know what we'd do without them.
I do, but I don't like to think about it.
What time are you setting the clock for?
October 7th.
Oh.
Good night.
Good night, Al.
As long as Mrs. McGee has to Mr. McGee, and he goes around with an expression on his face like butter wouldn't melt in his hot little head. You don't have to shake his coat to know he has something up his sleeve. Well, let's see what it is as we join Fibber McGee and Molly.
All right, sweetheart, I give up. What is it?
What?
Now, don't be coy, dearie. Tell Mother your little secret.
Well, I've arranged a little surprise for you, Tootsie. You know what day this is?
Yes, but I don't know that it has any special significance. Unless Mr. Wyszynski has sent an orchid to Mr. Winchell.
So you don't know, eh?
No.
Gee whiz, Molly, have you forgot October 7th, 1917? The day I took you to your first big football game? The one I played in?
Oh, for goodness sakes, is this the anniversary? Well, heavenly days. You know, I've still got the chrysanthemum you gave me that day. And it's as fresh today as it was then.
Well, you hang on to it, kiddo. You can't buy them good paper ones anymore. Boy, what a football game that was.
Well, it was very sweet of you to remember the anniversary. But my goodness, you shouldn't have gone and bought me a present. What is it? What'd you buy? Can I see it?
Oh, well, it isn't so much exactly a present so much exactly as it is a kind of a something for both of us, you might say. Something we need for the home.
Well, that takes in plenty of territory.
Now, you just relax, Snooky. They're going to deliver it this afternoon.
Oh, maybe that's the delivery man now. Come in.
No, that's just the old-timer. Hi, old-timer. Glad to see you.
Hello there, kids.
Hello, Mr.
old-timer. We haven't seen you for quite a while.
Well, I had to skip town for a while, daughter. The heat was on.
Heat was on. You in a jam with the law or something?
No, it was just the heat of summer, Johnny. Hanging out in the shade, the only place I could get cool was at the movies. Seen so many Donald Ducks, I started to walk with a waddle. So I beat it out of town. Went out west, up in the mountains.
Rocky Mountains?
You said it, daughter. Ain't seen so many hairpin turns since my bald-headed sister got dressed for the opera. Mighty pretty scenery up in them mountains. Mighty sightly country.
So they say, old-timer, though I can't take it myself. The air is so much like wine, it gives me the hiccups.
Well, pretty good. Yes, sir. You ever see the sun come up over Lake Louise, creeping across the horizon like a Florida orange, sneaking over the California line? Painting the lake all pink and gold like a Spanish omelet with cranberry sauce?
No, we never have.
Me neither. I'm a late sleeper myself. Had a job on a ranch out there for a while up near that state park, Yosemite.
Not Yosemite, old-timer. That's pronounced Yosemite. What kind of work were you doing?
Removing stumps.
With a bulldozer?
Nope, with dynamite.
Well, that must have been a nice job for the summer.
Oh, I didn't stay with it long, Johnny. Went to San Francisco and got a job writing radio commercials for rhythm chewing tobacco.
Rhythm chewing tobacco?
Well, that was something you could really get your teeth into, wasn't it?
Yep, wrote one dandy commercial for the rhythm company. Went like this. If you're chewing in tune, you never miss the spittoon. Yes, if you're chewing in tune, you never miss the spittoon.
Look. Old-timer. If you expect to write as a copywriter, you can't expect to write copy like that.
That's pretty good, Johnny, but that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says to t'other feller, he says, I see where Congress may stay in session all winter this year. That's so, says t'other feller. Lots of work to do? No, says the first feller. Scared to go home.
Billy Mills in the orchestra.
McGee, it's almost 2 o'clock. Are you sure they're going to deliver that this afternoon?
Deliver what? Oh, the surprise for the home. Yeah, sure. They'll deliver today. Now, you just relax, Joe.
Relax, the man says.
Yes, sir.
Heavenly days, how can I relax when I'm so excited?
Huh?
If I could turn my emotions off and on like that, I'd be doing soap operas.
What are you doing? Well, I always was one for the unexpected, Joe. You know, I'm always a... Now, that was unexpected. Come in.
Well, my goodness, Dr. Gamble. Oh, it's so nice to see you, Doctor.
Thank you, my dear. It's nice to see you. And good day to you, too, my boy.
Hi, Body Patcher. Throw that bag of suet you walked upstairs and saved $10 on into a chair and bring us up to date.
On what, Droopy?
On yourself, Doctor. What's new in the world of medicine these days?
Yeah, you up on the latest scientific developments, Doc, or don't you take the Reader's Digest?
I never read any of the pocket magazines, Sonny. My pockets are so dark, it strains my eyes. By the way, Molly, you look very happy today.
Oh, I am happy, Doctor.
Why shouldn't she be happy? She's got a husband who treats her like a queen, full of thoughtful little gestures, remembers anniversaries and things like that there.
This, for instance, Doctor, is the anniversary of the first time he ever took me to a football game. And he remembers it.
That's me, just a sentimental fool.
Well, I'm glad you told me. I'll change your record when I get back to the office. I'll erase the darn and put in sentimental.
Now, I tell you, it was a great football game he took me to, Doctor. He played in it. He was the drawback or setback?
Halfback, third string, substitute. The coach saved me for the big Thanksgiving game that year. Well, sir, it was the final quarter. Peoria versus Joliet with the score tied. The fans were going wild, yelling for a touchdown. I leaped off the bench.
Tell me some other time, Shortman Bread. I have some
Oh,
very
now you
important...
ought to hear this, Doctor. Tell him, dearie.
I will. Well, sir, I leaps off the bench and runs up to the coach. Put me in, coach, I says. He slaps me on the shoulder and says, kind of quiet like, he says, go back and sit down, fathead. And just then, Joliet makes another touchdown with a double wingback formation and a Statue of Liberty play with the left tackle playing defensive on a concealed pass to the right forward. It was crucial.
I tell you, I was so excited I started to eat my tennis and wave my hot dog.
Then the coach calls me over. All right, McGee, he says, get in there and win this football game. I throws off my raccoon coat, runs over to the cameramen, poses for a few pictures, and trots out onto the field. The crowd screams.
But he went out anyway.
Okay, men, I says, we'll give him the old shoestring play.
That's very logical. I don't know anyone with older shoestrings than yours.
Well, sir, after the next play, I drifted over to the sidelines and made like I was tying my shoestrings. The opposition team never noticed me. The ball went into play. The captain snaps me a long pass. I leaps into the air, grabs the ball, and takes off to the goal line.
Like a bullet.
So, what happened, if anything?
I got a bad break, Doc. I was so excited I'd accidentally tied my shoestrings together. The first step I took, I went neck over elbow, and by the time I stopped bouncing, I was clear out in the parking lot. They wouldn't let me back in without a ticket, so I grabbed a taxi and went home.
He was the talk of the town for 3 weeks after that, Doctor, and I must say you never heard such language.
Yes, it's always the little cusses that inspire the big cusses. I remember one time when...
That's probably for you, Doctor.
Probably I have my office nurse phone me every hour wherever I am. Gets me out of some very dull parties. Excuse me. Hello, Dr. Gamble speaking. Who? The hospital? Oh, I'm sorry to hear it. I didn't foresee anything like that. I'll be right over. Yes, goodbye.
Bad news, Doctor?
I'm afraid so. We just lost a patient.
Oh.
Oh, my gosh, Doc, that's too bad. What happened?
He got well. But the breaks of the game, kids. See you later.
Isn't he a sweet old character?
He's old and he's a character, but hey, what time is it?
About 1/2 past. Why?
Well, that delivery I was expecting. You're surprised, you know. I was just thinking that...
Hello, Molly. Hiya, pal.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Junior. Come on in and wish us a happy anniversary.
Anniversary? Well, congratulations. How long have you been married?
What's that got to do with it?
Why, I thought you said this was your anniversary.
Well, it is. Himself here took me to my first football game, October 7th, 1917. Isn't he wonderful? I'll bet you don't remember the first big date you ever had, Mr. Wilcox.
Oh, yes, I do. It was 1916 on Friday the 12th at 3:22 in the afternoon in Omaha.
Wow.
I remember the exact time because I had just put my wristwatch back in my pocket.
Fat busted?
No, but wristwatches were new then for men, and I didn't want Frida to think I was a sissy, even though I was the best wrestler in Benson High School.
Who said so?
Frida and the other girls. Anyway, there we were in the parlor dancing to the radio.
Yeah, now, wait a minute. They didn't have radios in 1916.
No, Frida did. Her father was rich.
Oh.
Well, anyway, it was awfully quiet in the house, and I was afraid Frida would try to kiss me. You see, she was a vamp.
A what, Junior?
A vamp. We called them vamps then.
Oh.
I was a sheep.
Oh.
Anyway, I said, where's your mother today, Frida? And she said, Mama's out scrubbing the kitchen floor. Scrubbing, I said. You mean she doesn't know about Johnson's glow coat?
Did they have glow coat in 1916?
Don't change the subject, Molly. Well, I dropped Frida like a hot potato, and don't think she wasn't. And I dashed out into the kitchen, and there was Frida's mother on her knees scrubbing the linoleum.
How horrible.
It's the last half of the ninth, folks. No scores yet, and the base is loaded. Wilcox on the mound. He's winding up, and here comes the pitch.
Well, for 15 minutes, I stood there telling Frida's mother about Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. How it's so easy to use. How you just pour a little out and spread it around, let it dry in 20 minutes or less to a brilliant protective gloss. How it shines as it dries with no rubbing or buffing. How it brings out the beauty and color of the linoleum. Makes still things so easy to wipe up.
I bet she was really grateful, Mr. Wilcox.
Nope, she told me to mind my own business and chased me out of the house. But Frida told me later that she always used glow coat after that.
Oh, then you did see Frida again.
Yes. When I was in uniform. She came to the station to see me off.
In uniform, Army or Navy, Mr. Wilcox?
Scoutmaster. I was taking a bunch of kids to camp. Well, happy anniversary, folks.
Hey, I got an idea, Molly. While we're waiting for him to deliver that little surprise, why don't we duck downtown to a movie?
Well, it seems a little extravagant, but we might as well spend our money while a dollar is still worth 15 cents. What's showing at the Bijou?
That's what I want to find out. Mother Wore Tights is playing there.
Oh, all right.
Okay, Tootsie. Ah, there goes a good kid. And does she ever love surprises? And am I ever full of them? You'd think she'd learn after a while that none of them ever amount to much, but no, she's always just, come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hi, Teeny. Well, I'm glad to see you, but we were just going out. Mrs. McGee and I are going to a movie.
Oh? Well, there's a dandy one at the Princess, mister. It's Sinbad the Sinner, and it's all in ticklish color, and they say
Wait a minute. It's not Sinbad the Sinner. It's Sinbad the Sailor.
Okay. Anyway, it's a dandy picture, I bet you. I and Willie Toops went to it.
No. Willie Toops and I went to it.
When?
Huh?
When did you and Willie go to it? He said he hadn't seen it before.
I didn't go with Willie Toops. I was merely correcting your grammar. You said I and Willie Toops, and that's incorrect. It's Willie Toops and I. First person singular takes the object in the possessive tense if the participle is part of the predicate. You understand?
Oh. No. But anyway, it was a peachy picture, I bet you.
It was, eh?
Yeah. Willie and I...
I said it was, eh?
What's that?
A good picture.
Where?
At the Princess, the one you and Willie went to.
I know it.
Well,
that's the same one you and Willie went to.
I didn't go to the picture with Willie.
You did too, I bet you. You said you and Willie went to see Sinbad the Sinner.
I didn't say any such a thing. I never saw Sinbad the Sinner. And if I had, I wouldn't have gone with Willie Toops. I think he's a dreadful little pest.
Please, Mr. McGee.
Well?
You are speaking of the man I love. I and Willie are engaged.
There you go again, sis. You mean Willie and I are... No, that would be...
He gave me an engagement ring, too, I bet you. See?
Say, that's a beautiful ring, Jeannie.
Sure it is, I bet you. It's pure silver.
Really? Pure silver?
Sure. He got it in a box of Cracker Jacks. He said if the prize was a whistle, we'd play cops and robbers, and if it was a ring, we'd get engaged. And it was the ring, and boy, was Willie ever burned up. Sure, he wanted to play cops and robbers. Goodbye now.
Goodbye.
Enjoyed that picture, McGee, that crossfire. Isn't that Bob Ryan wonderful?
Oh, he's okay if you like that type. Tall, handsome, curly-haired, rugged, and built like an athlete.
Oh, he's such a fine actor, too. He had me simply scared to death.
Ah, my gosh, I could have played that role just as well myself. If I had all his talent. Just because he... Oh, hey, look who's coming. It's that Williams guy.
Williams? Oh, the man Dr. Gamble introduced us to in the bank. I thought he was a very pleasant... good day, Mr. Williams.
What? Oh, how do you do, Mrs. McKay?
McGee is the name, Williams. Remember? We met you in the bank with Doc Gamble the other day.
Oh, yes, McGee. Lovely day, isn't it? Except that it's a little cool. Although at this time of year, I suppose we must expect a little cool weather, except that we sometimes get quite a hot spell during our Indian summer. Pardon me for mentioning Indian summer. I didn't intend to inject a racial note into the discussion.
Well, that's quite all right, Mr. Williams. We're not Indians.
Not American Indians, anyway. I'm more of an East Indian. Spent several years in Indochina. Used to travel through the jungle barefooted buying lumber. Bought a lot of teak wood from a Chinese fellow named Chan. The natives all called me the barefoot boy with teak of Chan. Don't you get it, William? Teak of Chan, teak of Chan. It's a play on words involving the pun on the word teak.
Ain't funny, McGee.
Oh, it ain't. My gosh, I lay awake for 2 hours last night working on that.
I rather enjoyed it myself.
Well, thanks.
I agree that the pun is sometimes the lowest form of humor, but on the other hand, a clever play on words I find rather amusing.
Yeah?
In other terms, while I detest puns, I sometimes like them very much.
Yes, I see. You live in Wistful Vista, Mr. Williams?
Yes, I do, Mrs. McGee. That is, I say I do. Although, to be strictly truthful, I live just outside of town. I suppose paying taxes here makes me a resident, but on the other hand, I consider myself, by reason of being a suburbanite, not a city dweller.
You sure hate to commit yourself, don't you, son? You in business here?
Well, you might say I am, and again, I'd hardly call it being in business.
I see.
I suppose I might be called a professional man. Although some people might find technical objections to the term, I work for the government, in a way.
Oh.
But more strictly speaking, I am a local employee.
Doing what, may we ask?
Oh, certainly. I am a meteorologist, otherwise known as the weatherman.
Oh.
Well, nice to have seen you again. Good day. Probably.
So he's the weatherman. No wonder he won't give you a positive statement. I suppose you can't help it.
Oh, look, McGee, we're almost home. Why don't you tell me what my surprise is? Now, you know I've been very patient.
And spoil the whole build-up? Nothing doing, Snooky. Besides, it isn't too exciting. Just a little something I planned on doing for a long time. Oh, hey, there's Wally Wimple. Hi, Wimple, man.
Hello there, Mr. Wimple.
Hello, folks. Been out to school?
Been to a movie to kill time, Wimp. I cooked up a little surprise for my wife, and we didn't want to stick around home.
Well, now, isn't that a coincidence? I've cooked up a little surprise for Sweetie Face, too.
Yeah?
That's my big old wife.
Yes, we know.
What you got planned, Wimp? Something romantic?
I'd hardly say that, Mr. McGee. You see, this is Sweetie Face's birthday, so I wrote a little poem for her.
Oh.
I'm going downtown now and have it printed.
Well, isn't that sweet? I'd forgotten you were a poet, Mr. Wimple. How does the poem go?
Yes, recite it, Wimp.
All righty. It goes to Sweetie Face on her birthday. You're 38 today, my dear, and in the very prime of life. As beautiful to me right now as when you first became my wife.
How darling.
That isn't all, Mrs. McGee. It goes on. Like this. I thought of buying you champagne, but gave that up because I'd hate to spend an evening running around with a great big loaded 38.
Great little couple, him and Sweetie Face. Well, come on, kiddo. Let's go this way.
Well, why, McGee? Why must we go around through the alley?
Well, the deliveryman may be in the driveway, and I don't want you to see the surprise, so it's all set.
Yes, but I don't know
Oh,
why.
look. There's a delivery truck in the driveway right now. My gosh, I timed this just about perfect. Come on, baby.
But, dearie, that's a coal truck. That wouldn't be what... McGee, what on earth are you...
That's the surprise, kiddo. Enough coal to last for all winter. And I remembered to order it before we even needed it. Pretty thoughtful, eh? Remember how I forgot to order coal last year and we almost froze to death?
Yeah, but McGee, now, I can't...
How much more, Joe?
That's the last of it, Mr. McGee. 3 truckloads. Total Alaska's all winter.
Great. Much obliged, Joe.
Well, how's about it, Molly? Pretty swell idea, huh?
Yes, but what if I'd only known what... Oh, dear.
Hey, now, you're not disappointed, are you? See, Liz, I said it wasn't much, but we needed it.
No, dearie, I'm not disappointed about that. It's only that, well, I had a little surprise for you, too, and now I can't show it to you.
You did? You can't? Why not? What was it?
Well, I know how you hate to shovel coal and fire the furnace. So while you were fishing last week, I had a man come and change the furnace over to an oil burner.
You did?
I'll show it to you next spring. It's buried under the coal now.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's nice to be back on NBC for Johnson's Wax for another season, and we hope you all enjoyed Fred Waring's wonderful music this summer.
We certainly did. You know, Fred's on a different night now, McGee, with a new show. Monday nights for General Electric.
General Electric? Well, I'll tune that in. I like to keep up with all the current programs. Didn't you hear me, Molly? I said I like to...
Yeah, I heard you, dearie. I'm afraid I'm not the only one.
Oh, you mean they... Oh, good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Products for Home and Industry, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax Products for Home and Industry present Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. Music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Maybe you noticed in Time magazine this week that Johnson's Wax is in the news again. Down at the Texas State Fair in Dallas, a young 4-H clubber was putting the finishing touches on his Hereford steer before parading him in the show ring. As a final thought, he brought out a can of, you guessed it, Johnson's Wax, and set to work polishing the steer's horn. Well, now, you probably don't have steer horns you want to polish, but the point is, a smooth, protective coat of Johnson's Wax also works miracles on 100 different things in your home. Furniture and woodwork, radios, Venetian blinds, leather goods, and picture frames, to mention just a few accessories, shine with beauty when polished with Johnson's Wax. They're so easy to keep clean and bright. Try this wonderful wax method of housekeeping yourself. Johnson's Wax, paste or liquid, to bring out the beauty of the home.
Look on the bright side, shine up the right side, bring out the beauty of the home.
Maybe statesmen and politicians would listen more to the voice of the people if smart people spoke up and the dumb people weren't so noisy. For instance, listen to an average citizen popping off as we join Fibber McGee and Molly.
And another thing, if them so-called experts at the United Nations Conference took my advice, I'd clean up their troubles in two minutes flat. But no, they don't even answer my letters. Is that gratitude? Is that courtesy?
What is your plan, sweetheart?
Just send all the interpreters home. That's all.
And then?
Then when them delegates started calling each other names, nobody'd understand what they were saying. Take it from one who knows, kiddo, there's nothing more discouraging than losing an argument with yourself.
Well, I think you may have something there, McGee, but maybe if you gargle and take some aspirin, it'll go away.
Don't sell me short, baby. It's a terrific idea. If they can't argue with each other, they've got to agree. That's simple, ain't it?
Well, there's just one thing. How would you keep them from shaking their heads?
Turn out the lights.
Well, you send them another letter, dearie. Send it registered mail.
You bet.
In the meantime, I've got to go upstairs and sort the lawn.
Okay, Tootsie. Ah, there goes a good kid. Steady as a rock and solid as a boogie beat. Half the world in a turmoil, and what does she do? She sorts the laundry. By George, if everybody was like her, there'd be more clean shirts and less dirty linen, and... Aha! Maybe that's a special delivery from Lake Success. Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello there, Teeny. To what do I owe the doubtful question? Hey, what you got there?
Well, it's a kitty cat.
Oh.
Isn't he cute?
Mm.
I've always wanted a little kitty cat, but my mama says cats carry germs, but this one isn't carrying any because I held him over the garbage can and shook him, I bet you.
Well, what's a few germs between friends anyway? Personally, I think it's a wonderful thing for children to have pets.
Well, so does my mama, too, but she says the trouble is when the pets start having children.
Hey, he sounds like he's hungry.
Oh, he can't be hungry, I bet you.
No?
I gave him a saucer root beer and 2 chocolate marshmallows and half my bubble gum.
You did, eh?
Yes, he was so,
I says you did, eh?
Did what?
Gave him all that stuff to eat.
What stuff?
A saucer of root beer, 2 chocolate marshmallows, and half your bubble gum.
Oh, you forgot the dill pickle. I gave him that the very first thing.
Well, I'm sorry. I'll remember that in the future.
I'm not going to give him any more in the future. It made him sick. Oh, don't cry, Raymond. I won't give you any more pickles.
Raymond, eh? That's a cute name for a cat, this.
I don't like it.
Hmm?
I think Raymond is a bum name for a cat, I bet you.
Well, then why call him Raymond?
I have to. That's his name.
Well, who named it?
I did.
Well, if you don't like the name Raymond for a cat, why did you name him Raymond?
I named him before I found out he wasn't that kind of a cat.
I had a wonderful cat once when I was a kid, sis. Big striped fellow. He was a bird cat.
He was a
He was a bird cat. Always took him with me when I went hunting. Better than any bird dog I ever owned. I called him Son. S-U-N, Son.
Oh, gee. On account he was so bright, I bet you.
No, on account of every night he'd disappear and wouldn't come back till morning. Well, sir, I'll never forget one day.
Now, quiet, Raymond. I don't want to hear it either, but we gotta be polite.
Well, sir, I'll never forget one day I was out after some quail.
My Duke's got a brother in the Navy, and he says...
Please.
Okay. Quiet, Raymond.
Well, sir, this bird cat of mine was sneaking on ahead, sliding silently through the brush like a little cloud of gray smoke. Suddenly, he disappeared. I wait, and then I feel a tug at my pants leg, and there was Son. He looks up at me and jerks his head toward a little patch of woods. I takes the safety off my shotgun. The cat shakes his head. I was puzzled.
See, me too, I bet you. And Raymond.
Well, sir, the brainy little beast leads me to a little cabin in a clearing. There was a bench outside the door, and on the bench was an almanac. The cat jumps up onto the bench, wets his paw with his tongue, and starts turning the pages. Comes to a calendar and looks up at me. I looks at the page, and then I seen it.
Seen what?
Not seen, Teeny, saw.
Oh.
I saw what the cat meant. The quail season didn't open till the next day. That cat had saved me a $10 fine and maybe a week in the pokey.
Oh, boy. Well, whatever became of him, mister? Whatever.
He ran away, sis, and I never saw him again. Unless...
Unless what?
Well, a few years later, I passed a woman on the street wearing a funny-looking striped fur coat, just kind of flung across her shoulders. And as I went past, one of the sleeves waved at me. That may have been just a coincidence.
Hey, you think my kitty will ever be that smart, mister?
I rather doubt it, sis, but let me have a look at it.
I've been a judge at more cat shows than the chairwoman of a sewing circle.
Okay. Here, Raymond, let Mr. McGee look at it.
Now, take it easy, Raymond.
Hey, he's crashing. Hey, come back here, you little monster. Hey, Dad.
Oh, he ran out the door. Here, Raymond. Here, Raymond. Come on out, Raymond.
Where is he, sis? Where'd he go?
He went under the porch. It's all your fault. He was the only kitty I ever had except Margaret, and he's a dog.
Now, take it easy, sis. I'll get Raymond out of there. If I have to tear the house down.
Oh, my poor little kitty. Poor little Raymond.
Please, sis, please. What'll the neighbors think?
If I only had something to take my mind off of it, like, well, maybe 50 cents or something.
Oh, for the love of Pete. Here's 50 cents. Now, pipe down. I'll get Raymond back for you.
Promise?
Absolutely.
Okay. Then I'll go down to Kramer's drugstore and get a couple of banana slips. Most women, when they got trouble, they go out and buy a hat. I buy banana slips. Thanks, mister.
Hey, wait a minute. Hey, Tina. Why, that little... Oh, well. Never break a promise to a child. Here, Raymond. Here, Raymond. Nice kitty. Here, kitty. Doggone it. Cat, doggone it. I better go and get my flashlight.
Billy Mills to the orchestra, and I wonder who's kissing her now.
Now, right there's where he ran under the porch, Molly.
Yeah.
Now, you stand here, and when I flush him out, you grab him. You better put some gloves on. He scratches like a 1923 record of Isham Jones.
Well, all right, but... Oh, wait a minute, dearie. Here comes that nice Mr. Williams, the weatherman.
Oh, we'll never get any place talking to him. He skirts the subject like Hattie Carnegie with a stylish stop. That guy is...
Hush, dearie. Hello there, Mr. Williams.
Ah, Mr. and Mrs. McGee. Good afternoon, in a way.
Hi, Williams. How's everything in the Weather Bureau? Cloudy Tuesday, followed by Wednesday and Thursday?
Unsettled, rather. We have information of a cold front moving in from the Pacific, which, if it meets high temperatures over the Midwest, might result in almost anything. I would say, unofficially, that conditions are gentle. Although they might change for the better, or worse, it's difficult to say.
Yes, it seems to be.
By the way, Williams, what's your first name? In case I want to send the Weather Bureau a postcard. I find the government gives better service if you pester them a little.
My name is F. Ogden Williams.
F. Ogden Williams. What's the F for, Mr. Williams?
That was left indefinite, Mrs. McGee. My parents just named me F. Ogden. I was to choose my own first name when I came of age, but I've been unable to reach a definite conclusion.
That I can believe. F. Ogden Williams, eh? You know something, Foggy? You kind of remind me of my brother. He was a stocking salesman, but he was too bashful for the work. Couldn't stand getting himself out on a limb.
I see. I think. Yes. Yes, I'm sure I do. Well, I'm sure you must be busy. At least you seem to be making preparations for something. Naturally, I wouldn't know, for sure. Well, good day, probably.
Mark my words, Love Boat, that guy is going to be an important man in the government one of these days.
You think so, dearie?
Yes, sir. Any guy that can avoid taking a stand on anything like he does is going right to the top. Well, this isn't getting that cat out of there. Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Here, baby. Here, kitty, kitty, kitty.
Well, he's under the porch, all right, but maybe not.
Well, what goes on here? And can you use another player?
Why, hello, Dr. Gamble. There's a cat under the porch, and himself here is going in after him.
Yeah, never mind giving me some expert advice, too, either dummy thumper. Yeah. I took more cats out from under more porches than you took appendixes out of people with simple indigestion.
Well, you know, he promised the little girl across the street he'd rescue her cat, and he's going to do it, Doctor.
I never break a promise to a child, Doc. Anybody that makes a promise to a child in the first place is a fathead, but I did it, and I got to make good. You still under there, Raymond?
Are you sure his name is Raymond? Sounds like an old girlfriend of mine. Always hungry and always complaining.
Well, doggone it, you'd be pretty miserable, too, if you were hiding in the dark under a strange porch, scared to death and with a busted leg.
McGee, a broken leg? Why, you didn't tell me. That poor little thing, how terrible.
Well, don't stand there like a goop, you sadistic little brute. Why didn't you tell me? We can't let that kitten suffer. Here, hold my medicine kit. When I get under the porch, you hand it to me.
No, Doc. This is my job. Let me do it.
One side, McGee. I've never doctored a cat before, but it'll be nice having a patient who won't try to tell me my business.
I sure appreciate this, Doc.
Out of my way, Gabby. Now, let me see. I better go in feet first in case there's no room to turn around.
Oh, my goodness, he'll ruin that suit.
He can't hurt that suit. He sent it to the Greek Relief 3 times, and they always send it back. How you doing, Doc?
I'm all right. Hand me that flashlight. It's as dark as a peritoneum in here.
Yeah, but who?
Here you are, Doctor. Do you see the cat in there?
Well, I'm getting close to him. He just walked across my back.
Well, good.
That's a pretty long walk for a small kitten, Doc. Can't you grab him?
Be quiet a minute. Let me look around under here.
Oh, isn't this terrible? Has that poor little thing really a broken leg?
No, I never said it had a broken leg. I just said the Doc would be miserable, too, if he was under a strange porch with a broken leg. You know Doc, always jumping to conclusions.
Why, Fibber McGee, you just said that so
Hello,
he'd do
Molly.
that.
Hello, pal. What's going on?
Oh, hi, Junior. There's a cat under the porch.
We're trying to get him out, Mr. Wilcox.
Hey, have you got any more batteries for this flashlight, McGee? It's getting pretty dim.
That's not a cat. That's Doc Gamble. What's he doing under the house?
He just bought a new foundation garment, and he's trying it out.
Well, say, Molly, hold my coat, will you please? I'm going under that porch myself.
Go ahead, Junior. And if you run across a fat little animal in there with an intelligent look in his eye, that's the cat. Doc is the one with the flashlight.
Well, between us, we ought to be able to find the little blister. Hey, move over, Doc. I'm coming in. Hey, Doc, where are you?
I'm way back here, Arlo. Just follow the buttons off my shirt.
Okay. Here, kitty, kitty. Here, kitty, kitty, kitty.
I think you ought to be ashamed of yourself, McGee. The idea of making those 2 men do your work for you.
I didn't make them do any such a thing for me. Besides, this will be good for Doc.
Why?
We'll work a little of that tummy off him. You know, I was with Doc at a Kiwanis meeting last week, and they had a very good speaker. And when he got through, Doc just sits there. I says, why don't you clap your hands, Doc? I says. And he says, I can't. My hands don't meet in front.
Now, just to say, oh, here comes Mr. Wilcox out again. You didn't stay long, Mr. Wilcox.
I know. Hey, give me a lift, will you, pal?
Yeah.
Thanks. Hey, how far back does that porch go, Molly?
Well, you can crawl way back clear under the kitchen, Mr. Wilcox.
Why, Junior?
Because this is something I've always wanted to do. This is a great day for me,
What
folks.
are you talking about?
Well, look, for year after year, I've been telling people about Johnson's self-polishing glow coat, how it brings out the beauty of the kitchen linoleum with such little effort. How you just pour out little glow coat, spread it around, let it dry for 20 minutes or less, no rubbing, no buffing. How it beautifies and protects the linoleum. How it makes housework so much easier, gives the little woman so much more free time.
Yes. We know all that, but what that got to do with Great Day?
Well, this is the first time I ever saw a kitchen floor from underneath. I wanted to find out if you could use glow coat on both sides of it, and you know something? I'd like to try it, just for fun.
Look, Waxy. You ever think of giving up this work and going back into Chautauqua?
No, I prefer radio.
You do?
Yes, I can get to more people and fewer people can get to me. Well, thanks for the look at the bottom of the floor, and I hope you find your cat. So long now.
You know, McGee, we haven't heard a word from the doctor for some time. Yoo-hoo, doctor.
Hey, Doc, are you all right? Yes, but I wish you'd keep quiet. This cat is frightening.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Cats are high-strung animals, Molly. That's why they wind up as E-strings on violins. I knew a fiddler once tried to play at a dog show. It was awful. Every time a pup would bark, his fiddle string would raise up to the middle like an oh-hi old-timer.
Hello there, Mr. Old-Timer.
Hello there, kid. What you standing out here for,
Well, there's a cat under our porch, Mr. Old-Timer.
Oh, shucks, kid. You don't have to run out of the house just on account of the cat under the porch. They won't hurt you. I mind one time years ago, I lived in a swamp in Florida. Had crocodiles under the house all the time. One night, the biggest croc I ever seen come waddling right into my bedroom.
A big croc, eh?
Yep. Know who it was? Cousin of mine named Jess Fiddleford. Always crocked in them days, Jess was. I remember once I was...
You know, I have an uncle with the same weakness, Mr. Old-Timer. My Uncle Dennis.
Hey, he's weak, all right. Can't even hold his foot up without a brass rail in it.
That's pretty good, Johnny. But that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it... What was that?
The cat.
Oh. Well, the way I heard it, one feller says to t'other feller, say, he says, I hear that new Army plane, the one that goes 1,500 miles an hour, I hear it killed a man the other day. Is that so, says t'other feller. Pilot, was he? No, says the first feller, just a spectator. Tried to watch it go by and broke his neck. Say, Johnny.
Yeah?
About that cat, ever stop to think that motherhood is... I mean, maybe it was going to have some... what do you think?
Well, it wouldn't matter. There's a doctor in attendance.
Oh, that's good, kids. Well, see you later.
The King's Men and Tallahassee.
Tallahassee, when you see land kind of green and grassy, beneath the moon, bright beyond compare. When you hear blue jays chirping high and sassy, and catch one sniff of southern cooking hanging on the evening air. When you see folks at home all polite and classy, and every smile you see bids you stay and rest. Get off that train, you're in Tallahassee. Sun Southland at its very best. Oh, you listen to all you people on the southbound train. Oh, you listen to my friendly advice. About 7:15, we'll be pulling into paradise. When you see land out of the window of the train, turn the can you complain? Beneath the moon, you ought to see the way it shines bright beyond compare. It shines upon the plain. When you hear blue jays chirping kind of high, kind of sassy, get that whistle that's cooking, floating on the air. Suppers on the table when you see folks having their after-dinner chat. All polite and classy, gentlemen all remove their hats, and every smile, perfect harmony and peace. Did you stay and rest? And the porter, your valise, get off that train. Get off your Tallahassee, the capital city of Florida and the Southland. That is very bad.
McGee, I do wish the doctor'd come out from under that porch. He's been there half an hour.
If I couldn't find a cat any quicker than that, I wouldn't call myself a doctor. How you doing, Doc?
Give me 5 more minutes, children. By that time, I'll either have a cat or a collapse. Here, Raymond.
You know, McGee, I think he's really enjoying it.
Why, sure he is, and why not? No telephone calls, no nurses rushing in and out with their starched uniforms, scratching up the interns. I wouldn't be surprised if Doc spent a little time under our porch every afternoon.
Well, nobody would be more welcome under our porch, I'm sure. The doctor's... Oh, look, McGee, here comes Mr. Wimple. Hello, Mr. Wimple.
Oh, hi, Wimp, old man.
Hello, Soap.
Why, what are you looking so perturbed about, Mr. Wimple?
I'm looking for a place to hide.
Yeah?
Sweetie Face is after me again.
Oh.
Sweetie Face, that's my big old wife.
Yeah, we know, Wimp. What's she after you for this time?
Well, it was just a misunderstanding, Mr. McGee. She objected to the way I was drying my fish line.
Well, isn't that ridiculous? What difference does it make how you dry your fish line?
It made quite a difference to her, Mrs. McGee. You should have seen her tumbling down the stairs.
Tumbling down the stairs?
Yes. It seems I had my fish line sort of stretched across the top of the stairs and she tripped over it. They think I have done it deliberately.
Well, after all, she might have been seriously hurt, Mr. Wimple.
Yes, she might have been, but the fish line broke and she didn't trip very hard. I had a stronger line someplace, but I simply couldn't find it.
What'd she do after she took the header, Wimp? Chase you out of the house?
No. I ran up in the attic and I hid in the trunk. Our attic is full of trunks. Yeah. And she knew I was in one of them, so you know what she did? She locked every one of them.
Heavenly days, including the one you were in?
Yeah. I almost died laughing. You see, I had taken the bottom out of all the trunks long ago.
Yeah, that's smart work, kid.
Yes, but I better get out of sight. May I hide under your porch?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Wimple, but Dr. Gamble is under there now.
He is? My goodness, I didn't even know he was married. Well, I'll find some other place then. Thanks, anyway.
The greatest living Dodger since Cookie Lavagetto. How did he? Here, Doc. Let me take you. Come to Uncle Fibber, kitty. That's it. I got him. Give me a hand, somebody. There. Thanks, Molly. Nice to be out of there. Next time the coal miners strike, I won't be so unsympathetic.
Well, we certainly thank you for all your troubles, Doctor.
Yeah, great work, Doc. Took you long enough, but it was great work.
Now, about that broken leg, you little...
Now, wait a minute, Doc. Oh, hey, here comes Teeny. Hey, Teeny, here's your cat. Come on, Teeny, come and get him. I told you I'd get him for you, and we did.
How do you like that wee? Hello there, Teeny. Here's your cat.
Hi, Dr. Gamble. Hi, Miss McGee. Hi, Mr. McGee.
Well, here's your kitten, Teeny. Give it to her, McGee.
Yeah, here, kid. Come on, take it away. Take it. Take your cat. Get it out of here.
Oh, that isn't my cat, Mr. McGee. What? No, I was just playing with that thing for a while this morning.
Oh.
I don't want the dirty old thing. Well, I gotta go home now and feed my doggy. Bye, everybody. Thanks for the banana slips, Mr. McGee.
Say, Molly, may I use your bathtub?
Why, sure, Doc. Help yourself.
You know where to find the soap and towels, Doctor.
I'm not going to need soap and towel. I just want to drown your husband after I break his leg.
Now, look, I can explain. Now, you wait a minute. You can't strike a man with a kitten in his arms.
Molly return in just a moment. I don't know how you keep your furniture clean and polished, but I've heard that some women are still doing this job the hard way. First they clean with soap and water or some other cleaner, then they use a polish, do two operations, in fact. Now, obviously, these women haven't heard about Johnson's Cream Wax. This newest Johnson's Wax polish both cleans and polishes furniture and light-colored woodwork in just one application. Yes, wonderful Johnson's Cream Wax combines two cleansing ingredients with genuine quick polishing wax. When you apply this creamy white liquid, dirt and fingerprints seem to melt right away. Furniture fairly glows and sparkles, stays bright longer. And listen to this. Johnson's Cream Wax doesn't contain one single drop of dust-catching oil. The protective finish it gives your furniture and light woodwork is hard and absolutely dry, so dusting is simple as could be. Try it, Johnson's Cream Wax. It's wonderful to bring out the beauty of the home.
Look on the bright side, shine up the right side, bring out the beauty of the home.
McGee, where are you going now?
Gotta run down to the newsstand, Molly. Be right back.
What's all the hurry? Dinner's almost ready.
I gotta get a magazine. Somebody told me there's an article about us in this issue. Out today. Hey, you got any change?
No, I haven't.
Oh, never mind. I'll charge it as usual. The newsstand guy don't like it, but he does it.
What magazine has our pictures in it?
Look magazine. Hey, why don't you come with me? While he gives me a dirty look, you can grab a clean one. Don't you get it, Molly?
It ain't funny, McGee.
It ain't? Well, it's hard to hold that terrific pace right up to the end.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Your home, you have a piece of furniture you're expecting. Mark Antony got scented parchment from Cleopatra. Napoleon got tender missives from Josephine. Clark Gable gets mashed notes from all over. But who gets more letters than anybody from the finance company? Why, of course, Mr. McGee of Fibber McGee and Molly.
Dirty high-binders, the pocket-picking panhandlers, the money-hungry bloodhounds. Who do they think they're intimidating? Some palooka without any friends or influence? Some homeless vagrant? Some timid character that he won't put up a fight? Answer me that.
I can't. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about this letter from the finance company. Pay the September installment within 24 hours, they say. Or we'll start suit, they say. They'll repossess the car, they say.
You think they would?
I'll say. This is blackmail, that's what it is. By George.
Now, wait a minute, dearie.
Huh?
If you read me the letter, it'll be easier for me to give you advice, which you won't take.
Okay, listen to what they say on their cheap stationery. Dear sir, they say. Dear sir, the dirty hypocrite. Dear sir, if your September car payment of $18.75 is not in our hands within 24 hours, we will be forced to take legal action and institute repossession proceedings. Let us assure you that we have had sufficient experience with bums and deadbeats to know our way with crooks and thieves. With kindest personal regards, the Wistful Vista Finance Company. Signed, Carl Snarl, President.
Oh, my goodness, why don't you make the September payment?
What do you mean, why don't I? How many times do I have to make the September? Look at here. Look at this checkbook. Look at that stuff. It's dated September the 3rd and... Oh, my gosh, here's the check, too. Oh, I never mailed it. I never even tore it out.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Well, you still have 24 hours, dearie.
No, I haven't. I got this letter yesterday morning.
Well, why didn't you open it then?
Because I won't be pushed around by any finance company. They can't tell me when to open my mail.
That's the spirit, my lad.
It is?
It is indeed. That's the spirit that will lose us the car. Tie you up in a lawsuit and give you a credit rating of 0-.
You think they'll really take the car away from us, Molly? What am I saying? Them pirates will snatch that puddle jumper before I can even sprinkle tacks in the driveway. Blah, blah, blah. Hey, I better cut right down there and square this rat, huh?
Why don't you call them up first, dearie, and explain the situation?
Great idea, kiddo. Uh-oh, it's too late. Here they are. Hide the car keys. Don't answer the door. Tell them we're not home. Tell them anything. And another thing.
Hello there, kids.
Relax, McGee. It's just the old-timer. Hello, Mr. Old-timer.
Hello, daughter.
Hi, old-timer. I'm glad to see you.
Hello, Johnny. Nobody answered the door, so I figured you was out. When'd you get back?
From where?
Where were you?
Right here.
Well, no wonder you got back so quick. I'm glad I waited. Hope I ain't intruding, kid.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Oldtimer, we were just going downtown.
Good. Me too. I'll drive you down.
Gee, thanks very much.
Don't mention it, Johnny. Glad to do it. Just give me the keys and tell me the gear shift, and I'll have you downtown in no time.
Oh, we're not taking our car, Mr. Oldtimer. We're going to walk.
I'll walk myself, daughter. Hate to drive somebody else's car anyway. Leastwise, till I learn how to drive. What you gonna do downtown, kid?
Gotta go down to the finance company and make a payment on the car, old-timer.
Oh, that's too bad, kid. I got a cousin making payments to that finance company. Bought himself a brand new car through them fellers. Almost paid for now, too.
Wonderful.
Bought it new, eh? What kind is it?
Apperson Jackrabbit, Johnny. Cost him $700 in 1910. Plus interest, of course.
$700. That's a lot of lettuce for one jackrabbit.
Pretty good, Johnny, but I heard it in a slightly different way. The slightly different way I heard it is, one feller says to t'other feller says, he says, friend of mine's coming out with a gadget now that'll fry an egg, make coffee, and wash the dishes all in 15 minutes. Sounds good, says t'other feller. Did he invent it himself? Nope, says the first feller. He married it. See you later, kid.
Well, come on, baby. I gotta get down to that finance company. Hey, where's my hat?
Where'd you leave it?
I don't know. I haven't... Oh, yeah, I know where it is. It's right here in the hall closet.
No, McGee. That's the hall closet.
What about it? I keep my hat in there all the time. Shall we go? I wish I could think of something fancy to tell that finance company about why I'm so late making this payment.
Well, tell the truth. Tell them you forgot.
Oh, no. It's not that simple, kiddo. That outfit has got 5 garages full of cars that used to belong to guys with bad memories. Oh, sir. I got to whip up a yarn that'll make them cry. Let me see.
Well, tell them you spent the last week at your grandmother's bedside. She cracked herself up flying her P-38 through a greenhouse.
Too coincidental. Last month I told them my grandmother was playing drums in the nightclub and got gored by a trombone. If I could only think up an excuse.
Oh, hold it, McGee. Here comes Mr. Williams, the weatherman. Hello, Mr. Williams.
Oh, hi, Foggy, old man. How are conditions, Foggy?
Well, I'd prefer you didn't ask me things like that, Mr. McGee. Oh. Conditions are so unsettled that any answer I might give would be so subject to revision that unexpected changes, are likely. And then on the other hand, there might be very little change. One never knows, for sure.
Are you referring to weather conditions, Mr. Williams?
Oh, not necessarily, Mrs. McGee. That is, not specifically. Although weather conditions are like any other conditions if you consider them by and large. Sometimes it's this and sometimes it's that, or both. Usually one or the other. Although not definitely.
By the way, Mr. Williams, where do you live? It seems we're always meeting you.
Oh, didn't you know? No, of course you don't. Otherwise, you wouldn't have inquired.
No.
I live next door to you.
What?
Both of you. As of last week. Friday, it seems. Afternoon, I think. Late. Sort of.
My gosh. You live in that house next door to us? I thought that house was vacant.
Oh, it is.
Oh.
Some of the time. I work all day and my wife plays bridge at a club. During those times, the house is vacant. But it's usually occupied at night when we're there.
Well, how nice. Next door neighbors to the weatherman.
Yeah, anytime I run out of ice cubes foggy, I'll pop in and borrow a handful of hailstones.
Well, you'll be quite welcome, I'm sure, if we have them. Although I doubt if we ever have. My wife might know, so maybe not. Well, I must go home and feed my groundhog. Good day, probably.
He's very nice, McGee, don't you?
Sure, and I'll bet 5 inches of rainfall to a bucket of slush he's some relation to Vera Vay, too. Oh, hey, remind me, I got to stop at the bonton on the way down.
And what for?
I got to buy some suspenders. The ones I got on are about shot. You know, these are the ones you give me for Christmas.
When did I ever give you suspenders for Christmas?
1937, I think it was. No, 1936. Or was it? No, it wasn't. That's it, 35. Or come to think... Now, wait a minute.
All right.
Now, let me see. I'm sure it was 1937 because that was the year Cousin Sylvester got kicked in the head by an ostrich. No, that was in 36. 1937 was the year Aunt Sarah sent us the 4 quarts of brandied cherries and Uncle Dennis passed out in the fruit cellar. Or was that in 1934? No, that must have been 1936. Because in 1935, I lost a silver dollar in the snow and tried to melt the snow off the lawn by using the garden hose as a flamethrower and set the porch on fire and found the silver dollar in the cuff of my pants. So I know it was 1935 that you gave me the suspenders.
Oh, dearie, I wish I could reason things out the way you do. Your mind works like a steel trap. And the things that get caught in it are nobody's... Hello there, Mr. Wilcox. McGee, here's Mr. Wilcox.
Oh, hi, Junior.
Hello, pal. Hello, Molly. Where are you going?
Down to the Wistful Vista Finance Company, Mr. Wilcox. Himself here forgot to make the September payment on the car.
He did? Oh, you're in trouble, pal. Those people are tougher than tripe.
Yeah?
They're as heartless as nightclub celery. And I know. My uncle owns that outfit.
You mean Carl Snarl is your uncle, Mr. Wilcox?
Yes, but don't tell anybody. He's a very hateful guy. I tell you, that's a cold man.
Oh, then it wouldn't do any good for you to put in a word for McGee, huh?
Not a bit, Molly, not a bit. Just make it worse.
This Carl Snarl seems to have rather an attractive personality, a certain charm of his own, like a cobra with an impacted wisdom tooth.
Oh, he's really a brute. You know what he did to my aunt one day right after they were married?
Tell us.
Well, my aunt was a very meticulous woman.
So what? He should have found that out before he married her.
Meticulous means neat, dear.
Oh, yeah. She was very meticulous, particularly with her housekeeping.
Well, go on, Junie. Silence may be golden, but Racine don't think so in your case.
Okay. Anyway, my aunt took particular pride in her kitchen linoleum. It was always sparkling, immaculate, clean as a whistle. I always carry this whistle with me. I like to dramatize my sales call.
By the way, why don't you carry a hound's tooth and say she kept her linoleum as clean as this and then stab him with it? That'd get their attention.
Oh, well, maybe, but I think the whistle
now,
is...
boys, please, now, I want to hear what Carl Snarl did to Mr. Wilcox's aunt.
Silly girl.
Well, anyway, one day Uncle Carl walked into the kitchen and saw my aunt using Johnson's self-polishing glow coat and singing happily. She loved using glow coat because it was so easy and so effective. So there she was, pouring a little glow coat out, spreading it around with a long-handled applier, knowing that it would dry within 20 minutes or less to a handsome, protective, color-restoring brilliance. She knew that with Johnson's glow coat, it was a simple matter to keep linoleum clean.
Clean as a what?
What? Oh, clean as a whistle.
Thanks.
Don't mention it.
That's decent of you to humor me, Waxy old chap.
Not at all, not at all.
Heavenly days, will you please get on with the story? What happened?
Well, Uncle Carl, being a heel, hated to see my aunt so happy. He enjoyed seeing her down on her knees, scrubbing. And he knew that Glow-Coat eliminated all that old-fashioned labor, so he picks up the can of Glow-Coat and throws it out the window with a dirty laugh.
The brute. And what did your aunt do, cry?
No, she picked Uncle Carl up and threw him out the window. He's been a different man ever since.
Better?
Only around home. Worse every place else. Well, I just wanted you to know what you were up against, pal. Let me know what happened. So long now.
Well, come on, Molly. Let's get down there and get it over with.
Wait just a minute while I step into Kramer's drugstore. I've got to get a new lipstick. Between you and me and Elizabeth Arden, we ought to conquer Mr. Snarl. You wait right here for me, dearie. I won't be but a minute.
Okay, Tootsie. There goes a good kid. If I had a wife like that, I wouldn't be scared to say, what am I saying? She is my wife. I guess I'm so nervous about Carl Snarl, I don't know.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hi, Jeannie. How's Trixie?
Fine, thank you. She likes it, too.
Huh?
Hmm?
What'd you say?
What?
You said she likes it.
She does. She loves it.
Who does?
Trix.
Huh?
That's my bunny rabbit. Her real name is Trixie, but her nickname is Trix.
Nickname, you mean?
No, that's her nickname. It's on a little tag around her neck.
Oh. Well, look, sis, let's get this straight. I said, how's Trix, and you said, fine, thank you, and she likes it, too. She likes what?
Her house.
Oh.
Papa said she shouldn't be running outside all winter, and we'd have to house Trix.
Oh.
So we did, and Papa built a little rabbit hatch out of a soapbox.
Hutch.
Well, I was...
Hutch, hutch.
God bless you.
Look, sis, it seems to me you're getting a little overloaded in the pet department.
I am not, I betcha. I don't even let Willie hold my hand.
No. I mean live pets. Last week you had a kitten and a dog named Margaret. Now you got a rabbit named Trixie.
I got a pet cuckoo, too, I betcha.
Oh, a cuckoo, eh? That's interesting. You keep it in the clock?
No.
Oh?
In a little box with some dried leaves.
Oh.
I'm waiting for him to turn into a butterfly.
Oh, you mean you got a cocoon?
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. And when he comes out of his cuckoo, I'm going to have a birthday party for him.
Mm-hmm.
Dancing and everything.
Oh, that's great. That's a great idea. Invite me over. I've always wanted to go to a mothball. Did you get it, sis? Butterfly dance? Mothball?
No. Well, so long, mister.
Just where is the Wistful Vista Finance Company, dearie?
It's right in this block, honey.
You got your story already?
No, but I can get one up on the spur of the moment. I only wish this moment didn't have such sharp spurs. Is that Carl Snarl is as tough as he's supposed to
Oh,
be?
wait a minute, McGee. Here comes Dr. Gamble. Maybe he can help.
Oh.
You, Doctor.
Hello there, my dear. Hello, repulsive.
Well, if it isn't the little round healer. Where are you rolling, medicine ball?
If it's any of your business, jump seat. I just finished a major operation. I'm taking a walk to steady my nerves.
Oh, something serious, Doctor?
Oh, no. Army officer got in a fight, and I had to take a few stitches in his ear.
You call that a major operation?
Yes, he was a major in the artillery. And his language was very spectacular. If my ancestors were all he said they were, I come from a very colorful family.
I suppose he apologized afterwards.
My dear girl, the Army never admits being wrong. The first thing an officer learns is to stand with shoulders back, chin in, and mind closed. I was a captain in the medical corps once, and I ought to know. I was the worst of the lot.
No kidding, Doc. You in the Army once? Say, tell us. Was it really tough going that winter at Valley Forge?
McGee, now stop it. I'll bet Dr. Gamble was a fine officer.
Yeah, it took an act of Congress to make him a gentleman, and it'll take a miracle to make it stick. Hey, Fatso, by the way.
Yes,
Buster? I'm in a little jam with the Wistful Vista Finance Company. You know anybody down there?
I know Carl Snarl, the president.
Oh, wonderful. You hear that, dearie? He knows Carl Snarl.
That's great, Doc. Now, look, if Carl Snarl is a friend of yours...
He isn't.
Huh?
He isn't?
No, I merely said I knew him.
Oh.
I met him once at the home of one of my patients who had just broken his hip.
Yeah? What was he doing there?
He was repossessing a wheelchair. That'll give you some idea of what you're up against. However, if you want to give me as a character witness, please do so. And when I get through testifying, you won't be able to borrow 40 cents on a $50 bill. Oh, the very thought of it makes me feel good. I think I'll go back to the hospital and order barium dinners for everybody. See you later, sir.
You really think he put in a rap against me, Molly?
Oh, certainly not. He was just kidding.
No, I don't. He's got a pretty gruesome sense of humor. Oh, here's the finance company. Get him. Well, let's face it.
Oh, cold in here, isn't it?
It'll warm up in a minute, I'm afraid. Hey, where is everybody? Must be in another office torturing a client. Hey, is anybody here?
I do wish you wouldn't yell like that, sir. What was it you wanted?
Well, we'd like to see Mr. Carl Snarl, although we'd much rather do business with somebody like you.
Yeah, I understand this snarl cookie is something special to carry around on Halloween. Just between you and me, Jackson, what goes with this snarl? Is he really the kind of a guy that would glue the leaves together on his starving mother's artichoke?
I'm afraid I'm a little prejudiced, my friend. You see, I am Carl Snarl.
You're Snarl, Carl? How do you do, I'm sure. We're Mr. McGee and his wife, which is me.
Oh, you're Fibber McGee, hmm? Well, come into my office, Mr. McGee. I've been waiting for you.
Oh. Nice little office you got here, Mr. Snarl. Hey, what's the big whip for hanging up over in the corner?
Well, I don't think you're here to discuss my hobbies, Mr. McGee.
Oh, no, Mr. Snarl, no, indeed. We came to discuss the September payment.
Yeah, you probably don't know the details of my account, Mr. Snarl. Busy man as you are, probably.
Yeah, I know your case very well.
Oh.
$18.75. A month overdue.
Well, you can explain the whole thing, Mr. Snarl.
Yeah, sure I can.
You can?
You see, Carl, old man, it was like this.
I don't believe it.
But he hasn't told you yet.
Well, I won't believe it when he does tell me. Now, look here, my chiseling friends. You see that motto up there on the wall? Just past the whip?
You mean the one that says the man who holds his end up won't have to worry about sitting on a tack? That one?
Yes, we see it.
Well, you haven't held up your end of the contract, McGee. We're repossessing your car today.
Oh, but Mr. Snarl...
You keep quiet, sister.
Don't tell my sister to be quiet, you wormy little sister. Besides, that's my wife. And furthermore, I got a check right here for $18.75. So
I don't want it.
Huh?
Going to repossess. Rather have the car and the money. Got plenty of money, and I'm part of it.
All right, this is a stick-up. Huh? Get your hands up, everybody.
Oh, get your hands up, everybody.
I got my hands up. Now let's not be hasty now.
Go ahead and shoot him, bud. Justifiable homicide. There ain't a jury in the land that wouldn't...
Lie down, you. And get out of that chair. Get over against that wall. I can watch you.
No.
What?
McGee, darling, do what the man says. Get over against the wall where he can watch you.
No, sir.
McGee, now be reasonable. You'll get us all murdered. The money's in the safe, mister, behind Mr. McGee's chair.
All right. Get out of that chair, Max.
Me?
Yes, you. I ain't got time to argue. The cops will be here. Now get up.
No.
Sweetheart, for goodness sake.
McGee, he's got a gun here.
For the last time, Max. Are you going to get out of that chair? If I wasn't afraid I'll waken every cop in town, I'd shoot you so fast you'd... Come on, get up.
I'm not budging.
Well, you heard what Mr. McGee said, burglar. He can be awful stubborn when he makes up his mind.
I ought to blow it. Oh, let me out of here.
Well, you may put your hands down now, Miss McGee. And I might add that your brave husband has saved the firm thousands of dollars.
Oh, McGee, you were wonderful. That man scared me to death.
Oh, you have great courage, Mr. McGee. I'd like to shake the hand of a hero. Stand up, Mr. McGee.
I can't stand up, Dad Rabbit. My suspenders are busted. Ladies and gentlemen, the combined community chests of America need $168 million for 1948. That seems like a lot of money until you divide it by 140 million people. If everybody gave just $1, they'd come very close to their goal.
We know that some people can't give $1, but other people can give hundreds. It simply boils down to give to the limit of your ability.
Your money will go to Red Feather Services, which benefit your hometown. They have cut down the administration costs of charities and services by combining a lot of welfare fields into one group.
Please give generously this year. Tickle your conscience with a red feather.
Good night.
Good night, all.
The Johnson's Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. Music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. I have some bright news for you tonight. It's about Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. Of course, you're familiar with glow coat. Who isn't? It's far and away the most popular of all floor polishes. But did you know this? Today, glow coat is brighter than ever. In fact, it now gives your kitchen linoleum and other floors nearly twice as much shine as ever before. Believe me, this bright, beautiful gloss is really something to see. Of course, Johnson's glow coat still shines as it dries. There's no rubbing or buffing. To get this wonderful new shine, you simply apply and let dry. That's all there is to it. Your floors still get the same wonderful glow coat protection. Spilled things wipe up in no time from the smooth wax surface. In fact, keeping a glow-coated floor sparkling clean is no bother at all. Try it, won't you? Brighter than ever, Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. There's nothing else like it to bring out the beauty of the home.
Look on the bright side, shine up the right side, bring out the beauty of the home.
Well, now that Indian summer is here, big medicine is being made in teepee number 79 on the Wistful Vista Reservation. Meet Big Chief Eager Beaver and his squaw, Princess Go-Along with Gang, better known to the pale-faced world as Fibber McGee and Molly.
Hello. McGee, you've been on that telephone all morning. What on earth are you doing?
Just closing a deal, kiddo. This is the time of year Hello, operator. How about my call to the Timothy Hayes farm out on Route number 2? Oh, is that you, Mert?
Oh, dear.
How's every little thing, Mert? Is it? What's that, Mert? Your little brother. Oh, the poor little guy. Well, you keep him away from Halloween parties this year, Mert.
Why, what happened to her little brother last year?
He got a prize for wearing the funniest false face, and he wasn't even wearing one. What's that, Mert? Well, give me a ring when it's there. Well, thanks, Mert.
Look, dearie.
Huh?
Maybe I should be the kind of wife who stays out of her husband's business affairs and simply takes the limousines and diamond necklaces as they come, but I guess I'm just too snoopy. What's the big deal?
Oh, it ain't too big, but every year about this time I get a terrific yen to...
Come in. Oh, it's the weatherman from next door, McGee. Hello, Mr. Williams.
Hi, Foggy, old man.
Good afternoon, in a way.
Have a cigar, Foggy?
No, thank you. I have a cigar.
You got two? Thanks. I'll smoke it after dinner.
Won't you sit down, Mr. Williams?
Thank you, no. No, I just dropped in to... Well, that is, I didn't exactly drop in. My visit is deliberate. Or should I say, premeditated?
Yeah, say that.
Very well. Premeditated. What I mean to say is that while I don't wish to presume on the fact that I'm now your next-door neighbor, or you are my next-door neighbor...
Or both.
Or both, yes. I do not wish... Well, no one could ever... Well, I mean, as I was... Where was I?
You don't want to presume on the fact that we're next-door neighbors. Take it from there. And don't be too cautious. As a neighbor, I presume plenty.
No. Well, my wife is out of town, and I'm doing my own cooking, such as it is. And it isn't too bad, although I have had better. And a lot worse, for that matter. If you must know. And I don't know why you should. Do you?
Do we what?
Do you have an egg I could borrow? I need an egg.
Foggy, shake hands.
Certainly, but why?
Well, I think he's congratulating you on making the first positive statement we've ever heard from you, Mr. Williams. Certainly you may have an egg. McGee, dearie, look on the bottom shelf of the refrigerator.
Excuse me. Never mind the egg. Come to think of it, I'm going to make some rice pudding. Or maybe a custard pudding. Or maybe a bread custard pudding. I wish I liked it. Perhaps I'd better make some raisin cookies. Or an upside-down cake. Or just buy some ice cream. That's it, ice cream. I'll get it at Kramer's drugstore. I have to go downtown to dinner anyway, so I as well go.
Now, just a darn minute, Foggy. If you got a date downtown for dinner, what are you cooking for?
Isn't that strange? I never thought of that. Well, thank you anyway. I must go home and feed my groundhog. Good afternoon. Probably.
How the poor man will starve to death before he makes up his mind what to have for dinner.
Old Foggy is going to be a good neighbor, though.
What makes you think so?
I peeked into his garage yesterday, and has he got the stuff? A 40-buck lawnmower, 150 feet of hose, power tools, everything. And don't forget, he was the first one to want to borrow something. He made the first crack. So don't blame me. Excuse me. Hello? Who? Yeah, this is Mr. McGee. Mr. Hayes? Oh, hi, Tim, old man. Look, about those apples.
Apples?
You got a good crop this year? Best since 1939, eh? Great, Tim, great. Got them all picked? You have? Well, don't dispose of them. One of them now till you talk to me, Tim. Yeah. I'll be right out, Tim. Oh, by the way, how's the family? Oh, you're a bachelor. Okay, Tim. See you in about an hour. Well, it looks like a deal, Snooky.
Mm-hmm. Am I old enough to be told now? I know about the birds and the bees. I think I could understand about the pears and the apples.
Oh, didn't I tell you?
Didn't he tell me, he said. Been dashing around here all day making notes and phone calls like General Motors retooling for waffle irons. Now he says, didn't he tell me? No, lover. You've been as close-mouthed as a discontented Russian.
Oh, I'm sorry, baby. Well, a guy gave me a tip on this year's apple crop, see?
No.
So, I says to myself, ha-ha, I says, so the apple crop was good this year. In that case, ha-ha, I says to myself,
Come in.
hello there, kid. Great day, ain't it? Yeah, sure is, old-timer. In fact, I and my wife are taking a little drive out into the country.
Would you care to ride along with us?
No, thanks, Sawyer. Don't care for farm life myself. Tried it once. Give it up. Not enough fresh air.
Not enough fresh air on a farm?
Not for me. I kept falling into the silo. Had a lot of other trouble, too, Johnny.
Such as what, Mr. Oldtimer?
Horse trouble. Had 8 horses that I paid $2 for, and I...
You paid $2 for 8 horses?
Yep. Standard price.
What kind of horses can you get for $1?
Quarter horses. Well, sir, one day I throws my side saddle on a horse and starts out to...
Wait a minute. You rode side saddle?
Had it, Johnny. Somebody had stolen one of my stirrups. Well, sir, no sooner did I get in the saddle than the horse rears up. Get down, you old goat, I says. And the horse says, what if I don't?
The horse said that?
Yep. Just then it come apart in the middle and 2 young fellers gets out. Huh? Seems it was a vaudeville team hiding out from the sheriff. Funny thing, too. The vet had looked at that horse's teeth just the day before and asked me who made the lower plate, but I never give it another thought.
very interesting experience, old-timer. Very. Reminds me of the time I went buffalo hunting.
Tell us, McGee, as if anybody could stop you.
Love to hear about it, Johnny. Was you foot or horseback?
In a Buick. I left Cleveland at 8:30 one night and hunted for buffalo till daylight. Had an old map and kept getting off the road.
Still got an old map, Johnny. But that's pretty good, Johnny, but that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says to t'other feller, he says, see, you got one of them rear-engine automobiles. Yep, says t'other feller, but I didn't find it out till yesterday. I've been backing out for 12,000 miles. Come on, kid.
Go on.
Billy Mills and the orchestra, a feudin', a fightin', and a fussin'.
Beautiful out here in the country, McGee.
Yeah.
I wonder why they don't build cities closer to all this.
That'd take all the fun out of driving into town on Saturday night. I always... Whoop!
What's the matter? Why are you slowing down?
Fibber McGee sign coming. Never miss it. There's the first one.
They say that the ancient Roman
had his whiskers yanked out by a slave.
But no one has ever told us
how the people in Burma escaped.
Oh, my, isn't that cute? I wonder who writes all those poems.
I know who wrote that one, and don't be surprised next week if he's working for Red Scout. Get a whiff of that fresh country air, baby. Don't that air make you feel wonderful?
Yes, I just love this season of the year, when all the billboards start turning red and gold.
I always know winter ain't far away when Ringling Brothers 3-sheets start curling at the edges. And them ads for Dr. Pierce's Golden Medical Discovery on the barn.
Say, speaking of golden medical discoveries, look who's walking along the road with you.
Huh? Oh, well, I'll be a...
Oh, dear.
Gotta get them brakes fixed. Hey, Doc! Hey, Doc, where you going?
Well, hello there, Pigeon Face. Hello, Molly.
Car breakdown, Doctor?
No, I'm taking a day off, my dear. But I'd take a stroll through the countryside and see what's keeping the farmers so healthy. There hasn't been a pair of callous hands in my office since my nurse got stuck in the elevator and had to shinny up the cable.
Well, climb in, vitamin boy. Always glad to take a slum kid like you out into the country and show him that the trees don't grow only in Brooklyn. Or Sunset.
Yes, do come along, Doctor. You'll get just as much fresh air and exercise riding in this car as you would walking.
Oh, thanks. I believe I will.
Well, you're lucky we come along, Fatso.
That is one man's opinion, Leadfoot. Personally, I'd rather ride with a bubble-gumming high school boy and a souped-up hot rod, but I'm too tired to be choosy. Where are you bound besides muscle?
Well, himself here has a deal on with a farmer named Hayes.
Doctor. Best apple crop in these parts since 1939, Docky. Going out and look it over.
Since when have you begun speculating in farm produce, McGee? I never thought you knew the difference between hen fruit and eggplant.
Oh. He spent a lot of time on a farm when he was a lad, Doctor. Didn't you, dearie?
You bet.
Tell him the idea you had to plant soybeans in circles and raise steering wheels for the Ford company.
Yes, do. Sometime.
Don't worry your fat little head about my agricultural experience, Tommy Thumper. I invented an electric fence that all you had to do was press a button and it would shock all the corn. And I had animated scarecrows that would throw rocks at chicken hawks. And I designed a clipping machine, too. You just drive the sheep in one end and they'd come out the other end wearing turtleneck sweaters and carrying from 2 to 5 wool blankets. Depending on the size of the sheep, of course. And in 1932 it was.
Hold it, McGee. Stop the car.
What's the matter?
Nothing. We just passed Mr. Wilcox.
Well, it seems to be a great day for familiar pedestrians. One of these days you'll be out driving and you won't see anybody you know. And the people you do talk to won't know any jokes. And there'll be a half hour open on Tuesday night.
When that day comes, Pillbox. Oh, hi, Junior.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox. I thought that was you we passed.
Hello, pal. Molly, hi, Doc. Where's everybody going?
We're going out on Route 204 to the Hayes Farm, Mr. Wilcox.
Got a little business to transact, Junior. Old Doc here was hiking along the pike like a homeless bum, so we picked him up, too. You want to lift, too?
No, thanks. I enjoy walking.
You do? Well, imagine that. For 20 years, I've been advising people to walk more. So I tried it myself today, and so help me if I ever prescribe it again, may somebody beat my brains out with a rubber heel. You really like walking, Harlow?
Love it, Doc, love it. Although I have a pretty tough time trying not to step on any leaves.
Not to step on any leaves? Why, at this time of year, Mr. Wilcox, that's almost impossible.
I know, but I try. I guess you don't know what leaves mean to me.
I thought I'd heard everything from this guy, but this is a new approach. Tell us, Junior, what do leaves mean to you?
Tell us, Mr. Wilcox. I really want to know.
Thank you, Molly. I'm glad your husband brought out the beauty of the home today.
Mr. Wilcox.
Well, maybe you don't know that Johnson's wax is made from the leaves of the carnauba tree, which is found mostly in Brazil.
Yeah,
If it weren't for those leaves, think of the households unprotected against dust and dirt and dampness with Johnson's wax.
Yeah, but what that's got to do with what you're talking about?
I was merely going to say that the carnauba leaf has made me a good living, and I won't mention any other name. And then when you think that Johnson's wax does so much to lighten the burden of housekeeping and emphasizes beauty and hospitality, and when you recall the hundreds of uses for Johnson's wax in the home, such as on floors, furniture, woodwork, enamel surfaces, luggage, and so on, well, you can understand why I don't trample leaves underfoot.
Personally, I think it's a very proper attitude.
Look, Waxy.
Yes, Al?
Is this a new feeling you got about leaves, or you always been a little nature happy?
Oh, October and November have been my favorite months ever since I was a kid. Always used to take long walks in the autumn. In fact, all through high school, I was known as Autumn Boy.
Autumn Boy, ain't that nauseating?
Was that the exact term, Harlow? Autumn boy?
No, the exact term was fall guy. I think Autumn Boy is prettier. Well, look, I don't want to delay you folks. I'll see you later.
You know something, Docky? It was just about this time of year that I had my first date with Mom.
Yes, it was, Doctor. I remember he brought me a big bouquet of red and gold autumn leaves.
To press in the album?
No, to build a fire in the stove.
As a a very novel approach. I suppose it was love at first sight.
Matter of fact, Doc, there wasn't so much love with us at first as it was geometry.
Geometry?
I was a guy with a lot of angles, and she was a girl with a lot of curves. So the minute I seen her, I said...
Hold it, dearie. Here's the fire.
Oh.
Turn in here.
Yeah, okay. Oh, McGee. Gotta get them brakes fixed. Well, come on, Molly. Come on, Doc. I gotta see this guy about those apples.
Well, this is really a beautiful farm, isn't it? Looks like one of those country places run by a city man to confuse the Internal Revenue Department. I'll bet in a good year this farm doesn't lose more than 50 or 60,000.
Wonder where the owner is. Tim Hayes, his name is. Tim Hayes. Hey, Tim! Tim, you here?
No, but I am Sue.
Well, heavenly days, Wallace Wimple.
Hello, Wally.
Hi, Wimp, old man.
Hello, Sue. If you want to see Mr. Hayes, he'll be here in a minute. He's my uncle.
Oh, Tim's your uncle, eh?
On whose side, Mr. Wimple?
On my side, Mr. When Sleepyface and I have an argument, I often come out here and hide. Sleepyface, that's my big old wife, Doctor.
Oh, yes, I know, Wally. I treated her once for lacerated ankle. It seems somebody had carelessly put a bear trap in her shower bath.
I wouldn't say carelessly, Doctor. I put quite a bit of thought into that.
This is a beautiful farm, Mr. Wimple.
Yes, it really is, Mr. McGee. I have a simply marvelous time out here with my bird.
With your what, Wimp?
My bird. I just bought a new one, see? Our feathered friends of the North American continent. I spend hour after hour in the fields and meadows here with my bird.
See many interesting birds around here, Wallace?
Oh, I do indeed. Just this morning, I saw a deckle-edged, scarlet-crested wagglefinch.
Waffle which?
Wagglefinch, Mr. McGee. The only North American bird that can fly backwards, except the hummingbird.
Flies backwards, huh?
Yes, and jet propelled, too. They fly around the front doors of drugstores after school hours and pick up soda straws. Then they take a deep breath and blow through the straw. Some of them can blow themselves backwards at 32 miles an hour. You can recognize them usually by crumpled tail feathers. They're always backing into things. Do you want to go in the house and wait for Uncle Tim?
No, we'll wait right here, Mr. Wimple. My goodness. Isn't the farm beautiful this time of year, McGee? The leaves all turning color. Shocks of corn stacked over there. Pumpkins all around.
Yeah, those four scarecrows leaning up against the fence.
Oh, those scarecrows have been leaning there for years.
Yeah?
They were here when Uncle Tim bought the farm from the king.
Oh, the king's scarecrows, eh? Well, it takes a lot of scarecrows to watch over all this corn.
July. You know that snow
certainly is a beautiful farm you have here, Mr. Hayes.
It sure is, Tim. How many hands do you have?
Just 2, Mr. McGee, but I have 6 fingers on one of them. Say, by the way, Doctor, I believe you're the Dr. Gamble who took care of my niece, Eulalia Frisbee.
Oh, yes, I remember the case very well, Mr. Hayes. As I recall, your niece got her apron caught in the windmill and was whirled around for 3 hours.
Yes, sir, that's just what happened, Doctor. And I must say you fixed her up real good.
No after effects?
No, except on windy days, she keeps turning cartwheels. Of course, if we catch her in time, we always strap an ice cream freezer onto her. Well, you said on the phone you wanted to talk over the apple crop.
You bet, Tim. I want to see it. They all been graded and sorted?
Oh, yeah, we sent all the culls to the cider press. If you come back in about a month, we'll give you some real nice hard cider. That is, if anybody can stand up long enough to hand it to you.
You have some very handsome cattle over there, Mr. Hayes. What's that big black and white cow?
That's a Holstein, Doctor.
What's the little one right beside it?
That's a Halfstein. Now, if you folks will step this way through the barn here, I'll take you to the storeroom where we got the apples all barreled.
Very modern barn you have here, too, Tim. How do you keep it so clean?
Well, for one thing, we don't allow no animals in here.
Oh.
They just kick the hay all over the place.
Have any trouble keeping help around here, Mr. Hayes?
Well, we lost the foreman last week. He fell in the hay baler.
Oh, how terrible.
Oh, I don't know, Miss McGee. It gave one of the other boys a chance for promotion.
I think that's very fair, Mr. Hayes. Nothing like a hay baler to give a man a square shake.
Well, come on, Tim. About that little deal of ours. Let's get on with it.
All right, Miss McGee. I'll run the house later and set the cook's leg.
Set the cook's leg? Well, why didn't you tell me? I'm the doctor.
Well, there wasn't no call to, Doctor. That was the cook's leg of lamb. She asked me to set it on the stove for her. Well, let's go in the storeroom, folks.
Wow. Oh, heavenly days, doesn't that smell good? And did you ever see such beautiful apples? Millions of them.
Nice looking crop, Tim. What's the latest market quotation on apples?
Well, now, I couldn't rightly say to that, Mr. McGee. How big an order would you consider?
I'm glad you asked me that, Tim. Circumstances have kind of altered my circumstances since I talked to you on the phone. You see, we got a guest with us now, kind of unexpected, so I'm going to need 3 apples instead of 2. You want an apple, don't you, Doc?
Oh. This is ridiculous.
Fibber and Molly return in just a moment. If you're anything like me, you like to have your cake and eat it too. For instance, you want your kitchen linoleum to have a really bright shine, but you don't want to do any unnecessary work. Well, what you're looking for is Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. It's so easy to have really bright floors with glow coat. There's no rubbing or buffing, just apply and let dry. That's all. As for that glow coat shine, believe me, it really is bright. Why, the Johnson's glow coat now on your dealer's shelf gives nearly twice as much shine as before. Glow coat dries so smooth and even, too. The gleaming coat of wax never looks streaky. And Glow Coat Stuff Wax Protection makes your housework so much easier. Dirt and spilled things wipe up from the shining surface quick as a flash, leaving your floors spotlessly clean again. Ask your dealer for brighter than ever Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat tomorrow. There's nothing else like it to bring out the beauty of the home.
Look on the bright side, shine on the right side, bring out the beauty of the home.
Ladies and gentlemen, we want to join everybody in the entertainment world in congratulating Fanny Price on her birthday tomorrow and her 43rd year in show business.
And we hope she goes on for another 43 years.
Oh, she can't do that. There ain't that many new jokes.
Dearie, did you ever go to a formal party with people lined up behind that big glass bowl?
Yes.
Did you ever notice that the bowl held the same old stuff, but the punchline kept changing?
I see what you mean.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Products for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
This is WMAQ NBC in Chicago.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. Music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Well, folks, wet, wintry weather is on its way, and you know what that calls for. Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat. I don't know of any better way to protect your linoleum and other floors with so little effort on your part. There's no rubbing or buffing with Johnson's Glow Coat. You just apply it and let it dry. That's all. Yet in just a few minutes, your floors are protected with a wonderfully good-looking coat of tough, shining wax. No need, then, to worry about muddy footprints and tracked-in dirt. Just a wipe with a damp cloth keeps a glow-coated floor clean as a china plate. As for that glow coat shine, believe me, it's really bright. Nearly twice as bright as before, in fact. Ask your dealer for brighter than ever Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat tomorrow. There's no easier way to protect floors and bring out the beauty of the home.
Look on the bright side, shine up the right side, bring out the beauty of the home.
When a man turns the water on in the shower, steps in and pulls the curtain around him, he invariably bursts into song.
Oh, sole mio.
Why? Why does a man sing in the shower? Well, science says that one, a bare wet skin gives a sense of freedom.
Oh, sole me.
Two, the acoustics are flattering.
And so are you.
And three, the audience, consisting of himself, is highly appreciative.
Oh, so.
The soapy opera you are now hearing is at 79 Wistful Vista, the home of Fibber McGee and Molly.
Oh, so me. Whoop.
Where'd I put that back down? I thought oh, here it is. On the floor, as usual. Oh, wonderful. Boy, she finally got me a man-sized towel. I've been hollering for one of these ever since. Oh, my gosh, this is the rug. Hey, Molly. Molly,
Yes, dearie, what is it?
where's my bath towel?
Look on the towel rack.
Okay, I found it.
That's a man for you. If I'd have hid that towel behind the pickled beets in the fruit cellar, he'd have found it right away. But put things where they belong and a man is lost. Sometimes I wonder who that could be at this time. Come in. Well, heavenly days, it's the weatherman. Hello, Mr. Williams.
Good morning, Mrs. McGee, to all appearances. Could I have a word, or possibly several words, depending on the conversation, with your husband?
Why, certainly, Mr. Williams. He just got out of the shower and I'll tell him to throw on a robe and come down. Oh, McGee, you, sweetheart, Mr. Williams would like to speak to you.
Tell the big melon head I'll call him back. Find out where it is, if he knows.
He knows. He's right here.
Huh? Oh! Well, I'll be right with you, foggy old man, as soon as I locate the other sleeve of this bathrobe.
You know, I could hear Mr. McGee singing from my house next door.
Really?
Yes. That is, I presume it was Mr. McGee singing. My garage door creaks rather loudly, and sometimes it's difficult to distinguish just... Oh, I know it was Mr. McGee singing. My garage door doesn't know the words to O Solo Mio.
Well, if you think McGee sings loud, Mr. Williams, you should hear my Uncle Dennis. The only difference between him and your garage door is that he's noisier when he's oiled. I don't think you've ever met my Uncle Dennis.
Hi, foggy old boy. Hey, Molly, what's the matter with our bathroom scales? It says I weigh 177 and...
Well, I don't know, darling, and let's not be rude. Mr. Williams wants a word with you.
Oh.
Try it edgewise, Mr. Williams. I doubt if you'll get it in any other way.
Well, it was nothing of any great importance, Mr. McGee. I had a new rake in my garage. Although I shouldn't say my garage, I suppose, inasmuch as the bank has an even greater equity in it than I have. But the bank's and my garage is such a clumsy term that... Did you borrow my rake and break it?
Foggy, as the wild man of Borneo says when he caught the missionary on his spear, I admire a guy who comes right to the point. Yes, I borrowed your rake, Jake, and I busted it.
Why, McGee, you must pay Mr. Williams for it right away.
Oh, no. Please, not at all.
Huh? Personally, Mr. Williams, I'd be pretty annoyed if somebody took my rake without permission and broke it.
Me too. I'd find the guy that did it and slap the bajunior out of him. But I guess you ain't the violent type, eh, Foggy?
Rather not. And please accept my apologies for having exposed you to the danger of such inferior tools, Mr. McGee.
Okay.
If you find anything wrong with any other things, please report it at once, if it isn't too much trouble. And I'm sure it won't be. For you. You don't seem to mind trouble. Well, that's all I wanted to know. For now. Sorry to have disturbed your bath. And your singing. If that's what it was. Good day. Probably.
Ah, well, for goodness sakes, at last we have a neighbor you can't fight with. Oh, happy day.
What'll you bet? I'll get a beef out of him if I have to wreck everything he owns. Every guy has a boiling point, and I'll find his.
Oh, now, McGee, why can't you let lying dogs sleep? My goodness, here we have a nice new neighbor.
Oh, hey, I almost forgot. Our bathroom scales are on the fritz. I weighed myself, and according to them scales, I weigh 177.
Well, maybe you've gained a little weight, dearie. Those 2 custard pies I made yesterday are all gone, and I only had 1 small piece.
Well, my gosh, what's a couple of custard pies to a guy that he works off as much energy as I work off as much? No, sir, them scales are haywire. Hey, who do we know that's got an accurate scale?
Well, search me, lover, but maybe one of... Say, isn't there one at Kramer's drugstore?
That's it, baby. This thing has got me intrigued. 177 pounds, it said. My gosh, I used to ride a Shetland pony that didn't weigh that much. Get your hat and let's go down to Kramer's.
All right. Will you be warm enough in that bathrobe and 1 slipper?
Huh? Well, I lost 1 slipper under the bathtub and couldn't bend over far enough to reach it. That's why I weighed myself. You run up and get your hat, kiddo. I'll dress as soon as I finish my cigar.
All right, McGee. I want to go to Kramer's anyway. You used up all my bobby pins trying to unlock the garage door last night. I'll be ready in just a minute.
Okay, Tootsie. Ah, there goes a good kid. I don't know any other women that go all the way downtown to watch their husbands spend a penny. For that matter, I don't know any other women, hardly. Which is okay with me, because... Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello there, Teeny.
Oh.
May I ask what you find so amusing?
Oh. Sure, I betcha.
Huh?
Where'd you get that green and purple bathrobe, mister? And where did you?
Don't sneer at this bathrobe, sis. I paid $32 for this, in quarters.
Huh?
I got it on a raffle at the state fair. I was trying for a motorcycle, but this is what I wound up with. Shut that door, will you? There's a cold draft on my bare foot.
Okay.
I can't talk to you now very long, sis. I got to get down to Kramer's drugstore and get weighed. Our scales have gone subversive, and I won't... Hey, my gosh, Teeny, where'd you get the shiner?
Well, the what?
The shiner, the mouse, the black eye. Who slugged you?
Oh.
Huh?
Nobody.
Oh.
I was watching some kids play football on the corner last Saturday, and I got run over by a halfback.
You did, eh?
Boy, did he ever mow me down.
I says you did, eh?
Did what?
Got run over by a halfback.
Oh.
You?
Where?
On the corner.
When?
Last Saturday.
I know it. It was Wistful Vista 5th grade against the South Side.
Uh-huh.
My boyfriend, Willie Toops. He's the captain.
Of which team?
Both.
Both? He's captain of both teams?
Sure, it's his football.
Oh.
Oh, boy. Was that ever a wonderful football game, now?
Yeah?
Wistful Vista won 307-13.
Tight score. What position does Willie play?
All bent over, looking back between his knees like this.
I mean, how's he classified as a player? Tackle, end, halfback, quarterback?
Captain.
No. What do the other players call him?
Stupid.
Is he?
Oh, no, Willie's awful smart. He's the only kid in our school that can wiggle his ears.
I see.
Hey, mister, how much is a monster?
Well, what was that again, sir?
How much is a monster?
What do you mean, how much is a monster? What kind of a monster?
I don't know. They sell them at the Bonton department store, and I want to get one.
Hey, now, wait a minute. They're selling monsters at the Bonton?
That's what it said in the paper last night. Monster sale all this week. If I get one, I'll bring it over and show you, mister. Goodbye now.
Billy Mills in the orchestra and Naughty Angela.
Now he lives 6 years old.
Yes, my dear, I'm firmly of the opinion that a guy should always know how much does he weigh. You know what the life insurance companies are always saying?
Yes, buy more life insurance.
That ain't to what I was referring to. I was referring to the statement, and I quote, "Here comes Doc Gamble."
That's a very interesting statement. Oh, it is Dr. Gamble. Hello, Doctor.
Hello, my dear. And how are you today, Broad Beam?
Well, what do you know? If it ain't the nurse's curse. Hi, medicine dropper. On your way to get your pants pressed? Them knees look like you'd been smuggling coconuts.
Now, McGee, they don't either. They just look comfortable.
Those breeches would look comfortable on Man Mountain Dean and 2 large sprans.
If you have finished your sartorial analysis, roach brain, I would like to remark that as a fashion expert, you are fantastically unqualified. You usually look like the front man for a rummage sale. Look at that hat. Looks like the left-hand saddlebag of a Peruvian llama driver. And where'd you get that necktie? I've seen smarter fabrics than that being used to screen gravel.
Now, just a darn minute, Pat.
Quiet. Just getting started. Take your shoes, for instance. They have the shapely grace of 2 elderly boats from the sponge fleet. And what's that weather-beaten leather? The hide off a flagpole sitter? Scuffed up like the first tee of a public golf course in outer Mongolia.
Heavenly days, how picturesque.
Look, Doctor, if you have any further remarks to make about my appearance...
I have.
Okay.
I was just getting to your top coat. I don't know why I call it a top coat. Looks more like the bottom of a wrestling mat with sleeves. The only thing I like about that coat is the buttonholes. I'd like to have a set of those. I could train my fox terrier to jump through them. And as for your shirt and socks, roustabout, the less said, the better. I will merely say that your entire ensemble gives the effect of a Malayan headhunter turned loose in the men's locker room of a Bowery flophouse.
Well, dearie, no answers?
No, but I'll think up some Lulus on the way home. Well, it's nice to have seen you, Doctor.
Thank you, my boy. Always a pleasure to have a chat with you.
Good day, my dear.
Good day, Doctor. Well, you sort of walked across the rifle range that time, didn't you?
Oh, wasn't he wonderful? No wonder his patients get well so quick. Nobody else would take that treatment lying down, so they get up and go home. Well, come on, kiddo. This ain't getting me weighed.
How much did you say you weighed in our bathroom scales?
177, and I know I don't weigh any more than 168. Oh, come on, here's the drug. After you, madam.
Thank you, sir.
Where's the weighing machine? Oh, here it is. Now, let me see. You got a penny, Molly?
No, dearie. Get some change from the cashier. I've got to get some bobby pins.
Hello, Molly. Hello, pal. Remember me?
Yes, I think I do. You're the glad boy with the glow coat. The fun-loving rover from Racine. The personality kid. The oaf of Omaha. You got a penny, Junior?
No, I haven't, pal. Smallest I have is 47 cents. Get it from the cashier.
Cashier seems to be busy right now, Mr. Wilcox.
Well, here, give me that nickel, pal. I'll get you some pennies. Cashier's a friend of mine. Hello there, Rosie.
Oh, hello, Mr. Wilcox. Gee, I was hoping you'd come in today. I tried it, and it was just wonderful.
I was right, wasn't I, Rosie? Did brighten up that old linoleum and bring out the original color and luster, didn't it?
I'll say it did. And to think of the years I've been scrubbing that linoleum. Imagine. Just pouring a little out, spreading it around, and waiting a few minutes for it to dry. Why, I got my housework finished up in half the time.
I wonder what they're talking about.
Well, I'm glad you finally caught up with it, Rosie. I'm telling you, it performs miracles for weary old linoleum. Gives it a beautiful protective finish and makes spilled things so easy to wipe up. Self-polishing, too. No more scrubbing, no more rubbing or buffing. I'm surprised you didn't know about Johnson's Glow Coat before.
Heavenly days, he's talking about Glow Coat.
That guy is sure full of surprises. Hey, Junie. My change.
Oh, yeah. Oh, by the way, Rosie, give me 5 pennies for this nickel, will you?
Sure, Mr. Wilcox.
Ah, thanks very much, Rosie. Here you are, pal. Here are your pennies.
Well, come on and watch me weigh myself, Junior. You've earned the privilege. Hold my coat, will you, Molly?
Certainly better empty your pockets, too. You're going to need every break you can get, you know.
I'll take your hat, pal. Got any removable bridge work?
Lay off now, Junior. This is serious. Well, here we go. Where do you put the penny in this thing? Oh, here.
Well, pal, what's the bad news?
What does it say, dearie?
Don't say. The dad rat thing is stuck or something.
Try another penny, pal. Maybe that was a thin one.
What do you mean, try another penny? I paid to get weight on this chrome-plated monstrosity and buy the living blood.
Oh, now, take it easy, McGee. You'll break the machine.
I'll say I'll break the machine. I'll tear it gear from spring and throw it in old Kramer's double-crossing puss. I'll bet he's took $500 out of here without anybody... Hey, where is Kramer here, sis?
No, sir. He's out buying a new automobile.
I'll just bet he is, the pirate. And I'll bet he pays for it in pennies, too. Let me stand back and give this thing a good kick. Ouch! Why?
Oh, calm down, dearie. It's just a piece of machinery. Try another penny.
I won't try another dead-ratted doggone cent. I paid once to get weighed, and I want some service. Here, Junior, help me shake it.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, go.
By George. Wait till the Better Business Bureau hears about this. This is a confidence game, that's what it is.
Well, hello there, kids. Hello, Omaha. What you doing? Getting weighed? What's the matter? I say something wrong?
No, Mr. Oldtimer. Himself there has just made a shaky investment.
The weighing machine won't give, old-timer. He put a penny in and all he got back was nothing.
Try another penny, Johnny.
Pipe down, old-timer. Don't anybody talk to me for a minute. I'm going to roll up my sleeves and knock this thing around till it either registers or returns my penny.
Oh, McGee.
Them things are sure ornery cusses, ain't they, kids? I mind one time up in Nevada, I stuck a dime in a jukebox to hear Temptation and nothing happened. I give it a boot with my foot and nothing happened. I shook her. I beat her. I cusses her. Then, by Gadfrey, I took a fire axe off the wall and give her a wham that laid her open from knob to needle. And that done it. She started to play.
Did it play Temptation?
No, daughter, it played I'll Be Glad When You're Dead, you rascal, you. See you later, daughter. So long, Omaha.
King's Men and Civilization.
Each morning a missionary advertised with neon signs. He tells the native population that civilization is fine.
And 3 educated savages holler from the bamboo tree.
Hurrah, 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 that civilization is the place for you to be. But bungle, 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 I don't want to leave the Congo, no, 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 no. Bingle, bangle, bungle, I'm so happy in the jungle, I refuse to go. Don't want no bright lights, false teeth, doorbells, landlords.
I make it clear
that no matter how they coax me, I'll stay right here, right here, right here, right here. I look through a magazine the missionary's wife concealed. I see how people who are civilized bang you with automobiles. At the movies they have got to pay many coconuts to see. Uncivilized pictures that the newsreel takes of me. So bungle, 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 I don't want to leave the Congo, no, 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 no. Bingle, bangle, bungle, I'm so happy in the jungle, I refuse to go. Don't want no bright lights, false teeth, doorbells, landlords, penthouse, bathhouse, streetcar,
taxi,
jailhouse, shotgun, fish hook, golf club.
I got my spear.
Put it up, put it up. No matter how they coax me, I'll stay right here, right here.
They got things like the atom bomb.
So I think I stay where I am. Civilization, boy, I'll stay right here.
Come on, you chiseling hunk of nickel-plated crookedness. Give me back my penny. Oh, dirty.
Oh, come on, McGee. Let's give it up. You're just being stubborn. Mr. Wilcox was sensible. He went home.
Well, I'm not going home till I get some satisfaction. I'm going to wait right here till Kramer comes back and not be bored.
What was that again?
I says I'm going to wait right here till Kramer comes back and not a minute sooner. If he don't make this thing right for me, I'll have him hauled downtown to the Department of Weights and Measures. I carry a good deal of weight around the city hall, you know.
You carry a good deal of weight in several places, sweetheart. That's how this whole thing started. Now listen to Mother.
Let me take one more trick at it first.
No.
Okay.
Look, McGee, you came down to the drugstore for the simple purpose of getting weight. You put your penny in. The scale didn't work. So immediately you fly into a rage and now look at yourself. Your shirt is torn, your knuckles are bruised, your face is dirty, and you've kicked the toe out of one shoe. Besides licking the machine. And all for 1 penny.
What do you expect me to do for a penny? Bite it open? By George,
What's the matter?
Look. Look who's coming in the store.
Well, heavenly days, is that really?
Sure, Horatio K. Boomer.
Oh.
I haven't seen him for 2 or 3 years. Hi, Boomer, old man.
Hello, Mr. Boomer.
Well, 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 if it isn't the girl of my dreams and the boy of my nightmares. Fancy meeting you here of all places. McGee is the name, is it not?
That's right, Boomer. Hey, where you been all this time?
We haven't seen you around for quite a while, Mr. Boomer.
No, I've been busy helping the government.
Helping the government what?
Helping to make $5 bills. Was I appreciated? No, just apprehended.
Well, you've no doubt learned a lesson, Mr. Boomer. Now you can go straight.
Exactly what I told the magistrate, my dear, my very words.
You told him you'd go straight?
No, I told him he could go straight and where. He didn't take the advice in a kindly spirit. Being a literary fellow, he threw the book at me. Oh, well, but you seem to be in some sort of trouble, my boy. Anything I can do to alleviate the situation?
No, thank you, Mr. Boomer. He's been fighting with this weighing machine.
I put a penny in and got nothing. I can't even get my dough back, Boomer.
You mustn't fight a coin-collecting machine, son. Repositories for money must be coaxed. Come to think of it, I have my little coaxer right here with me. Now, let me see now. Where did I put that coaxer?
Oh, dear.
Here we go again.
I must have it here someplace. What's this? Oh, yes, a bottle of invisible ink for writing checks on my invisible checking account. Yes, here's a very expensive stethoscope. Fine instrument it is, too.
Studying medicine, Boomer?
No, studying the people in the next hotel room to mine. Just put this little device against the wall and listen. Ah, what have we here? Oh, yes, a small skeleton key, in case somebody wants a small skeleton opened sometime. Here's a pair of dice. Don't jar them, they're loaded. Here's a membership card in the Bookie of the Month Club. Fine premium this month, too. Daily double at Pimlico. And a check for short beer. Well, imagine that. No Coke, sir. So if you'll excuse a hasty departure, I think I'll be getting along. Just have time to get to the jewelry store after they close. Cheerio, Chipmunk.
Well, he was no help. I'm going to take one more whack at this thing, kiddo. I ain't going to let any pile of cogwheels make a monkey out of me. I'll fix it. Come on, you dirty iron pirate, you. Give me back my penny. I'll teach you to
McGee,
take... Huh?
I just thought of something.
What?
Look, maybe your penny didn't even go in that machine. Maybe it went on the floor.
Oh, I'm certain. Well, I'm almost certain. Oh, my gosh. You're right. There it is, right down there against the counter.
Now, aren't you ashamed of all the fuss you made? Here, try it again.
Okay, here we go.
McGee, it worked.
Yeah.
It threw out a little white card. What does it say?
It says, you have a kind, even disposition. You never lose your temper. And must watch yourself that others do not take advantage of your spendthrift nature. My gosh, these things are uncanny the way they size a guy up, ain't they, Molly? This is amazing.
I'll go farther than that. It's ridiculous.
You know, it's highly probable that you use and like Johnson's Glow Coat. Millions of women do. Well, tonight I'd like to tell you about another wonderful Johnson product. This newest member of the Johnson family is called Johnson's Cream Wax, a polish specially developed for your furniture and woodwork. Believe me, Cream Wax is especially wonderful for all your enamel surfaces, too. This creamy white liquid contains not one single drop of oil. Think what this means. Absolutely no oil to catch dust and dirt and pick up fingerprints. Another nice thing you'll like about Johnson's Cream Wax is its astonishing cleaning power. Just one application wipes off every trace of dirt, leaves the surface spotless and glowing with wax-polished beauty. Try it, won't you? Johnson's Cream Wax, to bring out the beauty of the home.
Look on the bright side, shine up the right side, bring out the beauty of the home.
Ladies and gentlemen, Europe is on the verge of starvation. It will be a tragic winter over there, particularly for children and old people.
We have all been asked to buy food more carefully, eat less grains and meats and poultry, and use more foods which are locally plentiful. Watch for the friendship train in your community. And most important of all, let's not waste food. Let's not throw our chances for world security into the garbage can.
Europe must feed its children, and we can find a gold mine of peace by grubstaking its miners. Thank you. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson's Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Bill Leslie. Music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. How would you like to make your kitchen brighter and more cheerful, and at the same time make your housework very much easier? Well, both these things are easy enough to do. All you need, a shining film of Johnson's self-polishing glow coat on your kitchen floor. Glow coat makes your kitchen a more cheerful place to work because the shine it gives is so wonderfully bright. In fact, the new glow coat shine is nearly twice as bright as before. As for making your housework easier, Johnson's glow coat is in a class by itself. There's no rubbing or buffing, so you save time right there. And the tough wax protection saves you hours of work in many other ways. Suppose you do spill something, or suppose the kids do track in dirt. Never mind, just wipe with a damp cloth and your kitchen and other floors are clean and nice as before. Yes, you'll like brighter than ever Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. Try it. See how wonderful it is to bring out the beauty of the home.
Look on the bright side, shine on the right side, bring out the beauty of the home.
Did you ever see those ads offering to sell you flintlock muskets from the Revolutionary War, or cavalry sabers from the Civil War, or Gatling guns from the Spanish-American War, or machine gun tripods from World War I? Well, if you think they had stuff left over from those wars, you should see the stuff they've got now. Step into the Army and Navy surplus store at 14th and Oak Street, Wistful Vista, with Fibber McGee and Molly.
Heavenly days, McGee. Just look at all the things, and everything is so cheap.
That's right, Tootsie. Military supplies are the only goods in the world that are expensive wholesale and cheap retail. All depends on the demand. I mind one time I was crossing the field and a bull took after me. I'd have given $300 for a subway entrance right then. 4 weeks later, I rode on the subway for a nickel. See what I mean? Supply and demand.
Well, I still don't understand.
Hey, here's a bargain. Look at these storm lanterns. Wonderful for storms. Only $4.
What do they burn?
I'll find out. Hey, Bud, you with the toothpick over there.
Yes, sir?
What kind of fuel do these storm lanterns take?
Those lanterns burn Mazza-Frizzy, sir.
What on earth is Mazza-Frizzy?
Oh, we don't know, madam. That's an Italian Army type lantern, now obsolete.
Oh, won't they burn gasoline?
Yes, sir, for a brief period. One of our former salesmen tried it.
Oh? What happened?
No one knows, madam. His widow was working here as cashier. Were you looking for anything in particular, sir?
Yes, but I won't know what it is till I see it. I'm just kind of shopping around. So you go back and lean against something. If I need you, I'll holler.
Yes, sir. I'll be around sometime.
Oh, here's the countermark special this week only, McGee. What are these iron things?
Oh, those are caterpillar treads. That's what a tank runs on.
It is?
Mm-hmm.
Well, no wonder Uncle Dennis used to make so much noise going upstairs.
No.
Oh, you mean army tank.
Hey, here's some paratrooper boots that I'll bet will be sold.
Hold it, McGee. Here comes Mr. Boomer.
You mean Horatio K. Boomer, the desk sergeant's delight? I wonder who he's doing in here.
Be careful, dearie. Hello there, Mr. Boomer.
Oh, there, my dear. If it isn't the fair Juliet, the boy with the balcony. Greetings, greetings.
Hi, Boomer. Hey, all the buttons are tore off your topcoat. Did you know that?
Ah, yes. Rather embarrassing incident it was, too. I'm considering a bit of legal action against this emporium for that.
What happened, Mr. Boomer?
Seems I inadvertently buttoned my overcoat around a half-horsepower electric motor and started to walk away. Didn't notice the motor was bolted to the bench until I was brought up short by a rude jerk. That's him over there with a crew haircut. Gross negligence plus insufferable rudeness. Gad, sir, I shall write a letter to the Gazette about this.
You just here to pick up a few items, Boomer, or are you going to buy something, too?
My boy, I resent the implication, although I admire your perspicacity. Yes, indeed. Matter of fact, I'm just getting an early start on my Christmas shopping. Have a list here someplace. Now, let me see. Where do I put that Christmas list? Ah, what's this? Letter from Deep Freeze Donegan.
Deep Freeze Donegan?
Yes, Deep Freeze Donegan got his moniker from spending so much time in the cooler. Here's a bobby pin. Been trying for years to pin something on a bobby. Small chunk of beeswax, in case I should ever want to wax a bee. Bottle of nitroglycerin.
Good heavens, nitroglycerin.
Cleaning fluid, I call it, my dear. Clean out a small bank with this in no time at all. Yes, indeed. What's this? Ah, yes. A receipt from the local hoosgow for 30 days I served by mistake. Entitles me to one petty larceny free of charge. Here's a black mask. Made $800 Halloween night. playing trick-or-treat with filling stations. There's a check for short beer. Well, imagine that. No Christmas list.
Maybe you lost it someplace, Boomer.
Clever deduction, Sherlock. Very clever. Well, if you'll excuse me, I must be getting along. Sending my brother a birthday cake, and I must get these hacksaw blades to the baker. Farewell, big face. Toodaloo, toodle.
Goodbye, Mr. Boomer. Now, look, Jerry, I have to run across the street to the Bonton before we go home. Why don't you come with me?
No, you go ahead, kiddo. Meet me at the car. I want to look around here some more.
All right, but don't you go buying anything foolish now. Remember, we don't really need 3,000 feet of steel cable. Or a demountable Quonset hut. Pretty as they are.
Don't you worry about me, baby. I'll just confine myself to knickknacks. I don't buy anything that I can't carry in my pocket. See you at the car.
All right, sweetheart. I won't be more than 15 or 20 minutes.
Hey, Joe. The guy's wife is left. Shall we nail him? Yeah. He looks like he's selling those old torpedo tubes we have laying around here. Or maybe you sell the torpedo tubes yourself, boy. I'm going to make myself a $5 bonus. Like the boss said. You mean? Yeah. Them 16-man life rafts. We haven't sold one since. Ah, there, mister. Made up your mind? Found anything you like? How about some nice hunting equipment?
Hunting? What do you got for a guy that likes to hunt, Bud?
Mister, I'm glad you asked me that question. I'm quite a hunter myself.
Well, now we're getting someplace. What have you got for duck hunting, Bud? You a duck hunter?
Well, no. I go more after pigeons. But, if you're a duck hunter, brother, I've got just the thing for you.
Now, nothing big now. If it's too big to put in my pocket, you're just wasting your time, because I promised my...
Billy Mills in the orchestra and a samba arrangement of Come to the Mardi Gras.
While I love this thing in the house.
Sterling, now you haven't told me what it is.
No, don't be a surprise. Watch it, I'm going to drop it.
Heavenly days, McGee. Will you tell me what it is?
Sure, wait till I take the paper off. There you are. And only $18.65.
I have one question.
What is it?
Yes.
Huh?
That's the question. What is it?
What is it? My goodness, woman. You mean to stand there with your beautiful white forehead wrinkled up like a taxicab fender in Times Square and tell me you don't know a 16-man life raft when you see one?
Oh, you'll pardon me if I sit down?
Huh?
I'm a little overwhelmed by the pure ecstasy, the joy of this occasion. A lifeboat.
I'm glad you like it, kiddo. Main reason I bought it is so you could go duck hunting with me and Doc Campbell. Never been room in the boat for you before. Now, let's open her out and see what size she is, huh?
In here, why, it won't even fit in our living room.
Oh, sure it will, I think. Now, let me see. Move that little table against the wall, baby. Yeah.
Shall I take the floor lamps out and bury them in the backyard?
No, we got plenty of room now.
How 67.
That's the beauty part of it, Snooky. It inflates itself. You see this little cylinder attached to the side here? That's full of carbon full of gas. See? All you gotta do is turn this gadget here. Let's see now. The guy told me to turn it to the wrist.
Oh! What's it doing? Oh! Run for your life. It's filling the room. Oh, look at my leg. McGee, where are you?
Under the piano. Where are you?
Sitting in the boat. I'll never know how I got here.
Sure don't leave much room to move around in here, does it? Oh, but boy, ain't that a beauty.
It's very handsome, I'm sure.
Yeah.
You know what? We ought to ask House and Garden to take a picture of this room.
Yeah, that might be a very.
Can't you just read the caption?
Yeah.
The interesting living room of the Fibber McGees is predominantly naughty.
Huh?
The center of attraction is a 16-man life raft, finished in chartreuse, rubber, and silky canvas. It strikes a new note in interior decoration, combining the charm of old Cape Cod and the more modern atmosphere of the Brooklyn Navy Yard.
Gee, I had planned to use it for duck hunting, but if you really think it looks good in here...
No. Heavenly days, get it out.
Huh?
I'm expecting some ladies in for tea at 4:30 now. Oh, my goodness, I hope this isn't them. Come in.
Oh, hi, Doc.
Hello, Dr. Gamble.
Well, say something, you big troop. Don't just stand there with your eyeballs sticking out like the last two shots on a pinball machine.
Give the man a chance, Mickey. Maybe he isn't used to calling on people who keep life rafts in their living room.
A life raft, huh?
Yeah?
Well, that's quite a relief. I was afraid for a minute the little boy Blow's bubble gum had gotten out of control.
Won't you come in, Doctor?
How?
Climb over it, you lazy liniment gripper. Move over, Molly. Let's dock in over the starboard gunwale.
No thanks. I'll just stand here in the doorway with one hand on the knob. Just one question, Jughead. How did you get that thing in here? You didn't slip that slab-sided sloop through the window.
Oh, it's self-inflating, Doc. I didn't really intend to blow it up in here, but I guess I must have jiggled the valve, and the first thing we knew, it was flopping around the room like a dying walrus.
Yes. There's company coming at 4:30, too. Come on, McGee. Maybe the doctor will help you get it out of here.
Well, that's easy. Just deflate it and drag it out.
That brings up a rather interesting point, folks. I don't know how to deflate it.
Well, I'd like to stay and watch you get out of this one, Fumblesome. But I've got to be at the armory in 15 minutes.
The armory, Doctor? Oh, this is Armistice Day, isn't it?
Yes, and I'm National Guard surgeon.
That's right.
Too bad you're a little too antique for the National Guard, McGee.
Huh?
A little soldierly exercise and a little less bread might work some of that shortening off Mammy's little baby.
Look who's talking. You carry enough lard yourself to French fry Pink's mules.
Doctor, I didn't know you were in the National Guard. Are they recruiting now?
Oh, yes. A man a minute's our goal for a couple of months. So if you know any young men who want to learn some new skills and make some extra income while working at their regular jobs, send them to the National Guard. Regular Army pay and regular Army instruction.
What age is Doc?
What do you care, Rear Admiral? But as a matter of general information, it's ages from 17 to 35.
I'll pass the word to my guest this afternoon, Doctor.
Thank you, my dear. And say, if you're not doing anything later, McGee, you might drop down to the armory. I'd like the new recruits to get a look at your physique.
Well, okay, Doc. Sort of an example for the boys.
Yeah. I want to show them what they'll look like if they don't keep up their training. Bon voyage, children.
Come on, McGee. We gotta get this thing out of here so I can put the room back together again.
Yeah, maybe I can drag it in the dining room and work on it in there. Oh, my gosh, this thing weighs a ton. I can't even touch it.
Well, try standing on the outside of it. You're standing in the boat.
Huh? Oh, well, even so, I don't think I can.
No, boss, my name's Wilcox, and I
Hey, that's quite a boat you've got there, pal.
Yeah. Hey, do you know anything about life rafts, do you?
Just enough to stay away from them. What makes that other end so much higher?
The piano is under that. Hey, by the way, Omaha.
Yeah?
Look, I've been wanting to ask you something about that radio show you do on Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
You know, where you get $4 million in a box of does if you let them squirt you in the face with a fire hose and run over you with a streetcar.
Oh, you mean Ralph Edwards or Consequences?
Yeah, that's it.
What about it, pal?
Tell me something. Who is Miss Hutch?
McGee, now you have no right to ask me.
Besides, I don't know, pal. Honestly. Only 2 people know for sure, and I'm not one of them.
Come on, Junie, now don't get cagey with me, boy. One guess and you tell me if I'm right or wrong, huh? Is it John's other wife? She's got a second for Santa Claus.
Don't be silly, McGee. Huh? In the first place, Mr. Wilcox doesn't know him. Besides, it's Miss Hutch.
Look, pal, they wouldn't dare tell me who it is before the contest is over. You know how gabby I am.
Mm-hmm. Well, I just thought I'd try, Omaha. I'm sorry now. Hey, you sure you don't know how to collapse one of these life rafts?
I don't know a darn thing about them, really. Except for my suggestion to the War Department years ago.
What did you suggest to the War Department, Mr. Wilcox?
Well, I suggested that they put a small container of Johnson's wax in every life raft, along with the water and food and emergency stuff.
What for?
Well, my idea was that all over the world, these rafts would carry Johnson's wax to the farthest corners of the globe.
Yep.
Because why? Because Johnson's wax is the very symbol of civilization.
Yep.
Johnson's wax stands for cleanliness and hospitality and labor saving. I just thought that Johnson's wax was so thoroughly American and represented such a fine way of life that it should be sent every place.
Oh, I'm afraid that idea is not basically sound, Mr. Wilcox.
But you see what I mean? Johnson's wax is so connected with home and family and good living. The way it protects and beautifies your possessions. Floors, furniture, woodwork, enamel things, windowsills, and gives a shield of protection to which dust and dirt can't cling. And besides that, it will hurt you.
Hey, that's what we heard that. But that don't help me get this dad-ratted rubber schooner out of here. What would you suggest?
Pal, you've got me.
You either got to deflate this thing or chop the floor out and take it out through the basement.
That's quite a problem, all right. Hey, I got it.
Yes?
Look, here's a terrific idea. Build another floor on the top of the raft.
Oh.
Nobody will ever know it's here. It'll make a very low ceiling, of course, but otherwise I think it'll...
Waxy.
Yeah?
Go home.
Okay, goodbye, Molly.
Bye, Mr. Wilcox. Well, he wasn't much help, was he?
He just wanted something new he could use wax on. Now, let me see.
Say, McGee, why don't you call the surplus store and ask the man you bought this from? Ask him how to explain it.
I can't. It's Armistice Day. The store closed at noon.
You mean I've got to have... Come in.
Hello there, kids. How's every little... Well, looks like my old trouble is back. I'm seeing things again. Hey, Johnny, you there?
Why, sure, I'm here, old-timer.
You there, daughter?
You're looking right at me, Mr. Oldtimer.
Well, that's mighty welcome news, kids. When I come in the door, I'd have sworn I seen you both sitting in a life raft.
A life raft?
In our living room?
Yeah. Big, long, ugly thing, big enough for 16 men. Sure, give me a start. What are you sitting on, kid?
I'm over here on the sofa.
I'm at the piano playing Rachmaninoff's Prelude and B-sharp major for the left foot.
You ain't both sitting in a big rubber boat?
Why, how ridiculous.
Why, Dad, old-timer?
The doctor told me this would happen if I didn't quit worrying about them long skirts. He told me I'd throw my system all out of gear, and I've done it.
Well, don't worry about it, Mr. Oldtimer. This is a life raft.
It is?
Yeah. Got it at the Army Surface Store, old-timer, inflated it semi-imperfectly. Now I don't know how to disinflate it.
Me neither, Johnny, but I got a cousin in the government. I can send him a wire.
Navy Department?
No, State Department, daughter. Quite a big fella down there, too. Started out as a farm boy like me. Went right to the top, naturally.
Very interesting, old-timer. Why should a farm boy be such a good diplomat?
Well, the way I got it figured, Johnny, it's this way.
Yeah?
The way I got it figured, a farmer kid knows his onions. He avoids people that act ready. He makes hay while the sun shines. He ain't out to make a lot of cabbage. If he scores a beet, he knows he'll be in a pickle if he spills the beans of some beautiful tomato. Well, I'll write him right away, kids. Let you know what he says. See you later.
word. To be sure, he's an epicure to an extraordinary degree. He eats corn cob, bobcat, point shell, sea bass. Here's the man you want to see. Oh, tonight we'll have a supper and eat some food that's rare. Then up at the head of the table, we'll place Brother Henry's chair. Invite all the local big dogs. We'll laugh and talk and eat. But save the bones for Henry Jones, 'cause Henry don't eat no meat. Oh, today we'll go to market and buy a lot of fish. That will be a thrill for old Henry, because that's his favorite dish. Get a big bucket of molasses, so we'll have something sweet. But save the bones for Henry Jones, 'cause Henry don't eat no meat.
Now, Henry was never a drinking man.
He rarely takes a nip,
And he don't use no serviette, 'cause the thing he
eats don't trip. One day we had a banquet. It really was a pig. We started it off with some short ribs and all finished up with cake. But when the feast was over, Brother Henry just kept his seat and served the bones to Henry Jones, 'cause Henry don't eat no meat. He's a handy man to have about. You never have to throw anything out, just save the bones for Henry. 'Cause Henry don't eat no meat. Not a bite.
McGee, where did you go?
I'm not here, Molly, under the stern. I've been looking for a label sometimes to tell how to distant places to have that light pass.
Any luck?
No, I only found two labels. One of them said other side up, and the other one said Kilroy was here. No help to me.
Well, now something must be done, dearie. I'm not going to ask my guests to come. Oh, if that's my ladies for tea, sweetheart, you'll have to help them up the gangplank.
Okay. Come aboard.
Oh, it's just Mr. Williams, the weatherman, McGee. Hello, Mr. Williams.
Good day, Mr. McGee. Up till now. Hello, Mr. McGee.
Hi, Foggy, old man. I'd ask you into the living room, but we've been invaded by a life raft. Take a look.
Well, isn't that interesting?
Uh-huh.
Going rowing in your living room, are you? All right. But no, of course not. You could hardly go rowing in here, could you? Or could you?
Well, hardly, Foggy.
No. I realize now what a foolish remark that was. You couldn't possibly row that big boat in here.
No.
You haven't any oars. Or have you?
No, the whole thing was a mistake, Mr. Williams. It got inflated by accident, and we can't figure out how to collapse it again.
Got any Foggy ideas? You got any ideas, Foggy?
Well, I'm afraid I'm very little help in such matters, Mr. McGee. Although if you've got this craft for fear of excess humidity, or floods, in other words, may I assure you your fears are groundless, shall we say?
Yes, let's see.
Thank you. Although if there was a flood, we would all be groundless. Or would we? Yes. Well, what I dropped in for, and I don't want to oppose Mr. McGee, but, well, I wondered if I could borrow my pliers back for a while this afternoon. If you're not using them, of course.
Oh, sure, Foggy. It's okay. Don't be ashamed to bring them back, though. And look, don't feel shy about asking to borrow things. You're perfectly welcome to anything I got of yours. Anytime I ain't using it.
I appreciate it, Mr. McGee, really. It's so pleasant to live next door to a man who is so reminiscent of another neighbor I used to have.
Is that so, Mr. Williams? Who was that?
His name, as I remember it, and I do remember it, because he was also a chronic borrower of tools like Mr. McGee, only more conservative, was Elmer Larson.
Elmer Larson. Don't believe I know him, Foggy.
Probably not. But he's in the city directory. You'll find him listed under Larson E. Well, I must get home and feed my groundhog. Good day. Probably.
That was a kind of a pointless comment. What do I care what the name of his next-door neighbor was way back? Hey, larceny. Why, that insulting. Hey, Williams, come back here. Hey, Williams. Hey, Williams. Hey. Oh, no. What's the use of making a mix of this? Maybe you didn't mean it that way. Besides, he's got tools in his garage I ain't even borrowed yet. I better go back in the house and play in my boat. Well, I'll be a... Hey, Molly. Molly, look. Look, the raft is deflating.
Yes, I know, dearie. I solved the problem.
Oh, my gosh, that's wonderful, kiddo. It's flattening out like a bride's sponge cake. How'd you ever do it?
Well, I had to find a way, sweetheart. My guests are due any minute.
Yeah, I know, but how? How did you do it?
Well, I'll explain it to you later.
Huh?
You roll it up and get it out of here while I put this butcher knife back in the kitchen.
Oh, a butcher knife. Oh. Well, I guess that was one way.
Yes, it may not have been the right way, but at least I made a stab at it. Come on now, McGee. Help me get this.
I guess I don't need to tell you that the easy way to have a really bright kitchen floor is to use Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. You and all your friends are familiar with this old family favorite. Glow coat is far and away the most popular floor polish. But here's something you may not know. The famous glow coat shine is now brighter than ever. Without rubbing or buffing, Johnson's glow coat now gives your kitchen floor nearly twice as much shine as before. Colors come gay and bright. The pattern stands out clear and fresh. And listen to this. The same shining coat of wax that makes your floor so beautiful saves you hours of housework. Dirt and spill things wipe up just like that. Why, Johnson's Glow Coat even saves you money because it keeps your linoleum good-looking many years longer. Try it and see. Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. There's nothing else like it to bring out the beauty of the home.
Look on the bright side, shine on the right side, bring out the beauty of the home.
Come in now, McGee. My guests are all gone.
Okay, I've been working on the boat out in the garage, Molly. I put a tire patch on it where you knifed it, and it's just as good as new. I'm going to blow it up again, and we...
Oh, good. I'll help you this time.
You will?
Oh, I'd love to. Let's take it out in the country. Put some dynamite under it and blow it up once and for all. Did you say something?
Yeah. Good night.
Oh, good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Products for home and industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson's Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax Products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. Music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. I read in a magazine the other day that color plays a more important part in our lives than we realize. For instance, this article said that bright, gay colors make us feel happier, more cheerful. Well, come to think of it, that's quite true. And I guess that's still another reason why so many women tell me they couldn't do without Glow Coat on their kitchen floors. It's a fact that Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat does make the colors in linoleum seem surprisingly bright and fresh. Then again, the shine you get with Glow Coat is so much brighter, has such a brilliant sparkle. That's because Johnson's Glow Coat now gives you nearly twice as much shine as before. Of course, you can cheer up your kitchen with Johnson's Glow Coat quite easily. Glow Coat dries to a beautiful wax finish without rubbing or buffing. Saves you hours of work because dirt and spill things wipe up so quickly. Try it, won't you? Brighter than ever, Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat to